Path Gu Immortal, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method was even more thorough as it directly bypassed Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's method was not thorough. He chose a different approach, which was to imitate Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Reverse Flow Protection Seal could reflect attacks. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable also reflected them back. With the two linked moves, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable gained an advantage. Simply because Lingering Scrap Luck Killer move was becoming increasingly strong, even if Reverse Flow Protection Seal could reflect it, Reverse Flow River had a fixed amount of water. While both sides had not reached the limit, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable achieved his goal of using his immortal essence to expend Reverse Flow River. Reverse Flow Protection Seal was very hard to deal with indeed. In the past fights with Fan Yuan, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had used all kinds of attacks to trigger Reverse Flow Protection Seal and expend Reverse Flow River. Now, he was using Lingering Scrap Luck and Accumulated Return together. It was much more efficient than directly attacking. Using Immortal Essence to expend a secluded domain of heaven and earth was also a huge gain. After all, it was much easier to accumulate Immortal Essence than to restore Reverse Flow River. Fan Yuan was shocked and furious. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, I will definitely pay you back for this. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable looked at Fan Yuan and sighed inwardly. He felt that it was unwise of Fan Yuan to fight for the Heaven Path Dream Realms. However, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable thought about it and understood the reason behind his decision. After all, Heaven Path Dream Realms are resources that can overturn the contest of the Venerables. If these Heaven Path Dream Realms are changed to a rank 9 Blood Path Immortal Gu, Blood Path, or even Luck Path secluded domain of heaven and earth, I will be blinded by greed too. Looks like Fan Yuan plans to develop Heaven Path. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable used his hidden methods to further suppress Fan Yuan. On the other side, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable finished preparing her killer move. Boundless azure radiance spread as she activated the move. The radiance shone on the Dream Realms. The Heaven Path Dream Realms went berserk, their shape distorted constantly like a spasm, turning into dough that was kneaded constantly. Oh no! Star Constellation Immortal Venerable actually has a method to target the Dream Realms. A sharp light flashed across Fan Yuan's eyes. He immediately cancelled Reverse Flow Protection Seal, only using Obscured Heavenly Secret and Heavenly Web Protection Veil to forcibly endure Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's attack while rushing towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. After Fan Yuan's clone, Meng Xiuzhen, entered the Heaven Path Dream Realm, his vision changed. Shortly after, he found that he had turned into a land spirit in the shape of a pink cloth doll. Meng Xiuzhen was not surprised. He snickered and began to use his power to change and manage this blessed land in the dream. Different from Fairy Ziwei and Ying Wu Xie, Meng Xiuzhen came fully prepared. Since Fan Yuan took the initiative to make a move, he naturally made sufficient preparation. Although he could not fully understand the complexities of the Heaven Path Dream Realms with stealing Heavenly Secret, he had a clear idea of the general rules in the Dream Realms. Meng Xiuzhen tested for a while and learned the limit of his capabilities. Immortal Killer Move, Butterfly Explores Heavenly Secret. This move used Dream Path Investigative Immortal Gu Dream Butterfly as the core. It was based on exposing Heavenly Secret Killer Move, and was specifically made to be used in Heaven Path Dream Realms. It could obtain the details of the calamities and tribulations in Heaven Path Dream Realms in advance. This move was one of the preparations Fan Yuan made. After Meng Xiuzhen used this move, he knew the details of the first earthly calamity. But he was not satisfied as he used the move another 2 times, expending a lot of immortal essence to probe the types and scale of the next 2 earthly calamities. This was different from exposing Heavenly Secret. Exposing Heavenly Secret could only explore the details of the next calamity and tribulation. Moreover, the Gu cultivator could not be too far away from the next tribulation. But Butterfly Explorer's Heavenly Secret could probe the details of the next 3 calamities. Naturally, this number was related to the power of the killer move as well as the size of the Heaven Path Dream Realm. After finishing all this, Meng Xiuzhen began to manage the blessed land. There was only a rock field before him, flat and lifeless. He assembled wind and cloud to accumulate lightning and bombarded the rock field. 30% of the rock field was blasted away, the remaining portion was filled with cracks and ravines. Meng Xiuzhen stopped the lightning and began to control the strength of the land. The rock field that had lost 30% of its area was no longer as compact as before. After resisting for a while, it finally began to tremor slightly. The tremors continued to grow bigger until deep trenches formed. After the earth trenches formed, Meng Qiuzhen moved wind and clouds again, accumulating heavy clouds. But this time, he did not create lightning but heavy rain. There were very few water path Dao marks in this heaven path dream realm's blessed land, which was not favorable to Meng Qiuzhen's plan. But under Meng Qiuzhen's continuous effort, rainwater accumulated, finally overflowing out of the earth trenches and covering the rock field. After finishing all these, Meng Qiuzhen calculated the time and noticed that he had already spent a lot of time. It was nearing the first earthly calamity. He activated Create Dream Killer move to create countless firm rock spikes out of nothing. When he almost changed the whole rock field into a land of spikes, the first earthly calamity arrived. It was a desolate beast calamity. A ferocious four-armed ape intruded the blessed land. It roared as it fixed its gaze at Meng Qiuzhen and ran towards him. Meng Qiuzhen was a land spirit but had no ability to teleport, so he was chased by the four-armed ape everywhere. Looking at the four-armed ape not giving up on him and destroying countless earth spikes wherever it passed by, Meng Qiuzhen did not panic. Instead, he smiled slightly. Everything was within his plan. The four-armed ape rampaged for a while before its whole body became covered in injuries and blood. This stimulated its bestial nature. It became increasingly berserk, and its speed finally surpassed Meng Qiuzhen's. Meng Qiuzhen was already prepared. He stopped running on the ground and drilled into the earth trenches. His size was small, and although the four-armed ape was agile, it was as large as an elephant. It was stopped outside. It stretched its long arm into the earth trench, but could not grab onto Meng Qiuzhen. Meng Qiuzhen even easily experienced the power of a land spirit. In fact, this was an extremely rare and valuable experience. Gu immortals were not land spirits. They might be the owner of their immortal aperture, but their control over their own immortal aperture was far lower than land spirits, or heavenly spirits. It was like how Fan Yuan had to spread his divine sense to the whole of sovereign immortal aperture to inspect the situation. Land spirits, or heavenly spirits, were formed by Gu immortal obsessions fused with the immortal aperture's heavenly power. In this sense, land spirits and heavenly spirits were one with the immortal aperture. The Gu immortals' obsession gave them their spirituality. Land spirits and heavenly spirits had an extremely deep understanding and control over the immortal aperture. Fan Yuan had to use perceivable Dao immortal Gu or such methods to inspect the number of his Dao marks. But land spirits or heavenly spirits could easily know it. They only had to concentrate slightly, and they would know the number and distribution of the Dao marks. This chasing and escaping situation continued for several days. Meng Qiuzhen had no injuries, but the four-armed ape was heavily injured and died after exhausting all its strength. After it died, Meng Qiuzhen used wind and rain to decompose its blood and flesh, before using lightning to turn its bones into scraps. He then buried the bones underground. All the strength path Dao marks were quickly added to the blessed land. After finishing all these, Meng Qiuzhen opened his small doll palm and crushed a small rock. Meng Qiuzhen nodded with joy. The land spirit strength was connected to the heavenly power of the small world. What was the foundation of the heavenly power? It was the Dao marks in the immortal aperture. After passing the four-armed ape desolate beast earthly calamity, the blessed land's strength path Dao marks surged, which increased Meng Qiuzhen's strength. He could crush these firm rocks, which he had not been able to do earlier. Crushing the rock pieces was only a small display. Meng Qiuzhen gathered his strength and stirred the water surface, creating huge waves. Chapter 23:12. Profundity of the Heaven Path Dream Realm. Waves continued to strike the rocky land, flooding and breaking the land, including the earth spikes. Earth trenches were already submerged in water. The underwater force continued to surge and slam into the trenches, enlarging them. Faint rumbling sounds resounded in the blessed land. The rocky land started to break apart due to the continuous flood. The separated rocky land turned into 5 large islands and tens of smaller islands. Meng Qiuzhen finally relaxed after finishing this step. A sense of accomplishment rose in his heart. It was not easy to reach this stage. At first, this blessed land had the highest number of earth path Dao marks. The Dao marks of other paths were very few. The difference between the two was large, which led the terrain to become rocky. The rocky land's advantages and disadvantages were obvious. It could produce rock materials and ore mines, which were very beneficial to the rockman's habitat, but it was not beneficial for the growth of vegetation. The blessed land's terrain was not a bad thing originally. However, when Meng Qiuzhen probed the next 3 earthly calamities, the first calamity was the strength path beast calamity four-armed ferocious ape. The second calamity was a fire path calamity fire rain, and the third was a transformation path calamity flies tribulation. Meng Qiuzhen understood that this dream path blessed land's calamities and tribulations were not based on earth path. Developing an earth path did not have much prospects. Meng Qiuzhen immediately decided to remodel the terrain. After a Gu master undergoes immortal ascension, very few who would change the terrain of their immortal aperture. This step was not easy. Fortunately, this was a dream realm and Meng Qiuzhen had a land spirit's powers. He first destroyed the complete rocky land, but he could not do it perfectly because he lacked strength path down marks. Afterwards, he used his create dream killer move to create earth spikes and used earth trenches and caverns to kill the four-armed ape. This step was quite difficult. If he did not have create dream, Meng Qiuzhen would have no earth spikes. The four-armed ape would have lived for a very long period. He would need to wait for it to die of hunger before the immortal aperture blessed land could digest it slowly to obtain strength path down marks. Using the earth spikes, Meng Qiuzhen quickly got rid of the four-armed ape. But because of conflicting down marks, the blessed land could only absorb most of the strength path down marks and not all of it. Fortunately, this portion was enough. Meng Qiuzhen finally split apart the complete rock land. Next was painstaking work. Meng Qiuzhen chose a large island and began to crush the peripheral rocky land into a large amount of gravel. This was an arduous task. First, he had to accumulate lightning clouds to bombard it, then use fierce wind and water waves to erode the land. With strength path down marks, the wind and waves were much more forceful than before, but the efficiency of crushing rocks was not high. A lot of strength had to be spent for minimal results. In fact, there were a lot of good methods. For instance, using fire to heat the rock's surface, then using water to cool it immediately would disintegrate the rocks easily. But this dream realm blessed land did not have fire path down marks, which really troubled Meng Qiuzhen. What he was doing now was the same as using a knife to cut a tree. Several days passed as he continued this laborious grinding. Gravel filled the surrounding of the large island. These gravel were ground down by wind and water. They were tiny and smooth like mini cobblestones. The work on the first large island was completed. Meng Qiuzhen then worked on the second large island. Rainwater had gathered into a sea around the islands. In actuality, it could not be considered a sea, it was at most a large lake. Meng Qiuzhen did not bother to create waves normally, so the water surface was smooth as a mirror. Only when he needed to crush the firm rocks or step on water as a traveling method would he take the initiative to raise the wind and waves. This blessed land did not have space path down marks. It was not large and Meng Qiuzhen could not teleport even as a land spirit. Time passed by as the small islands were remodeled. After Meng Qiuzhen finished remodeling all the large islands and even 7-8 small islands, he welcomed the fire path calamity. Fire rain fell heavily. Every drop of fire rain was the size of a wash basin. Countless fire raindrops struck with a huge momentum. The fire rain fell on the islands. The rocky ground and gravel burned intensely. Some thin gravel even melted, turning into lava that slowly flowed towards the water. Gradually, the rock islands with towering edges began to transform under the devastating fire rain. All the peripheral areas of the islands got submerged underwater. The middle part was level with the lake surface, while the upper part was slightly higher, forming a beach made of gravel. Most of the fire rain landed on the water, creating towering steam. The vapor rose and gradually formed thick clouds that covered the whole blessed land. Meng Qiuzhen was hiding under the ground where there were dense earth path down marks, as he had the ability to move underground as a land spirit. He let the fire rain wreak havoc while occasionally keeping an eye on the rock islands. The fire rain lasted for a long time before dissipating. Meng Qiuzhen returned above ground and sensed that the temperature had risen by several times while the air was moist and hot. The whole blessed land was covered with thick clouds. As there was a large fire rain just now, the clouds looked like a burning blanket. How could it not be hot? Meng Qiuzhen used wind to blow away these clouds, which immediately cooled the atmosphere. However, shortly after, steam condensed in the sky again, forming light clouds. It would probably form back into the thick cloud layer after some time. Meng Qiuzhen immediately realized that the fire path calamity brought a large number of fire path down marks. He needed to restrain most of the fire path down marks, and could let them interfere with his arrangements. If there is a large number of light path down marks, I can gather most of the fire path down marks into an artificial sundae. Meng Qiuzhen felt some pity. This dream realm blessed land had light path down marks, but they were so few that the blessed land had always been dimly lit. The plan to create a sun was not possible, but Meng Qiuzhen had other methods. Immediately, he activated Create Dream Killer move, and after going through 10 or so procedures, most of the Fire Path Dao marks were gathered in the depths of the roots of the large islands. Fire Path Dao marks were restrained by the even denser Earth Path Dao marks, forming magma inside the large islands. Outside of the islands, the temperature fell down rapidly because of the decrease in Fire Path Dao marks. The light clouds that were floating in the sky would no longer accumulate by itself. There is no artificial sun, so there won't be hot weather, but with magma, there is geothermal energy which can be used similarly. As long as Meng Qiuzhen used the Strength Path Dao marks, he could trigger a reaction to turn the large islands into live volcanoes that shoot out chi currents before exploding with flowing lava and a large amount of ash. Meng Qiuzhen's mind jolted as he had a sudden realization. My blessed land does not have Chi Path Dao marks or Sound Path Dao marks, but when the volcanoes erupt, they will shoot out chi currents and create loud explosions. Previously, the fire rain hit the lake and created steam clouds, but there were no Cloud Path Dao marks here. This is probably the origin of the ability to mimic other paths. When a Gu cultivator cultivates a path to a certain level, they can imitate the power of other paths and reach a comprehensive balance. For instance, the Wood Path Killer move Fleeting Bloom imitated the power of Time Path. Baixiang Killer move belonged to Ice and Snow Path but had Transformation Path power. Stone Throw Inquiry Killer move was an Earth Path move but had Information Path effect. After comprehending this truth, a portion of the true meaning of this dream realm was absorbed by Meng Qiuzhen. His Heaven Path attainment level increased slightly, which synchronized with the main body and other clones. Meng Qiuzhen inspected himself, and found that although he had become a land spirit, he could not completely control the Dao marks of every path. Land spirits controlled heavenly power but were only a portion of the immortal aperture's accumulation. For instance, Meng Qiuzhen went to painstaking efforts to crush the rocks. It was in essence loosening a lump of Earth Path Dao marks and separating them. If Meng Qiuzhen had full control over Earth Path Dao marks, he could turn the firm rocks into sand with just a thought. Land spirits controlled heavenly power, but their usage of it was only at the superficial level. Moreover, he had to use wind, water, and other forces to crush the rocks. So how could he deepen this control? More specifically speaking, how could he turn the firm rocks into sand? Meng Qiuzhen immediately thought of Turn Sand Gu. This Gu could turn earth and rocks into fine sand. He then thought of many killer moves of different paths that could turn the rocks into sand. In an instant, Meng Qiuzhen's perception of killer moves and Gu worms became different. He could not put it in words or explain it. These insights accumulated in his mind and were slightly inferior to the previous comprehension. Only a thorough comprehension would increase his Heaven Path attainment level. Heaven Path Dream Realms were different from the past Dream Realms. To absorb the true meaning in the Heaven Path Dream Realms, one had to develop the Dream Realm Blessed Land while also comprehending the truth of the operations of heaven and earth. This made it difficult. When Fan Yuan explored Human Path Dream Realms, the new theory of Feng Jin Huang, it can be of any path as long as it is a human dream. He only needed to explore them to a certain degree to raise his attainment levels. Exploration of Heaven Path Dream Realms only maintained a close connection between the person and the Heaven Path true meaning. This link needed to be comprehended to raise the attainment level. After all, there is a thin line separating the Heaven Path Dream Realm and the human. Just as Meng Qiuzhen was thinking, the world turned upside down. The whole blessed land shook intensely and turned upside down. The lake overturned and gushed backwards while the islands flew and crashed with each other. What? What's going on? Meng Qiuzhen's expression changed. The suddenly disorder in the dream realm gave him a huge pressure. Meng Qiuzhen quickly activated dream armor to protect himself. Fortunately, the dream realm's shaking only lasted for a while before calming. Meng Qiuzhen's expression was pale. It was very fortunate that he had Dream Armor Gu and he chose to explore a mid-size Heaven Path Dream Realm instead of being greedy. If not for this, he would have died in this calamity. This is not a development of the Heaven Path Dream Realm but an interference from the outside world. It is probably a venerable who made the move. Meng Qiuzhen thought as he looked at the ruins in front of him, smiling bitterly at the scene of the disorderly blessed land. His hard work and effort were all wasted. If this attack occurs few times more, I won't be able to continue exploring. The calamities and tribulations will become increasingly strong. Sigh, hopefully, my main body can protect me. Chapter 23:13. Heavenly Ghost Concealment. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's killer move was called Chaotic Intent Dispels Dream. It was a Wisdom Path killer move but included a large number of Dream Path mortal goo to imitate the power of Dream Path. It could influence dream realms. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable deduced this move to counter Fan Yuan's dream realm methods. In the past, Fan Yuan had self-detonated pure dream reality seeker bodies to create dream realms and battles, and with most methods in the world being ineffective against dream realms, Fan Yuan was able to succeed time and again. Afterwards, when Fan Yuan wanted to collect these dream realms, he would use pure dream reality seeker transformation killer move to transform the dream realms into clones and take them away. But this situation could not happen after Chaotic Intent Dispels Dream killer move was used. The Dream Path mortal goo in Chaotic Intent Dispels Dream only had the function of a key. The true method was still Wisdom Path. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used the Wisdom Path method to disturb the will and emotions contained in the dream realm to make them chaotic. Whether it be the Human Path Dream Realms or Heaven Path Dream Realms, they contained human wills and emotions, or Heaven's will. When these wills and emotions turned chaotic, dream realms, especially the orderly dream realms, would lose their order and turn chaotic. The goo cultivator who was exploring the dream realm would be met with calamity like a fish that entered water which had started to boil. Once the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were struck by this move, their stable human bodies would turn back into dream realms. Their human wills, emotions, and so on would turn disorderly along with the dream realms and be unable to think. Meng Qiuzhen who entered with his body and soul would be torn into pieces by the chaotic dream realm as time passed. Fortunately, Fan Yuan stopped this in time. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was forced to stop the move which allowed Meng Qiuzhen to escape disaster. As for the efforts in remodeling the dream realm blessed land turning to waste, they were already minor details. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable flew back while avoiding Fan Yuan's attacks and observing the Heaven Path Dream Realm. When she saw the Heaven Path Dream Realm that swallowed Meng Qiuzhen returning to its previous self and not having any other abnormal changes, she knew Meng Qiuzhen was still alive. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed inwardly. Deducing this Chaotic Intent Dispels Dream was already the limit of her ability. It was because Dream Path restricted her. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was almost a blank slate in Dream Path. She also did not have any Dream Path Immortal goo and had to use a large number of Dream Path Mortal goo as replacement. She fully relied on her terrifying Wisdom Path Foundation to raise the killer move to rank 8 level. She wanted to do more but she was powerless. This was the reason she could not save Fairy Ziwei and Ying Wuxie who were trapped in Heaven Path Dream Realms. At most, she could use this killer move to kill them. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable needed a living spectral soul clone. There was no meaning in killing him. She, however, wanted to kill Meng Qiuzhen. But Chaotic Intent Dispels Dreams activation needed to be maintained. If she was disturbed by Fan Yuan in this process, she would suffer a backlash which was dangerous. Fan Yuan attacked intensely. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method made him anxious. He could only observe closely and not give her any chance to continue activating the killer move. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable attacked crazily from the side. Fan Yuan's attention was mainly on Star Constellation Immortal Venerable so he could only try to dodge Giant Sun's attacks. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was aggressive and had plenty of battle experience. Most of his attacks still landed on Fan Yuan's body. Fan Yuan had reverse flow protection seal but Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's lingering scrap luck was too troublesome so he cancelled the move and relied on Heavenly Web Protection Veil to defend himself. This was a genuine rank 9 killer move with the amplification of Fan Yuan's Heaven Path Dao marks. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's attacks did not achieve anything. No matter how mysterious and ingenious or grand and majestic Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's attacks were, they were treated as non-existent when they struck Fan Yuan. What kind of defensive method is this? The more Giant Sun Immortal Venerable fought, the more shaken he was. Even his face started to shake. The tighter Fan Yuan's defense was, the more Giant Sun Immortal Venerable wanted to see through him. But Obscured Heavenly Secret had merged with Heavenly Web Protection Veil. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's investigative methods were all thwarted by Obscured Heavenly Secret. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could not see through him. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the same. The two Venerables felt increasingly suspicious. Fan Yuan was defending against Star Constellation Immortal Venerable while transmitting his voice to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to help him and attack Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, emphasizing on Heavenly Court's strength. Moreover, he promised Giant Sun Immortal Venerable that if he did this, he would innovate even more Blood Path Immortal Goo and Blood Path research results. He would give them to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable immediately felt much better. If Fan Yuan was making such a big concession, it meant he probably could not hold on for long. But his attacks became even stronger as he transmitted his voice. Fan Yuan, you are too modest. You are probably the strongest among us three venerables currently. Not to mention anything else, just your defensive method actually made us helpless. Fan Yuan quickly said. This killer move uses secluded domain of heaven and earth, city well, as the core. Giant Sun, you have no rank 9 killer move currently. How can you break it? Since you can't break it, why make things difficult for me and let Star Constellation Immortal Venerable obtain the biggest benefits? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable slowed down his attacks. In his mind he thought, Fan Yuan is doing his best to convince me, and speaking so submissively, he may really be at his limit. He has the least immortal essence. His killer moves are so terrifying, how can they not expend a lot of immortal essence? I will slow down my attacks and let him catch a breather so he can continue this battle of attrition with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. As for the Heaven Path Dream Realms, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable almost succeeded just earlier. How can Fan Yuan absorb so many Heaven Path Dream Realms in a short time? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable saw Giant Sun Immortal Venerable slowing his attacks. She immediately had a bad feeling and inwardly cursed Giant Sun while transmitting her voice to him. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable told Giant Sun that attainment levels were the most difficult to progress in, since Fan Yuan was so determined on developing in Heaven Path. These Heaven Path dreams were of huge help to him. How could they watch as he succeeds? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable made a perfunctory reply. The fight of the three venerables continued in a stalemate. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable continued to persuade. Giant Sun, look at Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. His situation is the worst but is already fighting me to a draw. What will happen if he has enough immortal essence in the future? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable sighed as he replied. What you say makes sense. But... He sighed again as he hesitated to speak. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyelids twitched slightly. She knew she had to give benefits to make Giant Sun Immortal Venerable take action. She did not hesitate as she immediately handed many Blood Path research results to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable through Treasure Yellow Heaven. After obtaining the benefits, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable attacked Fan Yuan madly once again. Fan Yuan sighed inwardly. He knew that the strength he exposed had already touched the bottom line of the two venerables. If he crossed it by even a little, the two venerables would ally even more closely. This would incur an unfavorable loss. Immediately, Fan Yuan shouted loudly, "You guys force me." The moment he finished speaking, he activated a killer move, turning into a spiral light rainbow that zoomed past the battlefield. The two venerables were stunned before their expressions changed. They understood Fan Yuan's evil intention as they quickly used their methods to obstruct the spiral rainbow. The two venerables lacked tacit coordination. They attacked at the same time, which instead left Fan Yuan unharmed. Fan Yuan did not receive any attacks. He immediately retreated and pulled apart some distance from the two venerables before using a killer move to fly out of the battlefield. The two venerables could only try to obstruct him again. This time, they communicated with each other, and there was no loophole like before. But like this, Fan Yuan had the initiative instead. The two venerables felt stifled as Fan Yuan was headed towards Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. In the fight of the three venerables, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's inactivity was a good thing to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Fan Yuan had evil intentions. He wanted to anger this venerable and bring him over to create chaos while he looked to gain benefits. The confrontation lasted for a while, but the two venerables could not stop him every time. Eventually, Fan Yuan managed to hit Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had lost his rationality. He was a venerable but was closer to being a soul beast. After being angered, he immediately charged into the battlefield of the three venerables. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could only helplessly face him. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not care who was who. Anyone that was before him needed to be dealt with. Over this period, his strength had increased by a lot, and was no longer in the previously weak state. The three venerables needed to be much more careful than before when fighting Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul's attacks were grand and ferocious. He even activated killer moves from time to time. The three venerables did not want to provoke this lunatic. They had to fight each other as well. In short, the situation was extremely chaotic. The chaotic battlefield was the most beneficial to Fan Yuan as he could finally take a breather. If the previous situation continued, his obscured heavenly secret would not have been able to last for long. Immediately, he took advantage of the chaos to activate obscured heavenly secret twice on himself without leaking even a trace of their aura. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable kept on planning and finally grasped the chance, luring Spectral Soul Demon Venerable into the group of Heaven Path Dream Realms. But the Heaven Path Dream Realms did not do anything to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, thwarting Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's plan. The four Venerables fought amidst the Heaven Path Dream Realms. As long as it was not a Dream Path killer move, even Venerable killer moves could not harm the Heaven Path Dream Realms. The Heaven Path Dream Realms did not attack Spectral Soul Demon Venerable but attacked the other three Venerables. At the same time, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable joined hands to attack Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan needed to attack Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and continue pressuring her to stop her from harming his clone Ming Qiuzhen. As for Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, he attacked no matter who it was. The Heaven Path Dream Realms were not an exception, but his attacks were ineffective on them. This chaotic scene lasted for 15 minutes. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gradually gained an upper hand. She was a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal who was proficient in planning. A chaotic situation meant she had much more factors to calculate. When she started adapting and was clear of various factors, she could make use of the surrounding environment easily. Discovering that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had repeatedly used the surrounding Heaven Path Dream Realms, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, or Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to stop him, Fan Yuan knew it was time to use another trump card. Immortal killer move, Heavenly Ghost Concealment. At the next moment, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable directly ignored Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan openly moved past Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's countless hands and reached Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. A fierce killer move dealt a huge blow to the unprepared Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Fan Yuan, you? Fan Yuan, impressive, so that was it. Star Constellation and Giant Sun were shaken. Chapter 23:14. I reside in all living beings in heaven and earth. Among the many modified killer moves, Heavenly Ghost Concealment was actually the first to be completed. Since the battle in Crazed Demon Cave where Fan Yuan's ghostly concealment was restrained, Fan Yuan had the thought of modifying it. When his Heaven Path attainment level rose rapidly and had stealing Heavenly Secret killer move, he modified Ghostly Concealment into Heavenly Ghost Concealment. Ghostly Concealment killer move itself was at rank 9, so there was not much improvement. But after adding in Heaven Path Goo Worms, the previous targeted methods against Ghostly Concealment became ineffective. At this time, Fan Yuan's body was covered by a layer of dark translucent armor, and a pale white bone mask covered his face. It was the manifestation of Heavenly Ghost Concealment killer move. Different from obscured Heavenly Secret, Heavenly Ghost Concealment's aura was surging, but it seemed to be completely non-existent to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable used many methods in a row, but they were all ineffective towards Fan Yuan's Heavenly Ghost Concealment. This is a Heaven Path method which shows Fan Yuan has talents and attainment in this path. Giant Sun, are you still going to watch as Fan Yuan gains these Heaven Path Dream Realms and let him gain a boost of strength? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used this chance to persuade Giant Sun and strengthen his wariness towards Fan Yuan. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable heaved a sigh. Fan Yuan can cultivate all paths. Once he succeeds in cultivating Heaven Path, it will form a mystical connection with other paths, and his gains will be inestimable. He was persuaded by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and increased the power of his attacks. Despite this, Fan Yuan's situation had turned better. He fought while moving around Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, his main target still Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Immortal Killer Move, 7 Kills Rainbow. This compound killer move was used by Fan Yuan repeatedly to disturb Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable tried to use Chaotic Intent Dispel's Dream Killer move again and again. Sometimes, she would have just finished preparing the move when Fan Yuan caught up to her, and sometimes, she just activated it but had to cancel it to cope with Fan Yuan's attacks. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable attacked Fan Yuan, but Fan Yuan stayed close to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, and dodged slightly to let Spectral Soul Demon Venerable take the attacks. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable took on the attacks and became more furious, going on full offensive. He saw Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable as a thorn in his eyes, but ignored Fan Yuan, who was using him. After this stalemate lasted for a long time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable decisively changed the strategy. She made Giant Sun Immortal Venerable protect her while she looked for a chance to use her killer move. Fan Yuan's expression shook slightly. As the battle continued, these two venerables' cooperation became even deeper. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable roared as he attacked Star Constellation Immortal Venerable with his countless giant arms. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable gave a shout as he blocked in front of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Vast golden fog appeared and covered most of the battlefield. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's countless hands slammed into the golden fog and rummaged through them. The golden fog continued to dissipate but was quickly replenished. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had lost his senses. He should have used a killer move at this moment to break through the defense quickly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took advantage of this point. Even if Spectral Soul Demon Venerable used a killer move, it might not be the correct choice. Fan Yuan heaved a sigh. He had no choice but to use another card. Immortal Killer Move, Arrival of Dragon Snake with Dust Fog and Explosive Soul Wind. Fan Yuan pointed at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable immediately wailed mournfully. 100 of his large black arms suddenly twisted and turned into dragons and snakes that breathed out dust and dense fog. They then exploded, forming countless wind blades that destroyed Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's golden fog. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable coughed out a huge mouthful of blood. His defensive method was broken, and he suffered a backlash. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was also caught in the move, and the chaotic intent dispels dream that was activated for a few breaths of time was forced to stop. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable howled and roared in anger as he charged towards the two venerables. Fan Yuan was hidden by Heavenly Ghost Concealment. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable thought the two venerables had attacked instead. A new killer move again! This aura. The core is definitely the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Luo Pavali. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable grabbed his chest as he healed his injuries while avoiding Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's ghost hands. How many killer moves of this level did he deduce? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gritted her teeth. Her eyes flickered with starlight as she wanted to see through Fan Yuan. But Fan Yuan was still protected by obscured heavenly secret. She could not see through him no matter what she did. After Fan Yuan used this move, he looked exhausted and attacked less, as if he had expended a lot of immortal essence. He could not use Shocking Departure of Your Dream Wave and Dang Hun Sound because the rank 7 dream armor was given to Meng Qiuzhen. Arrival of Dragon Snake with Dust Fog and Explosive Soul Wind was quite good. But because it was a compound killer move, involving many paths and goo worms, Fan Yuan's thoughts were almost emptied. After all, he had to continue maintaining rank 9 killer moves, Heavenly Web Protection Veil and Heavenly Ghost Concealment. Fortunately, rank 9 obscured Heavenly Secret Killer move did not need him to pay attention to it at all times. One of the disadvantages of compound killer moves was that they expended too much thoughts. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made a clever adjustment but still failed. Meng Qiuzhen continued to explore the dream realm, providing constant benefits to Fan Yuan's main body. Although Fan Yuan's attacks decreased visibly, he used Arrival of Dragon Snake with Dust Fog and Explosive Soul Wind to repel and suppress the two venerables. Spectral Heaven had just formed, the heavenly wind chi wall was not thick enough, and there were no clouds. The 5 regions Gu Immortals could observe the battle easily. Looking at Fan Yuan gaining the upper hand, many Gu Immortals of Central Continent and Northern Plains were shocked and worried. Some cursed Fan Yuan for his shamelessness, some prayed for the righteous path, while some were shaken by the demonic might. Their face turned deathly pale. As for the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals, joy showed on their faces. Damn it, if my Blood Sea was completed and I had a Blood Path killer move of such a level, why would I fear Fan Yuan's methods? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable gritted his teeth. His stifled emotions accumulated to the limit, finally making him use his full strength. Luck Path killer move, I reside in all living beings in heaven and earth. After Giant Sun Immortal Venerable activated this move, a giant pillar of light formed immediately. The light pillar was dazzlingly golden and stood majestically between heaven and earth. It was tens of thousands of feet tall and was very thick. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable stood inside the golden light pillar. His 2 hands and legs were spread apart to the sides. His hair fluttered, his face distorted ferociously as he screamed. Veins bulged over his whole body as if he was in extreme pain. When the killer move was activated, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's attacks were all blocked by the Golden Light Pillar. Fan Yuan tried to attack but found that if he attacked the Golden Light Pillar once, his luck would shake and even showed a sign of being absorbed by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Fan Yuan made a wise decision to stop his action. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, what did you do? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expression was unsightly as well. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's move was too powerful and even influenced her. The Golden Light Pillar lasted for a short 9 breaths of time before stopping abruptly and dissipating. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's body was covered in a layer of golden radiance. His muscles were bulging, his golden hair fluttered wildly, his entire body seemed to have expanded. He looked towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The sharp gaze made even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable narrow her eyes. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable mumbled, "Star Constellation, do not worry. This move's range covers the entire 5 regions, there was no way to avoid you." Spectral Soul Demon Venerable roared, raising terrifying black fog that covered the sky. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable shouted and breathed out fiercely, forming a boundless hurricane. The hurricane swept everything, pushing aside the black fog, revealing hundreds of thousands of tadpole-like soul balls. The soul balls exploded around Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable snorted in disdain. That faint golden light barrier was not even the least bit damaged. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's countless hands attacked. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable met the attacks with just fists and kicks. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's ghost hands and dark arms were like eggs thrown at a rock. After the collision, countless golden light specks drilled into the dark arms then shot out, exploding the dark arms. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable began to counterattack. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was immediately suppressed. No matter how madly he counterattacked, he was attacked even more ruthlessly by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Fan Yuan fought with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and found that Giant Sun had gotten a comprehensive boost in offense, defense, movement, and healing. Fan Yuan was also suppressed, but he gradually saw some details. This move is probably forcibly extracting external luck and enforcing it on his body. But how large is the range of this move? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's conversation with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable just earlier was done through voice transmission. Fan Yuan did not know this move's range was so shocking large that it covered the entire 5 regions. This move had an even deeper profundity. It could influence heaven and earth luck, as well as all living beings' luck, making all the luck revolve around Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. The killer move was called "I reside in all living beings in heaven and earth." It truly lived up to its name. Fan Yuan had Cooking Luck Pot and Heavenly Web Protection Veil. His luck was not influenced by this move. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's defensive methods against Luck Path were broken by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and rendered useless. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not express anything for the moment. After all, the urgent thing was to deal with Fan Yuan and kill Meng Qiuzhen. After activating the killer move, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck rose to an unprecedented level. Adding on his combat system, his strength received a terrifying all-round amplification. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was lacking rationality. After attacking madly for a while, he actually showed signs of defeat. Fan Yuan was not well off either, but he was still concentrating on Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. In fact, whether Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was strong or not was not crucial. As long as there was no restriction from a battlefield killer move, Fan Yuan was free to advance and retreat. In Fan Yuan's opinion, the key factor was still Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He shouted towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable openly and not through voice transmission. "Star Constellation, you have a good plan to make me and Giant Sun expend our immortal essence while you stall for time. Can your method even destroy my Dream Path clone?" Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sneered. "If that's what you think, how about letting me have a try?" Fan Yuan replied calmly. "Star Constellation, you are still the more skillful one. You saw through my cautious mind and that I won't dare to take a risk in this matter. In that case, I have no choice but to resort to other methods." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable were immediately vigilant. Since the start, the killer moves Fan Yuan revealed were extremely shocking and powerful. Especially his defensive method, the two Venerables were still unable to see through it. The two Venerables were paying close attention for a while but did not see Fan Yuan using any more methods. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable chuckled. "Fan Yuan, just a verbal threat does not mean anything. Fan Yuan laughed heartily. I have used this method long ago. Speaking of it, star constellation star array calculation formation is really vast and amazing. Such a pity, it is such a pity, it was constructed in a hurry and is going to be destroyed just as quickly as well. Star constellation Immortal Venerable immediately frowned. At the same time, Central Continent. Outside of the star array calculation formation, Qi Si Ancestor appeared. Rumble. His Qi Path Killer move activated. At the next moment, heaven and earth shook as boundless Qi surged and pressed down on the star array calculation formation. Chapter 23:15. Nothing is certain except success. Ever since the sun was destroyed, 5 regions and 2 heavens fell into deep darkness. Spectral soul demon Venerable, who was burning with blue, eerie fire, could never replace the sun. Because what he gave the world were not vitality and warmth, but coldness and killing intent. In this darkness, the countless stars shining in the sky of Central Continent became a consolation for the mortals. However, right now, these dazzling starlights were being attacked. Vast and surging Qi currents submerged the boundless starlight. Qi Si Ancestor waved his sleeves as he slowly flew in the air and continued his attacks with an indifferent expression. He was one of the arrangements Fan Yuan made when he deployed troops before. Right now, he immediately acted after receiving the main body's message. The space inside star array calculation formation was in an uproar. There were many Gu immortals stationed here. Star constellation Immortal Venerable arranged many Gu immortals here because star array calculation formation was fragile. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was aware that star array calculation formation, which was constructed in just a short period, was heavenly quartz weakness and would become other venerables' target. So she also left embroidered tower and star constellation chessboard in this formation. Qi Si Ancestor appeared. At the northeast side, he extinguished 3,871 stars with one move. Urgent report. Fan Yuan's enslavement path clone Wu Shuai appeared at the northwest side and destroyed 2,664 stars. Star constellations will inside embroidered tower was just about to send orders when the whole formation space shook fiercely. She then heard the Gu immortals in charge of information shout in panic. Jean Budu appeared. He is attacking from the south and is coming straight towards us. Jean Budu? Star constellations will immediately controlled her thoughts to take a look through the star array calculation formation. She saw a bright-looking young man wearing a large blood-red cape. His momentum was like a tiger coming out of the mountain or a mad dragon descending upon the world. His attacks produced explosive sounds as he moved forward. Star constellations will sighed. There were already clues from Fan Clan's situation about Fan Yuan being able to revive Gu immortals. Jean Budu's revival did not surprise star constellations will. But she was a bit troubled in this situation. Qi Si Ancestor and Jean Budu had pseudo-venerable battle strength while Wu Shuai was a peak rank 8 expert. In this aspect, Heavenly Court lacked elite experts that could match them. Qin Chou could be considered one but was guarding Divine Emperor City at this moment. Based on strategical importance, Divine Emperor City was much more important than star array calculation formation. As for Qin Dingling, Che Wei, and the rest, they were experts among rank 8s but were still lacking compared to Qi Si and Jean Budu. Fan Yuan can revive Gu immortals while preserving their cultivation level. If so, where are his variant human rank 8 subordinates hiding now? The situation was not clear. Star constellations will decided to play it safe and prioritize defending star array calculation formation. Star constellations will personally control star array calculation formation. In an instant, dazzling starlight shone. Qi Si Ancestor and Wu Shuai had to close their eyes and use investigative killer moves. Only Jean Budu, who had a very strong body, opened his eyes wide without any worries. Starlight dimmed quickly. Qi Si Ancestor, Wu Shuai, and Jean Budu's vision changed suddenly. They found themselves on a large chessboard. This is star constellation chessboard? Humph! This star array calculation formation and star constellation chessboard can mutually support each other. Not only this, it probably has embroidered tower's help as well. Fan Yuan's 3 clones conversed secretly while attacking madly. Explosions rang, star array calculation formation shook intensely, but it was able to barely hold on with the help of embroidered tower and star constellation chessboard. This is not good. If the situation falls into a stalemate, how can we help our main body pressure star constellation Immortal Venerable? Qi Si Ancestor's heart sank slightly. The other 2 knew this was not good and strengthened their attacks. Spectral Heaven. The fight of the four venerables was continuing. Fan Yuan's clones made a move but were blocked by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's arrangements. However, Fan Yuan's situation was improving quickly. His situation was troubling earlier because Giant Sun Immortal Venerable used his full strength. But the situation was changing now because of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable as well. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's battle strength was falling constantly. Although the killer move, I reside in all living beings in heaven and earth, was very strong, it forcibly extracted external luck. It was like a rootless tree or a sourceless body of water. The more it was used, the less would remain. Not only this, when the effect of this move dissipate completely, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck would fall into a weakened state which would last for a while before it goes back to normal. The news of star array calculation formation being attacked was already known by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable at the very first moment. But she could not go back to reinforce it. The moment she did that, she would fall into Fan Yuan's trap. At that time, why would Giant Sun Immortal Venerable be willing to fight against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Fan Yuan alone? If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable blindly cared about Heavenly Court's benefits, it would definitely put a crack in the two Venerables' alliance. After all, Giant Sun was not a Heavenly Court Venerable, he did not share the same sentiments as Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. This alliance was just because of the situation. In fact, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable suspected that if she were to go back to reinforce Central Continent, Fan Yuan would give chase. Among the Venerables, only Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could pose a threat to Ming Qiuzhen. Fan Yuan would directly bring the battlefield to Central Continent, which was even more harmful to Central Continent. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable defended against Fan Yuan's constant interference while inwardly sighing at his craftiness and understanding of the human heart, choosing a perfect time for his clones to make a move. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also tried using other killer moves to attack Fan Yuan. Although Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was strong, he had lost his senses and was only an annoyance. Fan Yuan was still the crucial factor, and the biggest threat. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's constant attempts showed no visible effects. Fan Yuan used Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to protect himself. His battle tactic was shallow, but it had an excellent effect. The four Venerables' chaotic battle lasted for a while longer. Seeing that I reside in all living beings and heaven and earth killer move was decreasing in effect, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had no choice but to activate this move again. In an instant, Golden Light Pillar appeared once again. It spanned across heaven and earth, it was grand, magnificent, and extremely dazzling. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck strengthened once again, and his battle strength rose to the previous state. I reside in all living beings and heaven and earth killer move could be used continuously, but its after effects would increase subsequently. Right now, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was in a position from which he could not retreat. His whole combat system was based on his positive luck. If his luck was low, his battle strength would reduce significantly. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable naturally did not want to reveal the flaw of this move when he was using it for the first time. Fan Yuan saw Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's aura rising again. He immediately retreated and used Spectral Soul Demon Venerable as a shield to block the attacks. Giant Sun Immortal Venerables clenched his teeth in hatred as he saw Fan Yuan's action. He knew that if he did not do something, the previous situation would replay, so he immediately used another trump card. Luck Path Killer Move, nothing is certain except success. Golden light flickered on Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's body. The golden light slowly rose above his head and turned into an amber jade sphere. The Amber Jade Sphere's aura was extremely powerful. Even Fan Yuan and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable felt their hearts palpitate. Next, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable gave a low shout and fiercely struck the Amber Jade Sphere with his head. The Amber Jade Sphere shot off towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan knew how terrifying this move was when he saw that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's surging luck had mostly dissipated and nearly went back to its original state. He could not immediately decipher the profundities in this move, so he did not take this move head-on, instead dodging behind Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had no fear as he swatted the Amber Jade Sphere far away with one hand. The Amber Jade Sphere was like a ball that directly fell from spectral heaven. What? Fan Yuan and Star Constellation were slightly astonished. This move had such a terrifying aura, but it was actually suppressed so easily. Giant Sunday! Star Constellation Immortal Venerable directly expressed her concern. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable smiled, replying confidently, Star Constellation, please watch. This move is extraordinarily profound. It is created using self-luck, all living beings' luck, and heaven and earth luck. It is not restricted by the usual concept of offense and defense but uses the variables in heaven and earth and all living beings to form a result that will astonish both of us. It is just that this move needs some time to show its power. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable heard this reply and immediately asked the crucial question. Then how long does it need to show an effect? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's expression stiffened. The time is not fixed. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable continued. This move has already been used, you don't need to worry about it. Why don't you attack Fang Yuan with me? He then pounced at Fang Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable glanced at the Amber Jade Sphere before coordinating with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable as they flew around Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and attacked Fang Yuan. The Amber Jade Sphere encountered a large soul beast army on its descent. After piercing through hundreds of soul beasts, its aura fell by 10%, and its direction also changed slightly. It continued to fall, its aura dropping by another 10% as it pierced through the heavenly wind chi wall. After it reached the sky of Central Continent, it directly shot into Star Array Calculation Formation. Star Constellations was controlling Star Constellation Chessboard and Star Array Calculation Formation to deal with Fang Yuan's 3 clones. The two sides were still in a stalemate when suddenly, the Luck Path Killer move that looked like an amber egg intruded the inside of the starry chessboard. What is this? Chi-Si Ancestor and the group were immediately vigilant. Oh no. Star Constellations' expression changed intensely. Be it Star Array Calculation Formation or Star Constellation Chessboard, they were both wisdom path methods characterized by delicate and complicated calculations. But the Amber Jade Sphere was the congregation of Luck Path, it was a huge variable. The Amber Jade Sphere entered Star Constellation Chessboard and immediately disturbed the whole battlefield. It continuously absorbed and repelled all kinds of arrangements made by Star Constellation's will, making everything turn chaotic. Star Constellations quickly tried to suppress the variables and maintain the battlefield, but she could not avoid showing certain loopholes as a result. Fang Yuan's 3 clones were joyous and immediately grabbed this chance to attack the loopholes. A while later, there was a huge explosion. The vision of Fang Yuan's clones changed suddenly as they reappeared in the sky above Central Continent. A small portion of Star Constellation Chessboard was destroyed and Star Constellations immediately stored it in Embroidered Tower. Chapter 23:16. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's explanation. Spectral Heaven Battlefield. Boom! 7 kills Rainbow attacked, while starlight shone around Star Constellation Immortal Venerable as she dodged. She was about to counterattack, when she saw Fang Yuan hiding beside Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Since the battle started, this situation had already occurred about 100 times. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was no longer as peeved as she was at first. She looked at Giant Sun Immortal Venerable being attacked by hundreds of Spectral Soul's giant hands and activated a killer move, destroying tens of black hands rapidly. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable used the chance to get past the encirclement of the giant hands. Being suddenly attacked, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable changed his target to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation, lure the attention of Spectral Soul while I go and capture Fang Yuan. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable said quickly when he saw this. He then turned into golden light that moved rapidly past Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and towards Fang Yuan. However, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. She did not stay to stall Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, leaving a star avatar while her true body retreated. The star avatar was instantly destroyed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He then turned around and attacked Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was entrapped once again, and quickly transmitted his voice to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable with some doubts. Star Constellation, what are you doing? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable directly gave Giant Sun Immortal Venerable the details of what happened in the Star Array Calculation Formation. She questioned. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, how do you explain this? This. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable laughed awkwardly as he realized what happened. Have you heard of the luck path theory, that luck turns better after hitting rock bottom and that fortune and misfortune coexist? This luck path killer move works like that. After it is activated, I lose all control over it. I have no idea how it will work and what effect it will show. The Star Array Calculation Formation is not destroyed, this is only a small mishap. Good luck comes after bad luck. This mishap will create a huge fortune in the near future. We should be expectant. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sneered. Using my mishap to exchange for your fortune? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, is this what you are saying? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable choked on his words and could only say, I will compensate you for all the direct losses, but how about we discuss the specific amount after the fight? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable nodded at Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and continued to fight alongside him. She chose to believe Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. In her opinion, although Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's standpoint was different from Heavenly Court, he placed great importance on family and had clear morals. He cherished his descendants and was very protective of them. There was a clear difference between him and Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had no limits and needed to be guarded against. His promises could not be trusted. But Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's words were believable to a degree. Especially when this compensation was not the important thing. Naturally, the important thing was that in this situation, a single Venerable would not be able to deal with Fang Yuan. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not stand by and watch Fang Yuan absorb all the Heaven Path Dream Realms. At the Star Array Calculation Formation, Qi Ancestor stirred up countless Qi currents that were hard to block. Zhan Budu charged forward like a dragon, and no one was able to stop him. Wu Shuai controlled countless ants to infiltrate and tear the whole Star Array Calculation Formation apart. Inside Embroidered Tower, Star Constellations will did everything to repair Star Constellation chessboard, while controlling Embroidered Tower to help the Star Array Calculation Formation. The Star Array Calculation Formation had very low offensive and defensive capabilities. If not for this, Giant Sun and Fang Yuan would not have stayed still as Star Constellation Immortal Venerable constructed such a formation. Despite the help of Embroidered Tower and having the Gu Immortals inside the formation space do their best to control and repair it, the Star Array Calculation Formation was still crumbling under the fierce attacks of Fang Yuan's 3 clones. Finally, several formation cores were exposed. These formation cores have immortal Gu. They are quite mysterious, my ants cannot infiltrate them. Wu Shuai transmitted his voice. Qi Ancestor and Zhan Budu each made an attempt but failed as well. These formation cores were covered in starlight, and it was hard to tell if they were real or fake. The attacks of Fang Yuan's clones had no effect and only shook the starlight intensely. This probably is a phantom path method. I can't do anything. Zhan Budu shrugged. He mainly relied on incomplete freedom transformation, so he was strong in charging and breaking enemy formations, but was not good at other aspects. Qi Ancestor frowned. At this difficult time, he glanced at the Amber Jade Sphere. After this Amber Jade Sphere damaged Star Constellation chessboard, its aura and radiance had dimmed by a lot, its size shrank by 60%, leaving only 20% of its initial size. How about we make use of this yellow egg killer move from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable? Qi Ancestor had already obtained the information from the main body. He communicated with the other 2 clones and arranged a battle tactic. Zhan Budu and Wu Shuai lured the attention of Star Constellation's will, while Qi Ancestor used his Qi Path Giant Hand to grab the Amber Jade Sphere and throw it towards the nearest formation core. Black Heaven Temple's Gu Immortal Shang-Ji was in charge of this formation core. He saw the Amber Jade Sphere approaching the formation core and quickly called for help. Star Constellations will notice this and immediately made a move. Embroidered Tower shot out countless Dao marks at the Amber Jade Sphere, deviating its path away from the formation core, causing it to stop nearby. The Gu worms near the formation core were affected by the Amber Jade Sphere and turned chaotic. Zhang Ji was just about to suppress this emerging problem when Fang Yuan's 3 clones started attacking wantonly. Embroidered Tower tried to defend with all its strength, but the turbulence still affected other Gu worms. Originally, whether these mortal Gu died or destabilized would not have been an issue. As long as the immortal Gu in the formation core was safe, it was okay to just replace the mortal Gu that were lost. But the actual situation was different. The destabilization and destruction of the surrounding mortal Gu formed minor variables that accumulated rapidly, until they threatened the immortal Gu in the formation core. Zhang Ji's effort to stabilize the situation instead assisted in this. Then, under his incredulous gaze, the immortal Gu in the formation core shattered directly. The immortal Gu in the formation cores of the Star Array Calculation Formation were originally intact, covering up for each other, and closely connected. Now that one formation core suddenly crumbled apart, it immediately revealed a huge flaw in the entire formation. Fan Yuan's 3 clones attacked fiercely. Star constellations could not consider anything else and had to concentrate fully on protecting the star array calculation formation. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, how do you explain this now? In spectral heaven, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable questioned again. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable sighed. I will compensate you. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. Is this just an issue of compensation? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable sighed again. Please calm down, the most important thing now is to stop Fan Yuan. Do I look like someone who can't understand the situation? Once this move is activated, it really is out of my control. We can only watch as it plays out. Your move helped Fan Yuan's clones and is already expended, it has disappeared completely. How can it trouble Fan Yuan's clones now? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable laughed heartily. It only disappeared on the surface, the real variables are invisible, and have already started to affect and change the world and all living beings. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mind shook slightly. She was deducing and deepening her understanding of the killer move. Nothing is certain except success. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had shocking talent. This move went beyond common sense and was not in the category of any offensive killer move in history. It was new and unique. Then I shall wait and see. With the enemy in front, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could only compromise. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable let out a sigh of relief in actuality. He finally could relax now that the Amber Jade Sphere had disappeared. Even if Heavenly Court suffers losses from this move in the future, there won't be any evidence. This move triggers variables in a way that is most beneficial to me. Looks like Heavenly Court is my main enemy currently, which is why this move did not affect Fan Yuan, instead helping him to deal with Heavenly Court. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable tried to figure out the situation. In the space inside the star array calculation formation, Gu Immortal Zhang Ji coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale. He used all his strength to protect the formation core but still failed in the end. Fan Yuan's 3 clones had already latched onto the weakness and began to increase their battle achievements. Originally, the star array calculation formation was perfect. Thanks to Phantom Path, Fan Yuan's 3 clones were not able to attack it easily. But now that they had made a crucial breakthrough, there was a hole in the perfect structure, and they started to attack using it. A Gu Immortal in charge of healing arrived in front of Zhang Ji and began to treat him. Zhang Ji was downcast as he berated himself while coughing blood. I am unworthy of Heavenly Court's support and Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's trust. I lost the formation core. The healer Gu Immortal consoled him. This was all due to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's killer move. It is not your fault. Zhang Ji had an incredulous expression. This luck path killer move is truly insidious. It connected all the variables and expanded them until even the formation core Immortal Gu was harmed. It was like a scale where if one end was weighed down, the other end would rise. The formation core's Immortal Gu and the surrounding Mortal Gu were like an integral whole made from countless carrying poles. But instead of raising one end when the other was pushed down, another weight was added to suppress the rising end. These two variables cancelled each other. Nothing is certain except success acted the opposite way. It united the power of all the variables, thus destroying the formation core's Immortal Gu. After healing for a while, Zhang Ji's situation was finally stable. Over this period, another 3 formation cores of the star array calculation formation were destroyed by Fan Yuan's clones. This is all my fault. Zhang Ji blamed himself even more. He felt that the situation was crumbling apart. But at this time, another Gu Immortal arrived beside him. This was a formation path Grandmaster. The situation is urgent. I came to repair the formation and will need your assistance. Zhang Ji quickly cupped his fists in greeting, expressing he would stake everything to help. Although the formation core's Immortal Gu was destroyed, this formation path Grandmaster could use immortal materials to set up a formation that could temporarily replace the position of the destroyed formation core's Immortal Gu. It was not easy to construct the star array calculation formation. Star Constellations was not willing to see it be destroyed. Central Continent's 10 great sex Gu Immortals had tasted the benefits of this formation, and were also not willing to see its destruction. Chapter 23:17. A desolate sword leaf tree. The formation Grandmaster calculated with all his efforts. After a while, he said with perspiration running down his face. I need 500 kilograms of rank 8 immortal material, heavy sand, to temporarily cover the shortage of this formation core. Zhang Ji's heart sank. Heavy sand was a specialty product of Western Desert, and was not produced in other 4 regions. How could he collect such a large amount of heavy sand at this moment? Just as Zhang Ji was worried, the Formation Grandmaster let out a breath of turbid air and said, "You can get heavy sand from Heavenly Court storage, but I need someone to go to Spectral Heaven and pour at least 250 kilograms from top to bottom. At that time, we will cooperate with that person from inside the formation and fill the hole." "I will go," Zhang Ji immediately said. The Formation Grandmaster shook his head, saying directly, "Your injuries have only been suppressed, and you are too weak. If you rashly exit the formation, you will be killed by those 3 demons easily. Those 3 demons will gain clues and know the approximate location of this formation space. Then what should we do?" Zhang Ji sighed bitterly. The Formation Grandmaster was slightly dazed as he received Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's instructions, saying, "All right, be it immortal materials or manpower, Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable will personally make arrangements. Zhang Ji, use this time to heal your injuries quickly. I will go to the next Formation Core and prepare the method to fix it." The Formation Grandmaster left hurriedly. Zhang Ji looked at his receding figure before turning to observe his surroundings, only seeing chaos and commotion in the formation space. The Gu Immortals who were stationed here were running everywhere. Even with Star Constellation Immortal Venerables were personally attending to this place, Fan Yuan's 3 clones posed a huge threat to them. Zhang Ji could deeply feel his powerlessness. He sighed helplessly and started healing his injuries. Western Desert. Lin Clan's Blessed Land Headquarters. Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder, the number 1 Gu Immortal in the present Western Desert, Lin Jianxing walked out of the Blessed Land with 9 spiritual fairy. "I wish you a smooth journey." Lin Jianxing smiled. Heavenly Court wanted Lin Jianxing's body to create Bo Qing and restrain Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. 9 spiritual fairy and 4 other Heavenly Court Gu Immortals surrounded and attacked Lin Jianxing but suffered a miserable defeat. 9 spiritual fairy covered the retreat, and was captured by Lin Jianxing. But now, she was being personally released by Lin Jianxing. 9 spiritual fairy's expression was heavy. She did not feel happy when regaining freedom. She looked at Lin Jianxing and asked, "What did Heavenly Court pay you to release me?" Lin Jianxing said directly, "Star Constellation Immortal Venerable places a great importance on you. I daringly to make an offer and obtained 11 8 desolate sword leaf trees fortunately." 8 desolate sword leaf tree. 9 spiritual fairy's heart became even heavier. The story behind these 8 desolate sword leaf trees was huge. They originated from Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. They were immemorial desolate plants created by the Venerable, and were not a naturally produced resource. 8 desolate sword leaf tree contained a dense number of woodpath Dao marks, but it grew on ore mines with metal path immortal materials, and the leaves it produced were rank 8 sword path immortal materials. These 8 desolate sword leaf trees were unique resources. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable grew them personally, and only left 20 or so trees in Heavenly Court. A number of the 8 desolate sword leaf trees died or were expended in the following period after his death. Only these 11 trees were left now, and they were all obtained by Lin Jianxing. Lin Jianxing accompanied 9 spiritual fairy till the previous regional wall area that spanned across Western Desert, Central Continent, and Northern Plains. He then watched 9 spiritual fairy leave alone. "When I was negotiating with Star Constellation's will, we were always deadlocked over the price. I did not expect Star Constellation's will to suddenly be willing to hand me 11 8 desolate sword leaf trees, but they wanted me to provide 100 kilograms of heavy sand along with the release of 9 spiritual fairy. I have really made a huge gain by getting these 11 8 desolate sword leaf trees. My guess was not wrong. As long as I can gain some comprehension from them, the recreation of my sword forest will just be around the corner. Heavenly Court has too many assets and an extremely deep foundation. Even after repeated losses in battle, their foundation still cannot be matched by other superforces. What a pity that I was only able to capture 9 spiritual fairy. Otherwise, I could have demanded even more cultivation resources from Heavenly Court. The destruction of Fate Gu had a lasting influence on the whole world and even Gu cultivators. Heavenly Court possessed the immortal graveyard. Their Gu immortals could revive after death. So it was a great battle tactic for them to seek death and not care for their life. Fan Yuan went even further in this aspect. He intentionally revived Gu immortals as Gu masters to make them undergo immortal ascension again, using stealing Heavenly Secret to make huge gains. So even if Lin Jianxing killed Heavenly Court's members, there would not be a huge grudge. They could revive anyway. On the contrary, He was able to capture 9 spiritual fairy alive and stopped her from dying, which instead became an issue for Heavenly Court. After a long period of negotiations, Heavenly Court finally redeemed this captive by giving Lin Jianxing what he wanted. It is a pity that my sword path is strong in offense but not that proficient in capturing methods. Sigh, this world is quite extraordinary. My former world focused on cultivation methods, but this world prioritizes goo worms, immortal essence, immortal materials, and other cultivation resources. Cultivation resources are the foundation of everything. This confrontation of venerables is the perfect time for my Lin clan to expand. If a victor is decided between the venerables and I am still not a sword path venerable, I may have no choice other than to submit to the winner. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's previous deduction was not wrong. Lin Jianxing was indeed an otherworldly demon. In his former world he was the head of a sword sect and was known as the Grand Ancestor. Such a person was naturally not willing to be subservient. He was a person who had seen through worldly affairs and was full of ambitions. So, after Lin Jianxing defeated the 5 Heavenly Court Immortals, he did not give any explanations. He was actually happy to be treated as a demonic path member. What would he, a Grand Sword Path pseudo-venerable, fear? Would he fear other Western Desert super forces? Laughable. The ones who hoped he, Lin Jianxing, clarified that he and Lin Clan were in the righteous path were these Western Desert super forces. If so, Lin Clan would be restrained under the rules of the righteous path and be unable to expand freely. But so what if he explained himself? Was Lin Clan not a righteous path super force previously? It did not matter. Heavenly Court still attacked without a reason. This was the number 1 righteous path super force in the world. On the contrary, joining demonic path was much better for Lin Clan to annex other forces and expand wantonly. Naturally, even Lin Jianxing could not resist the Venerable's attack. But did that mean he had to give up? There was no such logic in Lin Jianxing's heart. If one was weak, they needed to do everything to become stronger, to become an expert. It was because they would be bullied that they had to grab every chance to resist and become stronger. Lin Jianxing had such thoughts and did just that. He had already made enough mental preparation. He would bear the responsibility even if a venerable targeted him in the future. As long as he could preserve his life, he would surrender to the venerables. He might even be lucky and get the venerable's support, making even greater achievements. After sending off 9 spiritual fairy, Lin Jianxing did not return to the headquarters but continued to head north and entered northern plains. He turned invisible and flew rapidly, soon arriving at Flower Forest Forbidden Land. Flower Forest Forbidden Land was one of the 10 great fierce areas in northern plains and was home to countless mushrooms. These mushrooms were as large as trees and a huge number of them formed a vast forest. All kinds of flowers bloomed in the forest, their aroma permeated the surroundings and were dense to the point of forming fog. Every full moon, the fragrance of the flowers would condense into water droplets that flowed to the surroundings, nourishing the mushroom trees and strengthening them further. Similar to all the fierce areas, countless desolate beast groups lived here, including many immemorial desolate beasts and plants. Zuiyi had been hiding in the depths of Flower Forest Forbidden Land over these days. It was a legendary immemorial desolate beast. It was much easier and more suitable for it to enter and live in fierce areas than Goo immortals. Zuiyi naturally had its plans for hiding in the Flower Forest. Its goal was Yutian Guan, who was imprisoned by Longevity Heaven. It wanted to save the latter. Flower Forest Forbidden Land was a fierce area in northern plains that could not only hide him, but was also nearest to Longevity Heaven. I am going now. The following plan will depend on you too. Don't think of running away. You are both struck by my method and are not of Huang Jin bloodline. Who will save you? Zuiyi did not forget to warn Lu Qingming and Su Guang before leaving. These 2 Goo immortals were really unlucky. They had wanted to escape northern plains and were heading towards western desert when they were caught by Zuiyi midway and were brought to Flower Forest Forbidden Land. The environment in a fierce area was extremely dangerous. They could not escape with their strength. If not for Zuiyi's protection, they would not be able to survive even a day in this fierce area. We won't dare, our lives depend on you, Lord. We will definitely use all our strength for the plan. Lu Qingming quickly replied. Zuiyi snorted coldly. Its huge body suddenly turned into a puddle of dark liquid that seeped into the ground and disappeared. Lu Qingming and Su Guang were helpless and could only follow Zuiyi's instructions. They entered an immortal formation and began to activate it. The strength of the immortal formation began to spread to the surroundings. The whole process did not leak any aura and was silent. This was the specialty of Dark Path. As time passed, many immemorial desolate beast groups in Flower Forest Forbidden Land started to get agitated. Zui had even used its methods on the leaders of these beast groups without them noticing it. Most Gu immortals would not be able to accomplish this. Zui was a Dark Path legendary immemorial beast. It could be considered as the number Gu cultivator in Dark Path in the present era, and it had used all its methods for this. Not long later, the immemorial beast groups began to roar irritatedly. Beasts lacked wisdom. They were on guard against each other and went into conflict, thus, outbreaks started to occur. Under the influence of the immortal formation, immemorial beast groups began to run madly with their groups. They completely disrupted the order of the whole fierce area, forming a beast tide of a grand scale. This beast tide broke out of Flower Forest Forbidden Lands territory, and started to rush towards the nearby Huangjin tribes. The Huangjin tribes were shaken and immediately asked Longevity Heaven for help. In this situation, Lin Jianxing arrived in the sky above Flower Forest Forbidden Land. Chapter 23:18. Giant Sun accidentally harms his son. Even before the Huangjin tribes asked for help, Longevity Heaven had already detected the commotion in Flower Forest Forbidden Land. Bing Sichuan was overseeing Longevity Heaven. He was having a discussion with Yao Huang and some of the 8 extremities. The commotion in the fierce area is no small matter, we have to take care of it. In my opinion, we must verify the reason for the commotion. Maybe because the sun was destroyed and spectral heaven formed, it caused light path to decline and dark path to prosper. Flower Forest Forbidden Land has a dense number of dark path down marks. After the discussion, Bing Sichuan personally moved towards the fierce area to inspect the situation, while the others continued to guard Longevity Heaven. The reason for this arrangement was because Bing Sichuan possessed a time path killer move that could trace an event to its source and see the truth in the past. Longevity Heaven opened its entrance as Bing Sichuan moved directly to Flower Forest Forbidden Land. Zui, who was already hiding in Spectral Heaven, was near Longevity Heaven's entrance. It saw the entrance open and close but did not move. The opening of the entrance was indeed an excellent chance to enter the Grotto Heaven, but it was too conspicuous. Even if Zui had concealment methods, it was not easy to do this. Gu immortals were deeply concerned whenever they opened their immortal aperture. If Zui entered at this time, it was simply exposing itself and looking for trouble, and it was also underestimating Bing Sichuan. Zui did not want to have a frontal fight. It might be a grand legendary immemorial beast, but it was nothing when compared to Longevity Heaven and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. From the start, it had not thought of forcefully intruding to save Tianguang. The rescue was a technical operation. If it acted rashly, it was likely to fail and even cause himself to get captured. Zui continued to hide and activate a killer move. This opportunity is extremely rare. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable is fighting the other 3 Venerables and has no leisure time to split his concentration. Flower Forest Forbidden Land lured away a rank 8 expert. The specific location of Longevity Heaven's entrance is also exposed. I must make the best use of this time. Zui and Tianguang had a mysterious connection. Relying on this connection, Zui's Dark Path Killer move gradually showed a miraculous effect. Inside Longevity Heaven, Tianguang was imprisoned in Calamity Luck Altar. Suddenly having a sensation, Tianguang lowered its head and looked at its heart. Shortly after, it reacted, roaring and struggling fiercely. Calamity Luck Altar shook constantly. The 8 extremities, who were guarding outside, saw this and quickly acted to suppress Tianguang. Tianguang, you have tried so many times but still haven't realized that you can't escape Calamity Luck Altar by yourself? Surrendering to my Longevity Heaven is your only way out. As long as you surrender to Longevity Heaven, you will be protected by Lord Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Tianguang roared furiously. Return my light goo! The 8 extremities persuaded. Tianguang, light goo has always been a wild goo. It only resided in your body temporarily. How can you call it yours? That's correct. Lord Giant Sun Immortal Venerable won against 2 Venerables and seized this goo. It belongs to my Longevity Heaven now. You should be grateful to Lord Immortal Venerable and his son. If not for them, you would have already been killed by Star Constellation or Fan Yuan. Tianguang's aura declined rapidly from their suppression, but it still shouted, Return my light goo and I will consider surrendering. The few 8 extremities looked at each other before shaking their heads and strengthening the suppression power of Calamity Luck Altar. Finally, Tianguang exhausted all its strength and gave up with reluctance, hatred, and anger as it was suppressed. But this time, it had a new hope. "Brother, I am coming to save you, let's discuss the plan first." A lump of black liquid flowed out of Yu Tianguang's heart and turned into the appearance of a mini Zuiyuhui. Zuiyuhui paused for a moment before continuing. "My killer move has gone through modification and will continue to accumulate strength inside your body. When it has accumulated enough strength, you can use my strength to erupt with all your power. At that time, I will coordinate with you from outside Longevity Heaven and open a hole in Longevity Heaven." Yu Tianguang did not feel at ease. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable cannot be underestimated. Be careful of him, you must not trap yourself. Zuiyuhui informed Yu Tianguang of the current situation. Yu Tianguang was exulted. The chaotic battle of four venerables will probably last for a long time. This is indeed the best time for me to escape. It is a pity that your arrangements in Flower Forest Forbidden Land only lured away Bing Saichuan. Longevity Heaven is probably cautious because of Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's 3 clones are wreaking havoc in Central Continent, and the star array calculation formation is already damaged. Zuiyuhui analyzed. The 2 legendary immemorial beasts converse secretly. No one in Longevity Heaven sensed it. Bing Saichuan quietly landed in Flower Forest Forbidden Land. He searched all the way and traced the aura to its source, gradually nearing the area where Zuiyuhui set up the immortal formation. "There is trouble." Lu Qingming and Su Guang, who were controlling the formation, sensed Bing Saichuan early on. Their expressions were heavy as they knew the severity of the situation. Once they were discovered by Bing Saichuan, there would be no way for them to escape. The 2 had thought of surrendering, but they were under the control of Zuiyuhui's Dark Path method. As long as they even tried to surrender, the Dark Path method would trigger and take their lives. They too had to continue to activate the immortal formation and enlarge the scale of the beast tide. They could not stop for even a while. Otherwise, the Dark Path method would similarly trigger and kill them directly. "Zuiyuhui is using us as cannon fodder. Sigh, I did not expect today that we will die today." Just as the 2 were in despair, the situation suddenly took a turn for the better. "Who is it?" Bing Saichuan stopped, his gaze emitting cold light as he became vigilant. Lin Jianxing's mind jolted slightly. He had come to Flower Forest Forbidden Land secretly, and was concealed. His goal was to gather some precious and rare immortal materials to help him complete the Sword Forest Killer move. But then, the beast tide occurred. This was a good thing for Lin Jianxing. The chaotic situation was much more suitable for him to look for benefits. Lin Jianxing entered deep inside the fierce area and ran into Bing Saichuan. Although he had pseudo-venerable battle strength, he was not proficient at concealment methods. Fortunately, Bing Saichuan looked around a few times before shaking his head. "Maybe I was wrong," Bing Saichuan whispered softly before continuing forward while inspecting the area. He did not notice any suspicious interference in this beast tide, but he also did not find the reason for the beast tide's outbreak. He followed the traces to their source and gradually neared the Dark Path immortal formation. Right at this time, a group of 4-legged white scale snake flew over. The white scale snakes had already turned mad. When they discovered Bing Saichuan, they attacked immediately without thinking. Bing Saichuan's pupils shrank and was about to kill these snakes when a ray of sword qi shot towards him from the left. Bing Saichuan was not surprised and quickly acted to block the sword qi while saying to Lin Jianxing, who had revealed himself, I knew there was someone there." Lin Jianxing." Bing Saichuan recognized Lin Jianxing. After the 5 Heavenly Court immortals lost to Lin Jianxing, his appearance was already spread widely. Bing Saichuan naturally knew of him. Bing Saichuan's brows furrowed tightly. "Lin Jianxing, do you want to stand against my Longevity Heaven?" Lin Jianxing frowned, but he looked at the group of white scale snakes. "These white scale snakes' tongues are Sword Path immortal materials that I require. I came for them this time. Bing Saichuan, I seek your understanding." "Is that so?" Bing Saichuan was doubtful, but Lin Jianxing was a pseudo-venerable after all. He did not want to start a fight rashly. "These white scale snakes' tongues are indeed rare resources. But don't worry, Lin Jianxing, Longevity Heaven has many of them in our storage. If you are interested, I am willing to deepen our friendship and gift them to you." "Oh?" Lin Jianxing raised his brows slightly. He was just about to consider when a large group of immemorial desolate beasts rushed towards this area. The scene became chaotic immediately. The white scale snakes were only ancient desolate beasts. They were not the match of these immemorial desolate beasts. But it was too late to escape now. Their formation was scattered by the immemorial desolate beasts. Lin Jianxing attacked these immemorial desolate beasts and retrieved as many white scale snake tongues as he could. Bing Sichuan observed from the side while urgently contacting Longevity Heaven to mobilize the harem palaces of Northern Plains and Western Desert. He would not easily believe Lin Jianxing's one-sided statement. It was much safer to use Immortal Gu houses to face a pseudo-venerable. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable gathered beauties and constructed 5 harem palaces in the 5 regions which were all Immortal Gu houses. A few members of the 8 extremities received the command and immediately flew out of Longevity Heaven with the Immortal Gu houses. Zui Hui was doubtful and happy at this sight. In fact, Lu Qingming and Su Guang still being concealed at this point was already beyond Zui Hui's expectations. Right now, Longevity Heaven sent 2 Immortal Gu houses and several Gu immortals. Their direction was clearly Flower Forest Forbidden Land. Zui Hui could not understand what was going on. But no matter what, his situation had become better than before. After a while, Yu Tianguang roared fiercely, erupting with the accumulated dark past strength and catching the 8 extremities, who were guarding this place, off guard. Yu Tianguang seized this chance and attacked. After 10 breaths of time of stalemate, it was able to charge out of Calamity Luck Altar. It did not escape immediately, instead, it followed its sense towards a secluded area. The 8 extremities left behind were pale with fright. Oh no! That is where our prince is resting. Yao Huang had already come out of Blood Sea and wanted to stop Yu Tianguang, but he was a step late. He watched with the newly arrived Mao Liqiu as Yu Tianguang took Light Emperor and left. Light Emperor was nourishing rank 9 Light Gu with his body. Even under such a drastic situation, he was still like a statue with his eyes closed as if he had lost all perception towards the outside world. Don't provoke me or I may crush him to death. Yu Tianguang roared loudly. The encircling Gu immortals hesitated and were in a dilemma. Don't kill him, otherwise when Lord Giant Sun Immortal Venerable returns, you will definitely die. Yu Tianguang, everything can be discussed, please calm down. Quick, call Bing Sichuan and the others to come back. While the Longevity Heaven Gu immortals were panicking, Yu Tianguang made a move. Zui Hui also came out of hiding in the outside world. The two had a high degree of coordination, directly tearing open a hole in Longevity Heaven. This hole was not large, but Yu Tianguang had an amazing method. He first swallowed Light Emperor before transforming his body into a lump of light that forced its way through the hole and into the outside world. After appearing in the outside world, the light changed back into Yu Tianguang. Longevity Heaven's Gu immortals gave chase and arrived outside. They saw Yu Tianguang, and their expressions turned unsightly when they saw Zui Hui as well. We fell for their trap. Yao Huang stomped his foot in anger. After Bing Sichuan received the news, he looked at Lin Jianxing with narrowed eyes. So it was like this, Brother Lin actually joined hands with Zui Hui. What do you mean? Lin Jianxing was baffled. In the battlefield over the Heaven Path Dream Realms. What? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had been concentrating on fighting Fang Yuan when he heard this bad news. This situation seems to be created by my nothing is certain except success killer move. The vague luck path sensation stupefied Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable wanted to explain the situation to himself, but he was not able to. My killer move should not have a problem, right? I rarely used it in my previous life. I have modified this move recently, indeed. There should be, probably, not much of an issue. Giant Sun, what happened? As the number 1 person in Wisdom Path, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was very perceptive towards the changes of emotions, she asked directly. Ah, nothing, there is no issue. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable shook his hands repeatedly while feeling bitter inwardly. Chapter 23:19. Star Constellation amidst defeat. Heaven and earth was torn apart like a huge open mouth. Endless lightning exploded and resisted the fierce tornadoes. Meng Qiuzhen floated in the air and observed the land. Lightning, come! He shouted, and at the next moment, tens of thousands of lightning balls fell from the sky and collided with the tornadoes, causing huge explosions. 10 or so tornadoes were destroyed, but there were still about 100 tornadoes which connected the small world's sky and ground like giant pillars. Meng Qiuzhen gritted his teeth as he recognized the crucial point. He had to find the location of this Dream Realm's land spirit as soon as possible and attack it. Otherwise, with so many tornadoes, even if he destroyed all of them, he would have used all his strength, which was detrimental to his future Dream Realm explorations. With the main body's protection, after experiencing that thrilling moment before, Meng Qiuzhen did not run into any more mishaps. He continued to explore the Heaven Path Dream Realms, not only raising his Heaven Path attainment level greatly but also raising his strength in the Dream Realm Immortal Aperture. He became a heavenly spirit, and his methods were at a completely different level than before. Meng Qiuzhen could now control heavenly power and produce strength similar to calamities and tribulations. Moreover, he also found that Heaven Path Dream Realms could annex each other, constantly bringing him risks as well as opportunities in the explorations. Ice come! Meng Qiuzhen seized the timing. His two small hands spread apart and pressed down. Hailstones rained down heavily from the sky. The hailstones continued to grow bigger every moment. Some of them were even as large as a hill in just a few breaths of time. These hailstones fell on the tornadoes and were rapidly swept away. The dark green tornadoes were soon covered by a layer of bluish-white frost, and their speed fell sharply. So it was here. Meng Qiuzhen succeeded in weakening the enemy and discovered that there was a white feather flying fish hiding in the leftmost tornado. This white feather flying fish was the heavenly spirit of the other Dream Realm Immortal Aperture. Heaven Path Dream Realms could annex each other. This current manifestation was the result of the two Dream Realm Immortal Apertures annexing each other. As the heavenly spirit of a Dream Realm Immortal Aperture, Meng Qiuzhen had to lead his Dream Realm Immortal Aperture to suppress the other side's Dream Realm Immortal Aperture, and even annex it. There was a crucial step in this, that was to find the other side's heavenly spirit and exterminate it. Die! Meng Qiuzhen used one method after the other. The flying fish heavenly spirit got dizzy from seeing all the attacks. Lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, storm brewed, meteors fell, and lava gushed out. All kinds of attacks were thrown out before the flying fish heavenly spirit was finally exterminated. Without the control of the heavenly spirit, the tornadoes still existed but were moving disorderly instead of being orderly like before, immediately becoming non-threatening. At the same time, Meng Qiuzhen's Dream Realm Immortal Aperture also quickened the pace of annexing the enemy Dream Realm Immortal Aperture. With the flying fish heavenly spirit dead, it was like the opposing army's commander was beheaded. They would fall into disorder and be defeated no matter how strong they were. Meng Qiuzhen followed up his victory and finally expanded his Dream Realm Immortal Aperture by another area. There is a huge rise in wind path down marks. The outcome is pretty good. Another Dream Realm Immortal Aperture is coming close. Meng Qiuzhen had not even rested when he saw an indistinct red shadow appear outside the Dream Realm Immortal Aperture. The indistinct red shadow covered the sky and ground, obscuring the sun and moon. A huge explosion resounded as it collided with Meng Qiuzhen's Dream Realm Immortal Aperture. The Immortal Aperture's boundary was broken as the two Dream Realm Immortal Apertures connected to each other and started a brutal annexing process. Wait! This heavenly spirit is different. Meng Qiuzhen's expression changed slightly as he discovered that the enemy was extremely shrewd and could adapt to the situation easily with plenty of methods that were not fewer than Meng Qiuzhen's. Don't tell me. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Chi tides surged and formed tens of thousands of chi monsters everywhere, forming a huge calamity. A large number of mortals in Profound Literature Grotto Heaven became corpses under the rampage of the chi monsters. Damn it! We must persevere! These chi monsters are coming endlessly. When will it stop? The Gu immortals of Profound Literature Grotto Heaven used all their strength to defend. Old Immortal Huayu personally entered the battle and was barely able to hold the situation. This was not a heavenly tribulation or earthly calamity. It was the Chi Path killer move that Chi Si Ancestor used to attack the Star Array Calculation Formation. The Star Array Calculation Formation had a large number of formation cores. After a number of the formation cores Immortal Gu were destroyed by Fang Yuan's 3 clones, the formation bases were exposed. These formation bases were Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, Skeleton Grotto Heaven, and so on. As long as these Grotto Heavens were destroyed, the Star Array Calculation Formation would lose its foundation and collapse completely. If we had known this earlier, why would we try all means possible to defect? Sigh, it is already too late to say this. We can only hope that Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has enough methods to protect our homeland. These Grotto Heaven Gu immortals were feeling regret to some extent. Rumble! An explosion rang. Chi currents rampaged like 10,000 horses as Chi Si Ancestor gradually appeared inside Skeleton Grotto Heaven. Granny Skeleton was in despair, but before she even asked for help, many rank 8 Heavenly Court Gu immortals arrived in Skeleton Grotto Heaven in Immortal Gu houses. Without any delay, a huge battle erupted. Heaven and earth shook. Qi rose, golden lights flew, jade water floated in the sky. A large number of killer moves were activated, their aftershock creating huge casualties. Immortal killer move, unlimited Qi. Qi ancestor continued to gather his momentum before finally using this move. With one move, heaven and earth was overturned, several immortal goo houses of heavenly court were damaged heavily, one even crumbled apart. Qin Dingling and the rest coughed blood repeatedly from the serious injuries. Hold on! Qin Dingling shouted. Watch this! Qi Wei tried bravely to use offense against offense. Qi ancestor was struck by his killer move and suffered some injuries. Immortal killer move, Qi Ju revival. At the next moment, a large number of Qi Path immortal materials was expended as Qi ancestor recovered rapidly. The heavenly court goo immortals turned pale. Let's end this. Qi ancestor gave a shout and activated the killer move, Wu elevation. Towering and terrifying Qi pillars shot out, directly piercing through skeleton grotto heaven. Granny Skeleton's eyes were wide open and had no time to dodge. She was annihilated by the Qi pillar with not even a small piece of her remaining. Skeleton grotto heaven was heavily damaged and started to produce the winds of assimilation. The heavenly court goo immortals left from the large hole, while Qi ancestor gave chase. Star Constellations saw this from inside Embroidered Tower, and was about to make a move when Jean Budu charged inside the formation space. It is here after all! Wu Shuai was happy. He controlled ants to infiltrate the depths of the star array calculation formation and forcibly drilled a pathway from which Jean Budu squeezed inside. The goo immortals inside the formation space were mostly from 10 great ancient sects. Although they were all elites, they were still far from reaching the level of Heavenly Court's members. Even the Heavenly Court goo immortals could not easily fight a pseudo-venerable, let alone them. Jean Budu was like a tiger entering a herd of sheep. Blood started to flow instantly. Star Constellations heaved a sigh. She could only give up on targeting Qi ancestor and activated Embroidered Tower to block Jean Budu. After a period of stalemate, Fan Yuan's 3 clones finally created an opening and started destroying the star array calculation formation as easily as cutting bamboo. Heavenly Court was beaten back again and again without getting any chance to stabilize their footing. This news immediately reached Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed as she activated 2 human path killer moves. One was Heroes Among People and the other was Hope of the People. Divine Emperor's City, which was the largest human vein node of Central Continent, released countless white light. The countless specks and lumps of light were like lanterns or candles. These lights moved like fish or birds returning to their homes, landing in all of the goo immortals inside the star array calculation formation, forming a dense white radiance. The white radiance started to shrink while the goo immortals' auras started to grow. Just like in the Fate War, they received a huge amplification once again. As expected, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used this move. It hasn't crossed Lord Alliance leader's calculations. Lu Wei-yin was watching Divine Emperor's City from some distance with a moved expression. She is using the same ability again. It means she ran out of tricks. Xinshang smiled lightly as he attacked Divine Emperor's City with Lu Wei-yin. Genesis Lotus Will and Qing Cho were guarding Divine Emperor City. As they were attacked by 2 experts, they could only stop supporting the 2 human path killer moves and defend themselves. Spectral Heaven Battlefield. The white radiance formed from the human path killer moves similarly covered Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The 2 received the amplification, their strength rose by a huge degree. As expected of human path methods, even a venerable like me can benefit from it. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable clicked his tongue in praise. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned. There are almost no Heaven Path Dream Realms left. We've lost this battle. Chapter 2320. Like it was nothing. The battle over the Heaven Path Dream Realms was started by Fan Yuan. In this battle, Fan Yuan revealed new killer moves like Arrival of Dragon Snake with Dust Fog and Explosive Soul Wind, Shocking Departure of Your Dream Wave and Dang Hun Sound, and Heavenly Ghost Concealment. 7 Kills Rainbow, Sword Tongue Dragon Soul, and other killer moves were greatly improved, and there were also obscured Heavenly Secret and Heavenly Web Protection Veil that was supporting Fan Yuan secretly. Thus, Fan Yuan gained the upper hand in the battle. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had no choice but to join hands to match him. However, because Fan Yuan needed to protect Meng Qiuzhen, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who had Chaotic Intent Dispel's Dream Killer move, gradually gained the initiative. At the same time, Fan Yuan's strength made Giant Sun Immortal Venerable wary. No matter how Fan Yuan tried to persuade him, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was firm on stopping Fan Yuan from obtaining the Heaven Path Dream Realms. As a result, Fan Yuan ordered his subordinates to attack Central Continent's important areas to harass Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable saw through Fan Yuan's plan and did not return to defend Central Continent. To continue hiding his strength and pretend to have a shortage of immortal essence, Fan Yuan angered Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and lured him into battle. He used Heavenly Ghost Concealment Killer move to become half an alliance made of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Fan Yuan's scheme succeeded. Because of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable disrupting the situation, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable were not able to emit enough pressure on Fan Yuan. But conversely, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was continued to be interrupted by Fan Yuan, and had no more opportunities to harm Meng Qiuzhen. Even when Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used two powerful Human Path Killer moves, it was hard to change the battle situation. The battle situation was in a stalemate, and as time passed, Heaven Path Dream Realms annexed each other, and were mostly absorbed by Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's gains in this battle far surpassed Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. On the contrary, among the two Venerables, one lost his eldest son and rank 9 Light Gu while the others painstakingly created the star array calculation formation was almost destroyed. Over 10 Central Continent Gu Immortals were killed and even Heavenly Quartz Gu Immortals were in a dangerous situation. This made Star Constellation Immortal Venerable come to a complete realization. Fan Yuan had won a huge victory in this battle. No matter how miserable he looked now, he was the person who reaped the most benefits. Whether Fan Yuan still has trump cards or not, or if he really lacks immortal essence, at the end of it, the crucial factor of this battle was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at the heavily injured Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. She was reluctant, furious, and also helpless. Since long ago, she had wanted to get rid of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable but never succeeded. There was a good opportunity before, but Fan Yuan disturbed them. It was mainly thanks to Fan Yuan that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable could still stay alive. In this battle, Fan Yuan used Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to obtain huge gains. This proved how farsighted he was. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's injuries were mostly received in place of Fan Yuan. He had less than 1,000 arms left, his enormous body had shrunk by 60%, and even his roar sounded hoarse and soft. Maybe this is a chance to get rid of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had this thought. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was a huge obstruction. Although Star Constellation Immortal Venerable controlled Spectral Soul Demon Venerable before, she was much clearer than others that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable who was filled with heaven's will could not longer be controlled by her. Sometimes, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable admired Fan Yuan's craftiness and sinisterness. He was able to successfully turn Spectral Soul Demon Venerable into half an alliance mate. Although Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had lost his senses, under Fan Yuan's Heavenly Ghost Concealment Killer move, he was even more dependable than ordinary alliance mates and was also easier to be made use of. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable then looked at Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Although the two Venerables had allied, there was always deep vigilance between Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and her. Looking back at this battle, even though Giant Sun Immortal Venerable used his full strength, it was of little effect on Fan Yuan. It instead cost Central Continent a lot. The comparison showed a stark contrast. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would rather have the irrational Spectral Soul Demon Venerable as her alliance mate than be allies with a sane Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. But if she wanted to get rid of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable now, she still had to get Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's help. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately transmitted her voice. Giant Sun, there is no need to care about Fan Yuan now. Let's join hands to get rid of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. As you can see from the current situation, we cannot let this Venerable continue living. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable deeply agreed with these words. He felt that they were not able to deal with Fan Yuan mainly because of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. These two's combination truly gave him a headache. Naturally, Fan Yuan could ally with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable because of Heavenly Ghost Concealment Killer move. As long as this move was broken, it was the same as breaking the alliance between Fan Yuan and Spectral Soul. But Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was also aware that even if he broke it this time, Fan Yuan could continue to modify it. Fan Yuan was a refinement path venerable. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not think highly of his modification abilities before. But after this battle, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, who was baptized by killer moves like Shocking Departure of Your Dream Wave and Dang Hun Sound and Arrival of Dragon Snake with Dust Fog and Explosive Soul Wind, changed his perception fully. Right now, in his opinion, Fan Yuan's wisdom path attainment was already above him. Even when looking at all the venerables, besides Limitless Demon Venerable, Fan Yuan was right below Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. So, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not want to play the pointless game of unraveling, modifying, then unraveling again before modifying again with Fan Yuan. It is a good idea indeed to kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. We can end this problem once and for all. Fan Yuan will have no alliance mate left. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable transmitted his reply to Star Constellation. Moreover, Fan Yuan lacks immortal essence right now, but we are different. It will be much more difficult for him to protect Spectral Soul Demon Venerable now. If he exhausts all his strength to protect the latter, he may land in a predicament with just a slight carelessness. At that time, we can then target him and even create an opportunity to behead this heaven-refining demon venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was not as optimistic as Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, she replied. Fan Yuan will never throw himself in a predicament to protect Spectral Soul. The two venerables reached a consensus and focused all their attacks on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. They made this decision indeed. Fan Yuan revealed a troubled expression but was getting increasingly excited inwardly. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable fought fiercely with the two venerables, and with Fan Yuan's help from the side, both sides would suffer. But in the end, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable would probably die. After all, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was filled with heaven's will. He did not have any sanity and used immortal killer moves randomly. It was really too much of a disadvantage. But like this, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would also be weakened greatly. This was a great opportunity to get rid of two venerables. As long as they did not escape to their headquarters, Fan Yuan had certainty to kill one of them with his full strength. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, but Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was thinking of a chance to get rid of Fan Yuan, while Fan Yuan was also plotting to get rid of the two. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was attacked by the full strength of the two venerables. His injuries continued to become more severe. Many of his large black arms were broken, leaving behind only 200-300. Go! Giant Sun Immortal Venerable suddenly threw a golden meteor. The meteor struck Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and destroyed one of his heads. Out of his 3 heads, only one remained now. He was forced into a desperate situation with danger everywhere around him, but Fan Yuan still attacked steadily, deliberately maintaining the frequency of his attacks. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable roared furiously. A large blue fire burned on his body. But this fire was not burning hot, instead, it let out a strong chill. The temperature dropped rapidly. Rank 9 Fire Goo finally could not sit still. It felt the danger to its host's life and finally used its strength. It was rank 9 after all 3 venerables retreated. Even Fan Yuan, who had Heavenly Ghost Concealment, was the same. Fan Yuan relied on this killer move to deceive Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, but he could not deceive rank 9 Fire Goo. After all, it was a goo worm and not a soul beast. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable remained still. The blue fire quickly spread, forcing the 3 venerables to continue retreating. The fire expanded towards the Heaven Path Dream Realms. The Dream Realms shrunk rapidly and were actually being burned. Fan Yuan's eyes shone with a sharp light as he thought. Reverend stated that Dream Realms are restrained by fire goo. Looks like it is true. He felt that it was a pity. While fighting with the venerables, his Heaven Path attainment level had already advanced from Grandmaster to Great Grandmaster level. Moreover, he had not just stepped into Great Grandmaster, his accumulation was already deep and robust. If Fan Yuan absorbed all of the Heaven Path Dream Realms here, he might even be able to advance to Supreme Grandmaster level. Even if he could not, he had a high possibility of becoming a quasi-Supreme Grandmaster. However, most of the remaining Heaven Path Dream Realms were destroyed by fire goo. This is an opportunity, Giant Sun! Looking at this scene, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable started preparing Chaotic Intent Dispel's Dream Killer move. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not protect Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, instead, charging towards the Heaven Path Dream Realms. Fan Yuan immediately fell into a dilemma of advancing or retreating. Within the spark of a moment, he made a decision. He gave up on Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and pounced upon Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was blocked by Fan Yuan. The two venerables fought fiercely. In this process, the Heaven Path Dream Realms were burned by the fire. There was almost none left. Be it Fairy Ziwei, Yingwu Xia or Meng Qiuzhen, they were all burning. While Fan Yuan obstructed Giant Sun, he was also getting closer to the Heaven Path Dream Realms. Seeing this, he immediately gave up on Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, and went in the direction of his Dream Path clone. Meng Qiuzhen's eyes were closed, and would not wake up in a short while. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable saw Fan Yuan ignoring him and leaving. He shouted in fury. Fan Yuan, such audacity! I will make you pay. At the next moment, hundreds of golden meteors shot out together. Their power was so terrifying that even heaven and earth changed colors. At the same time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable finally finished preparing her killer move and activated Chaotic Intent Dispels Dream. She directly attacked Meng Qiuzhen. Bam 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 bam! The golden meteors struck Fan Yuan and Meng Qiuzhen. Explosions rang continuously, shaking the world. Terrifying air waves rampaged in every direction. The golden lights dissipated. Fan Yuan and Meng Qiuzhen were moving down extremely quickly. Huh! Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's eyes almost popped out. Fan Yuan was not even injured at all. What kind of defensive killer move was this? Oh no! Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expression changed greatly. Fan Yuan was headed towards Central Continent. As for Meng Qiuzhen, he was already awake and had activated Dream Armor Goo to protect himself. At the same time, his body was covered by a layer of rippling Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Through Fan Yuan's modification, Reverse Flow Protection Seal could help others as well and was not limited to himself. With 2 layers of defense, Meng Qiuzhen, just like the main body, took on Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's killer move like it was nothing. Chapter 23-21 Qi sees Divine Might. What a scheme, Fan Yuan! Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expression looked unsightly. Fan Yuan's move was extremely ingenious. He took Meng Qiuzhen to Central Continent, forcing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable into a dilemma. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable continued to fight Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, Fan Yuan would take the chance to open his immortal aperture and put Meng Qiuzhen inside before wreaking havoc in Central Continent. Heavenly Court was already in a dangerous situation. The star array calculation formation was in an extremely damaged state with 80% of it destroyed. Divine Emperor City was being attacked by Xinjiang and Luoyin. It was already showing signs of being unable to maintain the 2 human path killer moves. If Fan Yuan attacked in this situation, he would definitely create an unimaginable massacre in Central Continent and Heavenly Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was worthy of being the #1 person in Wisdom Path. She made a decision almost immediately. She sighed and said to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Fan Yuan is extremely crafty. He wants to use this way to protect Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. We cannot fall for his trap. I will go chase him and not let him get any chance to put his clone back in his aperture. Giant Sun, I hope you can kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable knew in his heart. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable clearly knew this was Fan Yuan's scheme, but she had to fall into it. It was true that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was going to make things difficult for Fan Yuan, but it was even more true that she was going back to defend Central Continent. But Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not argue. If it were him, he would also be willing to fall into the scheme to protect his Huang Jin bloodline. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable nodded, saying decisively, Today, either Spectral Soul Demon Venerable or Fan Yuan must die. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's cooperation made Star Constellation Immortal Venerable let out a sigh of relief. At the crucial moment, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable made a clear and sensible decision. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately chased after Fan Yuan. Within the star array calculation formation's inner space, Demon Judgment Board was sent flying. Inside Demon Judgment Board, Guyu Fangjing and Red Heart Traveler were sweating heavily, their faces turned pale with a sense of trepidation. At this moment, the previous owner and the current owner of Demon Judgment Board had joined hands. But they were still in a disadvantage. What forced Demon Judgment Board to retreat time and again? Careful, he is coming again! Red Heart Traveler, who was mainly responsible for controlling Demon Judgment Board, reminded suddenly. John Budu's cape fluttered fiercely as he flew closer. After he activated incomplete freedom transformation, he was a genuine human-shaped beast. Even Demon Judgment Board was not able to properly take a hit from him. Guyu Fangjing received Red Heart Traveler's reminder. He felt a quiver and shouted frantically, "Let's try again!" Demon Judgment Board let out waves of blood light. The blood light was like a tide that quickly spread thousands of feet. The scarlet-red blood light contained endless coldness. Jean Boudou had to charge into the blood light to near Demon Judgment Board. His movement inevitably slowed down. This move again. Jean Boudou's expression turned somewhat strange. He had already been obstructed by this blood path killer move 3 times in a row. Demon Judgment Board used the time when Jean Boudou had slowed down to retreat to a safe distance. And the one who accomplished this was Guyu Fangjing. Red Heart Traveler looked at Guyu Fangjing with gratitude and admiration. Guyu Fangjing had activated Blood Turns Cold killer move, but he had connected this move to Demon Judgment Board so closely that it felt like Blood Turns Cold was Demon Judgment Board's killer move. This was an extremely ingenious pioneering work. None of the past owners of Demon Judgment Board accomplished this. Speaking of which, Red Heart Traveler was Guyu Fangjing's master. But he did not accept the disciple voluntarily. It was mainly because of the orders from higher-ups and his own benefits. So, Red Heart Traveler's perception of Guyu Fangjing had always been poor and did not have much affection for this disciple. But now, Red Heart Traveler's impression of Guyu Fangjing underwent a huge change. It was not a mistake to hand Demon Judgment Board over to you. Fangjing, you have to work harder in the future. Red Heart Traveler encouraged. Oh yes, I will engrave Master's words in my heart. Guyu Fangjing was somewhat surprised before saying with a sigh, I came in touch with the essence of Painting Path when I entered Derivation Formation, which allowed me to modify Blood Turns Cold killer move. Its might is amplified through Demon Judgment Board and is able to freeze the blood of rank 8 Gu Immortal experts and kill them. But against Jean Boudou, it can only obstruct him for a short while. Red Heart Traveler shook his head, advising. It is not that you are not excellent, but the enemy is too strong. He is one of the strongest clones of Heaven Refining Demon Venerable after all. When he heard the mention of his big brother Guyu Fangyuan, Fangjing heaved a deep sigh. Alright, we must keep on pestering Jean Boudou and not let him destroy the whole formation space easily. Red Heart Traveler could not hide his worries when he said this. Sigh, if we really were to talk of it, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable's strongest clone is Qixi Ancestor. I hope Lady Qingding Ling can stall him. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. The star array calculation formation's bases were set up in the 2 heavens grotto heavens. Right now, there were almost none of these grotto heavens remaining. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven was the last pillar remaining. Chi currents gushed out like an ocean swarming the sky as Qixi Ancestor, who was standing high in the sky, looked down at everyone. Qixi Ancestor, Duke Mei, Duke Tong, and the rest were either controlling immortal Gu houses or floating alone in the air as they looked up at Qixi Ancestor with an extremely solemn expression. In this fight, Qixi Ancestor showed the strongest battle strength among all the existing pseudo-venerables. Especially Hu Elevation, once it was activated, it could forcibly break a grotto heaven and no one was able to block it. Be it Qin Dingling's luck path, Jie Wei's weapon path, or the senior heavenly court experts like Duke Mei and Duke Tong fighting without caring for their lives, or even the continuous harassment by experts like Zhou Xiong Xian and 9 Spiritual Fairy, they could not stop Qixi Ancestor from destroying the star array calculation formation. Immortal killer move, 9 Essence Jade Du Pill. Ruan Dan was constantly activating pill path killer moves to heal the Heavenly Court Immortals. He also had a move called Life Sustaining Small Revival Pill, which could forcibly prolong the life of others if they were hit by a fatal attack. These were the gains he made in Derivation Formation. If not for Ruan Dan's spectacular performance in this battle, Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals could not have lasted for so long. Be it Ruan Dan or other Heavenly Court Gu Immortals, all of them had made progress. However, Qixi Ancestor had become much stronger, almost comparable to Duke Long at his final moment in the Fate War. Qi currents billowed as they turned into tens of thousands of giant dragons. They then dispersed and attacked Profound Literature Grotto Heaven from all directions, ignoring Heavenly Court's Immortals. Old Immortal Hua Yu cried out in sadness. Lord Fangyuan, are you really going to exterminate everyone? His tears started falling. Duke Tong shouted. Everyone, don't be shaken. Don't risk yourselves in saving the mortals. This demon is trying to use our sympathy to influence our rational decision-making. Once our forces are split, We will definitely fall apart in his hands. It is our turn now. 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch suddenly transmitted his voice to Shabby 95. Master, you want to use that move? But we are not proficient in it yet. There is no other option, we need to give it a try. We must pressure and disturb Chi-Si Ancestor, otherwise, if he gets a chance, he will use Hu Elevation Killer Move again. 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch activated the killer move. Shabby 95 took a deep breath and followed up by activating its goo worms. Their aura linked together. Shabby 95 turned into a vast lump of chi that poured into 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch. 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch, who had a round head and large ears, breathed in the vast chi through his nose and mouth, his body expanding rapidly. When he absorbed all the chi in his body, he transformed into a huge giant. The giant 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch slammed into the sky-covering Chi-Si, stirring up the boundless chi currents. Chi-Si Ancestor's body shook and almost lost control of the Chi-Si. Inside the Chi-Si, the giant 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch started sucking in the chi currents crazily. The Chi-Si's size continued to shrink. We need to act fast. 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch is using Shabby 95's special characteristic to absorb all the foreign chi. He cannot hold on for long. Once the absorbed chi currents reach the limit, he will explode and die. Heavenly Court Goo Immortals knew the details of this move and acted quickly. Chi-Si Ancestor was besieged from all sides. He pushed his palms to raise 1,000 feet tall chi wall to stop Heavenly Court's attacks. He then slashed down with one arm. Chi blades appeared from thin air and cut Duke Tong and 9 spiritual fairy, making them cough blood and retreat. Chi currents became vast and grand. Chi-Si Ancestor was about to continue his attack, but 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarchs started absorbing without any regards for his life. The chi currents became listless again. Chi-Si Ancestor snorted coldly, using Yin-Yang Great Killer Hands to send 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch flying like a ball. He used Divine Flick to flick at Qin Dingling, Che Wei, Old Immortal Huayu, and Zhou Xiong Xian, easily forcing them back. Jun Xingguan was extremely fast and sent a killer move at Chi-Si Ancestor again, but was blocked by Chi-Si Ancestor's defensive methods. Immortal Killer Move, Orchid Breath. Chi-Si Ancestor's injuries were healed rapidly. Immortal Killer Move, Chi Engulfing Mountains and Rivers. This was a killer move within Primordial Origin True Inheritance. It was modified by Chi-Si Ancestor, and had its activation speed increased by more than twice. 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch, Duke Tong, 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch, and the rest who were still counterattacking shook intensely and fell from the sky. In the chaotic battle, Wan Zihong, Prince Feng Xian, Bai Tseng Shui, and Uncle Feng occupied the east, south, north, and west directions, trapping Chi-Si Ancestor at the center. Immortal Killer Move, Earth Water Wood Fire 4 Elements Shifting Formation. This was not an ordinary killer move but an ancient battle formation. This formation required 4 rank 8 Goo Immortals. There could not be one more or one less. Not only this, the 4 Goo Immortals had to cultivate Earth Path, Water Path, Wood Path, and Fire Path respectively. The killer move activated successfully. Wan Zihong, Prince Feng Xian, Bai Tseng Shui, and Uncle Feng were covered in armor that shone with green, red, black, or yellow radiance. The 4 colors spread quickly and linked together, showing a sign of transforming into a battlefield killer move. Chi-Si Ancestor's expression shook slightly as he revealed a trace of admiration. This move was a new innovation and was already vaguely reaching a whole new realm. It was not only an ancient battle formation but also a battlefield killer move. We must trap him! We cannot relax. Success depends on this. The Heavenly Court Immortals roused themselves. Chi-Si Ancestor laughed heartily. It is a good move indeed. The moment he finished speaking, a figure descended from the sky. The Immortals' expressions changed. Chapter 23-22. Star Constellation Scheme. Just as Chi-Si Ancestor was about to be trapped by the Earth Water Wood Fire 4 Elements Shifting Formation, a rank 8 Goo Immortal came charging. The Immortals saw the person. He had a tall and fit stature with a high-nose bridge. There were golden dragon scales on his body. He had a pair of topaz-like dragon pupils. There was also a pair of golden coral-like dragon horns on his head. He looked like a peerless hero. He was one of the 3 main clones of Fan Yuan, Dragon Man Wu Shuai. The moment Wu Shuai landed in Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, 2 Heavenly Court members, Fairy Maiden Soul and Golden Hooped Great Immortal, arrived closely behind. Wu Shuai had been fighting with them before but had not completely gotten away from them. Be it Qixi Ancestor, Zhan Budu or Wu Shuai, they had all made a breakthrough in their strength. Qixi Ancestor's strength increased to the level of Duke Long at his final moments. Zhan Budu increased the number of goo worms he used, and his methods became more comprehensive. As for Wu Shuai, he had only been at the level of a Heavenly Court goo immortal, but now, his strength surpassed 2 Heavenly Court rank 8s. If this continues, Wu Shuai will definitely become a pseudo-venerable one day. We must stop Wu Shuai, don't let him save Qixi Ancestor. Heavenly Court goo immortal Jun Xingguan was the first to move, followed by 9 Spiritual Fairy, Duke Mei, and Duke Tong. Wu Shuai was attacked by 6 Heavenly Court goo immortals, his situation instantly turning dangerous. He could only choose to protect himself first. Countless ants wrapped around him layer upon layer. No matter how many were destroyed, they would be replenished immediately as if they were infinitely spawning. Open up! Qixi Ancestor's sleeves fluttered wildly as 1,000 feet chi current rose. The 4 goo immortals who formed the 4 elements shifting formation had a great change in their expressions. They felt they were like mortals lying on the body of an evil dragon. The 4 goo immortals maintained the formation with all their strength, which was like pitting their strength against Qixi Ancestor. They immediately started coughing blood. Support us! Bai Tsungshui called out. This is not good! Help them! We can't lose this formation! Heavenly Court's goo immortals were anxious. Duke Tong, Duke Mei, and other immortals surrounded and attacked Qixi Ancestor. Qixi Ancestor remained unmoved. He defended against the attacks from all directions with a composed smile, showing a calm expression. Let's see how long you can defend yourselves. Because Qixi Ancestor showed his power, Wu Shuai obtained a much-needed break. He pointed his hand. The large group of army ants formed into the shape of a giant eagle. The eagle attacked Profound Literature Grotto Heaven like it was swooping on prey. Stop! Old Immortal Hua Yu was seething with fury. He moved forward to block, but all his methods could only destroy about 15% of the attack and were helpless against the remaining 85%. The whole of Profound Literature Grotto Heaven shook intensely. Army ants were tearing and gnawing at everything. The endless gnawing sounds were extremely horrifying. Save Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, it is the final support pillar of the star array calculation formation. Old Immortal Hua Yu shouted in grief. Heavenly Court goo immortals had to send some people to defend Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Like this, the pressure on Qixi Ancestor lessened and he could grasp onto battle opportunities more easily. Because they had to defend the star array calculation formation, Heavenly Court was in a passive situation from the start. This disadvantage was exploited viciously by Fan Yuan's 3 clones, not giving the Heavenly Court goo immortals any chance to rest. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven was already in a ruined state, countless beings were dead, and ants roamed everywhere. Many areas were even drilled through, forming tunnels that directly led from Profound Literature Grotto Heaven to the outside. But these were not routes to escape. Most of the goo masters could not fly, and escaping the Grotto Heaven meant falling to their deaths. Even the goo masters were in this situation, not to mention the mortals, animals, and plants. Xiao Bai, leave with my daughter, go! Imperial Minister Su was a rank 7 goo immortal of Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Right now, he was defending Li Xiao Bai and Su Qihan who were behind him. No, I will continue to fight. This is my home. Li Xiao Bai was already heavily injured. His voice was shaky, blood and tears flowed as he spoke. Imperial Minister Su turned around and glared at Li Xiao Bai. Now is not the time to be brave. The future of Profound Literature Grotto Heaven is bleak, but you are our hope. The people inside your immortal aperture are the hope of continuing the legacy of Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Get lost now. Father-in-law, let's go together. Li Xiaobai tugged at Imperial Minister Su. Imperial Minister Su shook his head fiercely, berating furiously. I am an important official of the Imperial Court while you are not. You can leave but I cannot. The dynasty is about to fall, so what if I die? Ha! Imperial Minister Su laughed loudly as he pushed Li Xiaobai outside of Profound Literature Grotto Heaven and then flew into the ant groups, engaging in a fierce battle. Father! Su Qihan shouted with tears flowing down her face. She was forcefully dragged by Li Xiaobai and left through the hole in the Grotto Heaven. But just as the two was about to escape successfully, a strange anomaly occurred. The aperture walls of Profound Literature Grotto Heaven crumbled apart instantly, and were replaced by huge dark brown earth walls that were filled with bumps and holes. There were countless caves and passageways in the earth walls. It was like a maze. The couple, Li Xiaobai and Su Qihan almost escaped but were bounced back in by the earth walls. What is this? Almost all the Gu immortals were astonished. A battlefield killer move. It is actually faster than my rumor cage. Zhou Xiong Xian's expression changed. Other Heavenly Court members also had unsightly expressions. They had yet to trap Qixi ancestor completely, when they discovered that they were the ones to fall into a battlefield killer move first. That is Wu Shuai's killer move. Qixi ancestor laughed to himself. Before the battle, they had already shared information about their respective strength and methods. Qixi ancestor knew this was Wu Shuai's myriad army and nest battlefield killer move. Its core immortal Gu was rank 8 and nest immortal Gu. This move used the blessed land or grotto heaven as the base. Countless army ants would first be sent to corrode the blessed land or grotto heaven. After the corrosion reached a certain point, the battlefield would activate. Once it was activated, it turned the crumbling blessed land or grotto heaven into an ant nest battlefield. The activation process was extremely fast, but the prior accumulation took a long time. Thus, the fastest battlefield killer move was still Rumor Cage. After Wu Shuai activated the battlefield killer move Myriad Army Ant Nest, every existence in profound literature grotto heaven was trapped in this battlefield. He immediately sent army ants to attack Gu immortals everywhere. At the same time, he also sent many ants to devour the resources and breed rapidly. The Heavenly Court Gu immortals were attacked by the army ants. Looking at the army ants that worked in tandem with this battlefield, they realized that Wu Shuai was the user of this battlefield killer move. We underestimated him. Fan Yuan's 3 main clones have many new methods and almost all the killer moves have been modified. What about Fan Yuan's main body? It is not the time to be concerned about Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's situation. We need to break this battlefield quickly. Heavenly Court Gu immortals discussed quickly and reached a consensus. But how could it be easy to find a person in the Ant Nest battlefield that was as large as profound literature grotto heaven? The Heavenly Court Gu immortals tried many methods but had no gains. Wu Shuai was hiding at a corner, leisurely mobilizing army ants to move through countless tunnels, to attack the 4 Heavenly Court immortals who were in a formation. The 4 Heavenly Court immortals formed a battle formation to temporarily trap Qixi ancestor, but were being attacked fiercely from the outside. Qixi ancestor saw the chance and raised tens of thousands of Qi currents. Heavenly Court's 4 immortals received the attack and were at the brink of death. The Heavenly Court Gu immortals were unable to find Wu Shuai for the moment, and focused their strength to suppress Qixi ancestor. After several exchanges, the 4 Heavenly Court immortals were soaked in blood. Their aura declined again. On the contrary, Qixi ancestor still had ample energy and strength. If this formation were made of the 4 major paths, earth, water, wind, and fire, its strength should be much higher. Unfortunately, you lack a wind path expert. Qixi ancestor laughed. As time passed, he started to see many more details. Qixi, take this. Golden Hoop Great Immortal charged forward, sending hundreds of golden hoops that flew chaotically in the air. The golden hoops were set to land on Qixi ancestor, but were blocked by the surrounding Qi currents. Duke Mei suddenly appeared. His snow-white eyebrows grew in size and pierced through the Qi currents, binding Qixi ancestor's hands. Qixi ancestor gave a shout. Qi currents erupted like a vast tide that threatened to destroy everything. The Qi currents struck Golden Hoop Great Immortal, Duke Mei, and the other 4 Heavenly Court immortals. At the crucial moment, Jun Xinguang, Zhou Xiong Xian, and others stepped in to help the 6 Heavenly Court members. 7 fiendish primeval monarch attacked. His giant hand slammed down on Qixi ancestor's head. At the critical moment, Qixi ancestor smiled lightly. Immortal killer move, Ancestor Qi retraction. This move was modified from triple Qi retraction killer move. It used 2 great rank 8 immortal Gu, Heaven Qi and Earth Qi, as the cores. All the lifeforms in the range of the killer move would gradually turn into Qi currents that would return to Qixi ancestor and turn into Qi path Dao marks. Hence, this was not only an offensive method, but could also be used to cultivate and increase the number of his Qi path Dao marks. This move was extremely powerful and mysterious but had 2 huge flaws. Firstly, it consumed a lot of lifespan. Secondly, once the move was activated, whether it succeeded or failed, it could not be activated again for 100 days in terms of Qixi ancestor's time. Under Ancestor Qi retraction, Heavenly Court's Gu immortals were first shackled, unable to even budge. Duke Mei was the first person affected. His eyebrows, skin, blood, flesh, and lastly his bones, organs, and so on were all melted into qi currents that were absorbed by Qi ancestor. When Duke Mei's corrosion reached his bones, Golden Hoop Great Immortal also started turning into qi until he was reduced to nothingness. Duke Mei and Golden Hoop Great Immortal died one after the other, followed by Jun Xingguang, Zhou Xiong Xian, and others, before finally affecting the 4 Heavenly Court Immortals who were the furthest away. Wan Zihong was the first to be unable to hold on, second was Prince Feng Xian, then by Tsang Shui and Uncle Feng. Qi ancestor looked at the 4. You still lack tacit coordination. More importantly, 2 of you have been revived recently, and don't have all your goo worms, so your conditions are not perfect, which is the greatest flaw in this battle formation. You are dreaming if you want to trap me. The 4 Heavenly Court Immortals held on with clenched teeth and had no energy to reply. 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch was unwilling to give in. Most of his body had already melted, but he still raised his injured fist and tried to smash Qi ancestor. You all seem to have forgotten me. Wu Shuai's voice rang in the battlefield. Densely packed army ants climbed up 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch's body. The giant 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch broke apart at the very next moment. Our main body is arriving, we've won this battle. Wu Shuai laughed loudly. He could tell that even without him making a move, in just a while longer, Qi ancestor would be able to kill the 4 Heavenly Court Immortals. Is that so? At the juncture of defeat, Prince Feng Xian suddenly revealed a smug smile. Qi ancestor, you fell for it. His words had not even finished when Qi ancestor, who was in the center of the 4 elements shifting formation, shook suddenly. The qi currents around him transformed rapidly into the appearance of Lin Jianxing, and he stood right behind Qi ancestor. Lin Jianxing, who was formed from the qi currents, was lifelike, but he had no expression. At the next moment, he moved forward and forcefully entered Qi ancestor's body. Immediately, Qi ancestor suffered a severe injury. His defenses crumbled apart. In a battlefield not far away, star constellations smiled inside embroidered tower and disregarded Jean Boudou as she threw out star constellation chessboard. Now you shall see the true secret of the star array calculation formation. The star array calculation formation collapsed. The remaining stars self-detonated and let out a majestic and strange power. Under the control of star constellation chessboard, this power directly broke the Ant Nest battlefield and reduced the 4 Heavenly Court Immortals into powder, finally sealing Qi ancestor. Go! The voice of star constellations transmitted from star constellation chessboard. Star constellation chessboard circled rapidly above Qi ancestor's head, shooting starry radiance that covered Qi ancestor and dragged him towards Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court's entrance opened a little, having clearly been prepared for a long time for this moment. Fan Yuan's main body arrived and saw this scene. His expression immediately turned shocked and furious as he shouted, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, so this is all your scheme? Chapter 23-23. Central Continent held hostage. Success! We succeeded! Prince Feng Xian shouted loudly. His pale face was filled with excitement. I accomplished the mission. Wan Zihong's eyes were shut, her aura was almost depleted, she had never felt so weak and tired before. The so-called 4 elements shifting formation was only a cover to lure attention away. Its true goal was to create an environment for Lin Jianxing's sword she takes form killer move. Prince Feng Xian, Wan Zihong, and the rest had lost in the battle against Lin Jianxing not long ago. When they returned, they admitted their blunder to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable with a heavy heart, but Star Constellation Immortal Venerable instead rewarded them and said, this was all part of her plan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the #1 person in Wisdom Path since ancient times. In the contest of 3 venerables, she had relied on all kinds of small clues to deduce that Lin Jianxing was an otherworldly demon, and that his strength had reached pseudo-venerable level. Lin Jianxing was cultivating in seclusion, hiding his strength. The world did not know of his secret. Although Star Constellation Immortal Venerable deduced it, she kept it a secret. Then she intentionally sent the 5 Heavenly Court Gu Immortals to attack Lin Jianxing. The goal was to use Phantom Path methods to capture the power of Lin Jianxing's killer move. Everyone knew that the Heavenly Court members' immortal apertures were phantom apertures. The injuries that they suffered in the intense battle with Lin Jianxing were essentially sword path Dao marks being engraved on them. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable deduced and modified a Phantom Path method to make these phantom apertures contain those sword path Dao marks and bring them back along with the Heavenly Court members. The retrieved sword path Dao marks could restore Lin Jianxing's method after a series of procedures. Qixi ancestor was struck by this move. He immediately lost his footing and was then attacked by Star Constellation's will. He did not even have the time to defend when he was sealed. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable concealed the truth, and only told the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals of her plan after they returned. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable even apologized to the Immortals. The 4 Heavenly Court Immortals did not dare to accept the apology, and only felt intense joy with not even any grievance. They were loyal to Heavenly Court and realized that it was very reasonable of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to conceal the truth. Only under the condition where they did not know of it could they maintain such a secret and fight with Lin Jianxing without revealing any flaws in their emotions. But why try so hard to capture Lin Jianxing's method? Wan Zihong had mentioned this doubt back then. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not reply, only instructing them to follow her arrangements. When they saw Qixi ancestor being sealed, Prince Feng Xian and Wan Zihong finally understood Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's effort. The most important element was Lin Jianxing's power. First of all, he was a pseudo-venerable himself. Although he was weaker than Qixi ancestor, Heavenly Court's replicated sword Qi method had gone through many amplifications and was stronger than Lin Jianxing's current limit. Secondly, Lin Jianxing's core immortal Gu was sword Qi Gu. Although his sword Qi was filled with sword path Dao marks, it also had dense number of Qi path Dao marks. It was because of this that it could target Qixi ancestor who cultivated Qi path. Finally, Lin Jianxing's sword Qi attack was too sudden. Qixi ancestor was truly caught off guard. Qixi ancestor is finally sealed. But Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable spent so much effort and trouble to capture Qixi ancestor. What is this for? Qixi ancestor is the strongest clone of Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. Maybe it is to restrain Fan Yuan? I heard Fairy Maiden Soul modified Bo Qing Soul. This shows that clones might be convenient but are also a huge flaw of the main body. The other Heavenly Court Gu Immortals discussed as they watched Qixi ancestor being escorted to Heavenly Court's entrance. Stop dreaming. Right at this time, a venerable landed from the sky. He was wearing a white robe, his black hair fluttered in the air, his eyes were black like the abyss, and his face showed fury and killing intent. It was Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan grabbed Meng Qiuzhen's shoulder as he maintained reverse flow protection seal and activated another move. Immortal killer move, arrival of dragon snake with dust fog and explosive soul wind. Fog billowed, dragons and snakes roared, forming a terrifying attack that fell on Qixi ancestor like a vast heavenly river. Seeing Fan Yuan trying to kill his strongest clone without any consideration, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable who was close behind showed a solemn expression. Friend Fan Yuan, you are indeed vicious. You show no hesitation even when getting rid of your own clone. Unfortunately for you, I am here. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took back her secluded domain of heaven and earth mental domain, and stretched her 10 fingers. Her fingers pointed repeatedly with such speed that it created multicolored shadows of her moving fingers. The finger shadows condensed into deep blue lights that were extremely bright like shining crystals. Fan Yuan's soul fog was constantly cut by the blue crystal light and crumbled rapidly. The remaining power was blocked by Embroidered Tower while some traces of the power reached Qixi ancestor but were blocked by the tight defenses of Star Constellation chessboard. Star Constellation, you. Fan Yuan's eyes narrowed sharply as he looked at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. In the previous fight, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had not used such a method. It was not that she did not have them but chose to not use them. She had been concealing them. Qixi ancestor being sealed and Fa Yuan counterattacking fiercely were within Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expectations. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable defended with all her strength, not letting Fan Yuan have any progress. If it were Star Constellation Immortal Venerable who attacked Qixi ancestor and tried to capture him, she would be obstructed by Fan Yuan and could not succeed easily. With the same logic, Qixi ancestor was already captured now. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had the initiative, and it became easier for her to obstruct Fan Yuan. In the end, under Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's obstruction and protection, Qixi ancestor was escorted into Heavenly Court. Master's revival. There is finally some hope. A huge rock weighing on Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mind was lifted at this sight. She could not restrain her joy. In the contest of 3 venerables, with spectral soul controlling the fused heaven, Giant Sun and Fan Yuan only had one option, which was to confront each other and wait for a chance while managing and preparing their forces. But there was a better option for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. That was to revive other Venerables. 3 immortal kings appeared in Heavenly Court's history. If Red Lotus Demon Venerable was also counted, it could be said that they nurtured 4 Venerables. Among 11 Venerables, 4 from Heavenly Court, this was a huge number. Besides this, there were no other superforces that could nurture a Venerable. Heavenly Court was the first, and the only superforce. As long as another Venerable was revived, Heavenly Court would have a huge advantage. There was no need to consider Red Lotus for now, but Primordial Origin and Genesis Lotus were very good candidates to revive. From what Star Constellation Immortal Venerable knew, Primordial Origin and Genesis Lotus had 2 revival methods, but they were concealed deeply. Time was needed to search for clues regarding Genesis Lotus's self-portrait, and Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's Primordial Origin treasury. It clearly seemed like it would take a long time. But Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable had another revival method. It was the Chi Harvest Fruit. Heavenly Court's Chi Harvest Fruit formed Chi Si Ancestor, so Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to trap Chi Si and resume the interrupted revival of Primordial Origin. To do this, Chi Si Ancestor could not be killed. He needed to be alive to preserve the Chi Harvest Fruit as much as possible. The difficulty in capturing a pseudo-venerable alive was very high. Chi Si Ancestor could even endure 1 or 2 moves from a venerable, and was not without any ability to resist. This was because he had the secluded domain of heaven and earth who land, while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable lacked a rank 9 Wisdom Path or Star Path Immortal Gu. Moreover, Fang Yuan had plenty of experience, and was very crafty. Normally, he paid a lot of attention to his clones' safety and stored them in his immortal aperture, very rarely sending them out. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable were to make a move personally, the commotion would be too huge and she would be obstructed by Fang Yuan at the very beginning. Thus, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable began to plan. Heavenly Court lacked pseudo-venerable level battle strength. It was an obvious disadvantage, but it could be turned into an advantage if used well. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable set up the Star Array Calculation Formation to quicken the cultivation speed of Central Continent's Gu Immortals and also to use as bait to lure Chi Si Ancestor. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable then used Lin Jianxing's strength as the crucial method to target Chi Si Ancestor. At the same time, she also showed all kinds of flaws to display her weakness to the enemy. She still thought all these preparations were not enough. Heaven Path Dream Realms. This was an opportunity to Fang Yuan, but was it not a fortuitous encounter for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? As long as the enemy's fortuitous encounter was used properly, it might be one's own fortuitous encounter. Fang Yuan will definitely come! The moment Star Constellation Immortal Venerable discovered the Heaven Path Dream Realms, she knew what Fang Yuan's action would be. She could not do anything to the Heaven Path Dream Realms and Feng Jin Huang had not grown up, but Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could use them as bait. In fact, even if Feng Jin Huang was fully matured, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was somewhat doubtful about using this girl. Feng Jin Huang's father was Feng Jiuge, the latter had an unclear relationship with Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Dreamwing's Immortal Gu took the initiative to send itself to Feng Jin Huang. It was clearly the fortune of being Great Dream's seed, and the so-called Great Dream Immortal Venerable was the plan of heavens when Fate Gus still existed. Could such a person be used? Especially at such a crucial time? The only miscalculation was that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not expect Fang Yuan to move so quickly. Since he moved this fast, he definitely has the strength to back himself up. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable already expected this at the start of the battle. So when Fang Yuan continued to reveal his strength in the battle, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was not as surprised as what she showed on the surface. Fang Yuan modified so many methods and has new killer moves, he has very likely obtained Wisdom Gu again. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stood before the entrance of the Heavenly Court and faced Fang Yuan. Starlight shone dazzlingly on this number 1 person in Wisdom Path, she said with a smile. Friend Fang Yuan, do you dare to come into Heavenly Court? Saying so, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable slowly floated backwards and entered Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court's entrance was still open. Fang Yuan stood on the spot. He snorted coldly as he activated killer moves one after the other. First was arrival of Dragon Snake with Dust Fog and Explosive Soul Wind, then was shocking departure of Your Dream Wave and Dang Hun Sound, but both were easily blocked by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's strength surged with the help of Heavenly Court's countless Wisdom Path Dao marks. Fan Yuan's face was extremely dark as he sneered. You are really the #1 person in Wisdom Path, it is truly amazing. How about we undergo a hostage exchange? Fan Yuan, you don't have anything now, what can you exchange with? Fan Yuan spread his arms and said loudly. Right now, every single person in Central Continent, be it man or woman, old or young, immortal or mortal, intelligent or stupid, is my hostage. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed. She had already predicted this. Her expression was a complex mix of helplessness, guilt, resolve, resentment, and others. In the end, her expression turned cold as she said to Fan Yuan, Do what you want. Chapter 23-24. Primordial Origins Grand Revival Plan. Do what you want. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's words almost froze the atmosphere between the two venerables. Fan Yuan could not help but laugh in ridicule. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, you are truly the immortal king of Heavenly Court. This is truly the #1 superforce, the leader of humanity, Heavenly Court. His eyes narrowed as his expression turned solemn. This is not normal, even if it was just for my mere clone, even if this is Chi Si. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, what is your true intention? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not speak. Her figure flashed like starlight and disappeared from the entrance. Fan Yuan's expression was dark and his eyes shone coldly as some anxiety showed itself on his face. Fan Yuan turned around and flew down from spectral heaven, arriving in Central Continent and entering the battlefield. He was trying to take the Heavenly Court members as captives, but these Gu immortals had already suicided. They could revive in Heavenly Court's immortal graveyard. With the destruction of Fate Gu, there was a huge potential in the method of suicide and revival. Heavenly Court had complete methods. On one hand, the Gu immortals had phantom apertures. When they died, the phantom apertures returned, their losses were minimized. On the other hand, when the Gu immortals suicided, their immortal Gu could be transferred through Treasure Yellow Heaven. Now, this had already become a mature and excellent battle tactic of Heavenly Court. Under the same cultivation level, stopping a Gu immortal from escaping was extremely difficult. At the very least, one needed immortal formations or immortal battlefield killer moves to trap the target. To prevent a Gu immortal from suiciding was much more difficult than stopping them from escaping. What could they do about it if the other wanted to die? But with Zhang Budu and Wu Shuai pinning them down, some Gu immortals were still stuck in the battle. Fan Yuan's main body descended, bringing complete despair to these Central Continent Gu immortals. He directly waved his sleeve and suppressed all of these Gu immortals. He did not kill them and only took them as captives. He captured over 10 Central Continent Gu immortals, but there was not even one member of Heavenly Court. Naturally, these captives included Li Xiaobai. Heavenly Court and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not show any movement. Fan Yuan's expression became increasingly unsightly. He thought for a bit, and flew towards Fei He Mountain. Central Continent's Fei He Mountain was the base of Immortal Crane Sect. This mountain was not only a super resource point, the public blessed land of Immortal Crane Sect was also located on it. Fan Yuan was currently at the center of the star array calculation formation, and the nearest superforce was Immortal Crane Sect. But when he arrived at the location of Fei He Mountain, this floating mountain range had disappeared. Fan Yuan's expression turned darker. He then moved northwest towards Myriad Dragon Dock. Myriad Dragon Dock was the same as Immortal Crane Sect, both belonged to the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Myriad Dragon Dock's headquarters blessed land was on the island at the heart of Dragon Lake. Fan Yuan arrived here. Dragon Lake and the central island were still around, but the public blessed land was empty. Fan Yuan went to Heavenly Lotus Sect, Spirit Butterfly Valley, Ancient Soul Sect, Heaven's Ending Manor, Wind Cloud Manor, Combat Immortal Sect, Spirit Affinity House, and Black Heaven Temple, but all their headquarters were empty. Clearly, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already planned to give up on Central Continent, and had made sufficient preparations to bring away the sect members. Heavenly Court. Within Chi Si Ancestor's mind. Chi Si Ancestor could not move, his thoughts were also being suppressed by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method. But Chi Si Ancestor put up his final resistance with the remaining will in his mind. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, you are really a good schemer. During this period of imprisonment, Chi Si Ancestor already understood the situation. Lin Jianxing's sword chi killer move was extremely effective on him. First, it was because the sword chi was concealed and also had chi path Dao marks. Chi Si Ancestor was not able to detect it with the vast chi currents surrounding him at that time. But analyzing the situation deeper, Chi-Si Ancestor was certain that the main culprit where the sword path down marks. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sensed Chi-Si Ancestor's thoughts and said, "You are not wrong. Ling Jianxing is different from others. He is an otherworldly demon, and in history, otherworldly demons carry otherworldly down marks. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had otherworldly space path down marks, so his Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space could block the future Venerables. In Kray's Demon Cave, when the whole of chaos appeared, Thieving Heaven used his otherworldly space path down marks as the main force to seal it." Chi-Si Ancestor understood at once. "So Lin Jianxing has otherworldly sword path down marks. This move is probably effective against even Venerables. Isn't it too much of a waste to use it on a clone like me?" Star Constellation Immortal Venerable then told the truth of the Chi Harvest Fruit and primordial origin Immortal Venerable's revival. Chi-Si's will shook fiercely. "So it was like this. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, you already planned a trap when you set up the star array calculation formation. Later, you used Heaven Path Dream Realms to create an environment to lure me into attacking the star array calculation formation. We actually fell for it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. As a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, I naturally researched deeply into Fan Yuan's personality. Moreover, you are his most capable clone. There was a high chance you would be sent to attack the star array calculation formation." Chi-Si's will sneered. "In that case, even though you went through such an elaborate charade to capture and imprison me, did you manage to deduce my main body's actions? Your central continent is done for. Ha! It is such a regret. If you had refined all of the wisdom path down marks of central continent, you might have had a chance to block my main body. A pity, a pity." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's tone became quiet and heavy. "My heavenly court is the leader of the righteous path. Over 3 million years had passed since it was established. Since then, countless heavenly court Gu immortals had sacrificed themselves to protect the righteous path and the whole of humanity. In the present situation, many venerables are confronting each other in utter chaos. It is much more terrifying and severe than when variant humans dominated the world in the immemorial antiquity era. Central continent is bordered with 4 regions. I, Star Constellation, am starting to feel powerless after confronting the other venerables for so long. Right now, I can only pay attention to the key aspects and guard the overall situation. Since I made such a plan, I obviously know what Fan Yuan's reaction will be. The plan succeeded now, so the common people of my central continent and countless living beings are facing Fan Yuan's terrifying revenge. However, as long as primordial origin Immortal Venerable revives from this, my heavenly court will have 2 venerables. The situation of the 5 regions will definitely undergo a great change. Everyone knows that the demonic path is unrestrained and runs amok, but they do not know that it takes even more courage and sense of responsibility to defend the righteous path. I, Star Constellation, have sinned to create an advantage for the righteous path. I am sinful for sacrificing countless people. But I am willing to bear this heavy sin to create more hope for the future, for humanity, and for the righteous path. In fact, Divine Emperor City has already stored the records of various human chi in it. By cooperating with Heavenly Court's Immortal Graveyard, we will be capable of using more revival methods. I solemnly swear now, regardless of how many humans Fan Yuan slaughters today, as long as I have a trace of strength left in the future, I will do everything I can to revive them. If I fail to keep my word, then I, Star Constellation, am not fit to be human." These words stupefied Chi-Si Ancestor. Even as her enemy, he could not help but admire Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's resolve, sense of responsibility, and decisiveness. "Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Sob, sob. We were too shallow, we even resented you before. Everything is for righteousness. How can we compromise because of Demon Venerable's threat and revenge? This is not kindness but a form of weakness. Right, if we compromise this time, we will do it again and again in the future. We are the backbone of Central Continent's righteous path. How can we bend our backs in front of Fan Yuan?" Central Continent's 10 great ancient sex Gu immortals were gathered together, listening to the conversation between Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Chi-Si's will. Emotions surged in their hearts and many even cried. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used Chi-Si Ancestor to explain this situation to them personally. The resentment, confusion, anger, and other negative feelings hiding in their hearts were swept away. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sex Gu immortals were now filled with respect towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable along with confidence and courage to protect the righteous path. But at the next moment, a Gu immortal shouted, Oh no, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable published news in Treasure Yellow Heaven saying that we captured Chi-Si Ancestor to recreate the Chi Harvest Fruit and revive Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. The crowd went into a commotion immediately. Many connected to Treasure Yellow Heaven and some of them started cursing. Fan Yuan, this shameless, despicable scoundrel. He even recorded Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's previous nonchalance towards his threat in a video and is playing it on constant loop in Treasure Yellow Heaven. He is trying to stir the hearts of Central Continent's people and damage our Heavenly Court's reputation. There is a spy, there is likely Fan Yuan's spy hidden among us. Otherwise, why will he suddenly know the truth? Someone brought up the possibility of a spy, making the Gu Immortals feel even more at unease. Many Gu Immortals openly requested Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to inspect everyone. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable shook her head slightly. Please don't be rash. I escorted Chi-Si Ancestor personally. By putting such an emphasis on him, it had already created doubts in Fan Yuan's mind. Venerables are not easy to deceive, it is normal for him to see through it. Although Fan Yuan cannot bring out any evidence and is probably not certain of it himself, he intentionally let out this information to gain the attention of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. However, it doesn't matter. I will be staying in Heavenly Court and won't go out for the following time. Even if Giant Sun, Fan Yuan, and Spectral Soul get into an alliance, they won't be able to hinder the plan of reviving Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. As long as we don't waver and stay here, Fan Yuan and the rest won't be able to do anything. The Immortals' gazes shone as they praised Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's unmatched wisdom. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was indeed an expert in using such tricks. Even if there was Fan Yuan's spy among the Immortals, she did not intend to investigate it. What was the point? People were not united right now. With Fan Yuan causing a great massacre in Central Continent, it would stir their hearts even more. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not even unite the people's minds. Why would she add more chaos to this? Moreover, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not feel fear even if there were spies here. Even if Fan Yuan, Giant Sun, and Spectral Soul attacked together, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had the confidence to defend Heavenly Court. This was the benefit of owning their own headquarters. No matter how many people Fan Yuan killed, or how miserable Central Continent's situation became, as long as Star Constellation Immortal Venerable revived Primordial Origin, it would be a huge victory. It was similar to the earlier situation where Fan Yuan was beaten miserably by Giant Sun and Star Constellation, but as long as he absorbed the Dream Realms, he would be the true winner. In fact, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was already preparing to revive Primordial Origin even back in Crazed Demon Cave. When she was seizing the primordial domains, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable deliberately searched and gathered Chi Path, and Wood Path primordial domains. So, once primordial domain revived, he could absorb the Chi Path primordial domains. Even if he did not reach Supreme Grand Master attainment level, he would not be far from it. What Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was worried about were Immortal Goo. Even if Primordial Origin revived, if he did not have Immortal Goo to use, he could not use his full strength. This was the situation with Star Constellation and Giant Sun. They did not have suitable Rank 9 Immortal Goo and had completely new Rank 9 Immortal Aperture. Their condition was far from their previous life's peak state. Heaven Chi Immortal Goo and Earth Chi Immortal Goo along with the secluded domain of Heaven and Earth who land are with Chi-Si. Adding on Heavenly Court's Human Chi Immortal Goo and other Goo, Master's Chi Path Goo worms are somewhat gathered now. It is indeed a huge pity that there are no Rank 9 Chi Path Immortal Goo, but maybe, Primordial Origin Treasury has it? When Master revives, he can activate the Treasury. I won't need to search for clues to find the Primordial Origin Treasury. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable quietly planned internally. Chapter 23-25. Fan Yuan plunders Central Continent. Profound Jade Snake Cave was a famous super resource point in Central Continent. It belonged to one of the 10 great ancient sects, Heaven's Endy Manor. The scale of annual resource production of Profound Jade Snake Cave was among the top 5 in Central Continent. The resources it produced were of many types as well, including Enslavement Path, Transformation Path, Earth Path, Dark Path, Space Path, and Poison Path. Profound Jade Snake Cave was the breeding ground for countless poisonous creatures, among which profound jade snakes were the overlords that countered poison. Every profound jade snake was an immemorial desolate beast. They were born from jade, had no scales, were light green resembling jade, and emitted fresh fragrance. The most valuable resources in Profound Jade Snake Cave were the profound jade snakes, but it was not easy to find them. It was not only because profound jade snakes were small and enjoyed silence. Profound Jade Snake Cave's terrain was complex with thousands of caves in it. And because it had space path Dao marks, small caves often contained large spaces and were nested upon each other. Heaven's Envy Manor might possess this super resource point, and also set up an immortal formation here, but had never grasped it completely. Every year, Heaven's Envy Manor had to send many Gu immortal experts to explore Profound Jade Snake Cave to capture profound jade snakes. But for the current Fan Yuan, it was not much of a trouble. Rise. After preparing for a while, Fan Yuan used a killer move. At the next moment, the earth and mountains shook. The whole Profound Jade Snake Cave rose slowly amidst billowing smoke, and under Fan Yuan's methods, shrank and was placed into sovereign immortal aperture. This was already the 11th super resource point that Fan Yuan obtained. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, if you don't hand over my clone, I will take away all of Central Continent's large resource points. Fan Yuan did not forget to shout threats. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable showed no movement. She had clearly resolved herself to stay in Heavenly Court and revive Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. She was not going to be shaken by the outside world. Fan Yuan snorted coldly as he continued. He arrived at the source of Falling Heavenly River. This river was a boundless expanse of water that heavily crashed at the riverbed from an endless height. The rumbling noise of the waterfall was like the continuous crackling of thunder. Endless water vapor formed dense fog that shrouded a vast range of the surroundings. The reason for the formation of this river was because of Bo Qing's attempt to break through to rank 9. Falling Heavenly River smashed open an inland river that opened a channel that flowed through the entirety of Central Continent, towards the eastern side of Central Continent, and into Eastern Sea. Even the merging of two heavens only reduced the size of Falling Heavenly River slightly. It was still a majestic sight to behold. After taking Profound Jade Snake Cave, Fan Yuan arrived at the source of Falling Heavenly River. Fan Yuan made his move. After a while, Falling Heavenly River's size shrank to 60%. This 60% Falling Heavenly River was stored inside Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The water level of the inland river at the source of Falling Heavenly River fell by thousands of feet. The water surface at the middle and lower stream of Falling Heavenly River began to reduce rapidly and exposed the riverbed, causing negative influences on the surrounding plants, crops, temperature, mortal habitats, and so on. Fan Yuan left Falling Heavenly River and arrived at Spirit Bank Spring. This was a super resource point that belonged to Ancient Soul Sect, which had once sent Yang Feng to guard this place but was still plundered by forgotten Taoists. But now, Yang Feng had already followed Ancient Soul Sect to enter Heavenly Court. Fan Yuan easily dismantled the Immortal Formation and took Spirit Bank Spring away. After Spirit Bank Spring was Pot River. This river resembled a long jade belt. It was situated in the eastern area of Central Continent. The riverbank was filled with willow trees and gentle breeze. The water in Pot River was smooth flowing, like a beautiful song. It was graceful and harmonious. There was a lot of pot grass growing in Pot River. Wind Cloud Manor was in charge of Pot River and held a festival around Pot River every year. But not long later, Pot River along with its river channel was moved into the Immortal Aperture by Fan Yuan. Even if there were to be Pot River festivals in the future, they could only be held inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. After Pot River was Hidden Dragon Cave. Hidden Dragon Cave had once imprisoned the legendary immemorial desolate beast Di Zongxing. There were very large numbers of scale enslavement path and rule path down marks here. There was also the remnants of the huge immortal Gu formation that Heavenly Court set up here. It had a huge reference value to most formation path Gu immortals. After Hidden Dragon Cave was put into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Fan Yuan moved to Lake Heart Mountain. This was Spirit Affinity House's headquarters. It was definitely an outstanding place to be chosen as the encampment of one of the 10 great ancient sections. Lake Heart Mountain was a super resource point by itself. Not only did it contain Secret Inheritance Peak, Lesser Cold Peak, Affection Peak, Fierce Fire Peak, Heavenly Flowers Peak, and other peaks, it also had Fairy Life Tablet Hall, Time Path Cultivation Immortal Formation, and other facilities. Naturally, Life Tablet Gu was already taken from the Fairy Life Tablet Hall. The Time Path Cultivation Immortal Formation's Immortal Gu were also taken away. But these facilities were mostly intact. They could be used after repairing. Soon, Lake Heart Mountain became a scenic spot within the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. After Lake Heart Mountain was Mountain Tortoise Valley, then Imprisonment Valley, Red River Beach, 100 Segment Forest, Scale Light River, Earthsea Rock Forest, Quiet Rain Valley. Fan Yuan looted wantonly, he did not hold back at all. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had left, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was holed up in Heavenly Court, Fan Yuan had no obstructions. His looting efficiency was extremely high. If Giant Sun Immortal Venerable wanted to relocate these resource points, he had to use luck path methods or blood path methods to imitate other paths and put in a lot of effort to move them. Fan Yuan had the sovereign immortal body which had non-conflicting Dao marks, so he could use methods of all paths. Earth path was more suitable to relocate caves and caverns. Wood path methods were appropriate to plunder forests. Another point was that Fan Yuan had a lot of immortal goo in his reserves. Putting rank 9 immortal goo aside, refining rank 8 immortal goo was as easy as drinking water to him. Resource points were looted one after the other, the essence of the whole central continent was being plundered by him, and his appetite showed no signs of being full. There were some resource points which Fan Yuan could not obtain completely for the moment. For instance, Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range. The mountain range was extremely range, Fan Yuan could not relocate the whole mountain range in a short period. He could easily take 1 or 2 mountain peaks, but the mountain range was a long stretch, it could not be compared to 1 or 2 mountain peaks. Another example was Hairy Foot Mountain. Hairy Foot Mountain once held infallible blessed land. Fan Yuan had came to this place first, but it was already destroyed by Heavenly Court. There was also Reincarnation Battlefield. This was the battlefield killer move that was personally set up by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. It was famous in history and was publicly recognized as the #1 battlefield killer move since ancient times. Fan Yuan had carefully observed it before leaving directly. It was not that he could not take it, but it required careful study and deductions. This required a lot of time and effort. Moreover, the specific time required was difficult to be estimated. Fan Yuan had a lot of experience in looting, so his actions were extremely efficient. He left 40% of Falling Heavenly River. It was not because he was willing to leave it behind, but he would have to spend more time and effort to take it. And it was better to loot other places than waste time here. Central Continent fell into an unprecedented state of unrest. There was no such unrest and chaos even during the Fate War. The Fate War was mainly the war of Goo Immortals. Heavenly Court and Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects defended their positions. But now that the Goo Immortals of Heavenly Court and Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were all holed up inside Heavenly Court, Central Continent became an unguarded place. Fan Yuan did not conceal his action of looting and relocating resource points. Every time he moved, it would cause a huge commotion that was noticed by others, and his actions enticed others as well. The Grand Venerable is eating meat, but we should be able to drink the remaining soup, right? Even if it is just 1 mouthful, it is enough for us to be full. This is Central Continent, the 10 great ancient sects have all moved away. This opportunity won't come again. The 5 regional walls were gone, so the other 4 regions' Goo Immortals began to move. After them were Central Continent's few demonic path Goo Immortals and Lone Immortals, then finally were Central Continent's righteous path Goo Immortals. Central Continent's righteous path did not consist of just the 10 great ancient sects, there were many other super forces, for instance, Great Heavenly Sword Sect, Lightning Information Sect, Demon Expelling Sect, and so on. Naturally, these righteous path forces moved with the excuse of defending Central Continent and helping Heavenly Court. These people did not dare to appear in front of Fan Yuan, but Central Continent was huge and had a lot of resource points. Many resource points could not catch Fan Yuan's eye or were positioned towards the end of the looting plan. These areas became the target of the Goo Immortals. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture was also in chaos. Goo Immortals were so busy that their heads were spinning. There had never been such a moment when resource points were moved in on such a large scale. This was simply like a flood of resources, unceasing and endless. The most crucial point was that super resource points could be found everywhere, and were the majority. Even the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's Goo Immortals were shaken to the core. Master is mighty! He is looting the whole of Central Continent. This is a Venerable's might, this is our Lord Fan Yuan. Great! Lord Chi-Si was captured by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Even if Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable revives, they will only be welcomed by a barren Central Continent. The first Wind Vein Ring is completed. The second Light Vein Ring is finished. Dark Path has also completed the first ring. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time flow was very different from the 5 regions outside world. All kinds of Dao veins were constructed rapidly: metal path, light path, dark path, poison path, rule path, enslavement path, transformation path. Gu immortals worked day and night, squeezing out all their energy and constantly visiting Liver Life Hall. Now and then, someone would reach the limits and their liver would explode, but it was not an issue. Many healing halls were constructed around the sovereign immortal aperture. In an instant, many of the sovereign immortal aperture's Gu immortals became like UZ, choosing to use the saltwater liver plan. As the saying went, humans needed windfalls to get rich, while horses needed extra grass to grow healthy. Fan Yuan's costless looting made his sovereign immortal aperture's development achieve an unprecedented and terrifying efficiency. Central Continent was surrounded by 4 regions but was also a region with rich resources, second only to Eastern Sea. Eastern Sea had more waterpath resources, but Central Continent had resources of all kinds. Central Continent was developed by Heavenly Court for over 3 million years. Its development had reached the limits. Almost all the immortal level resource points were developed to some extent. These all became Fan Yuan's targets. Many Dao veins were completed almost at one go in the sovereign immortal aperture. This was a huge boost to the stability of the sovereign immortal aperture. Thus, even though the sovereign immortal aperture annexed so many resource points, because of the Dao veins, it became much more stable instead. With such a foundation, Fan Yuan could begin absorbing the primordial domain in Treasure Yellow Heaven and annexing blessed lands everywhere. He had stored the primordial domain in Treasure Yellow Heaven all along. There was no need to lie low now, and he could start absorbing it. There were many blessed lands everywhere in Central Continent. For instance, flowing silver blessed land that was revealed because of the Qi tides, Hu immortal blessed land that Fan Yuan gave up in the past, or star-form blessed land, and so on. Chapter 23-26. Giant Sun Retreats. Star Constellation, is the rumor in Treasure Yellow Heaven true? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable fought against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable while contacting Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and questioning. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable replied casually, "This is Fan Yuan's scheme to waver your determination." Giant Sun Immortal Venerable dodged Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's attack while probing. "Right now, Fan Yuan is plundering Central Continent. Why aren't you stopping him? If you are willing to give up on Central Continent's resources, why don't you come and deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable alongside me? Aren't you the one who wants to eradicate Spectral Soul the most?" Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gave an excuse. "Since you are in a bind, I will come and help you after I heal myself." Giant Sun Immortal Venerable heaved a long sigh. "Star Constellation, you are truly good at scheming. I am impressed." He was a venerable. After seeing that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable hid inside Heavenly Court without any intention of coming out after capturing Qi-Si Ancestor, even giving up Central Continent's resources and recalling the Gu Immortals of the 10 great ancient sects, he guessed the truth. What could make the Grand Heavenly Court and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable make such a sacrifice? The revival of a venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was silent. She did not respond. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had to retreat. He no longer fought against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable but transmitted to Fan Yuan instead. "Fan Yuan, I can't lure Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to come out. If Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable revives, it will be over." Sigh, thinking about it, there were signs alluding to this earlier. Do you remember the battle in Kray's Demon Cave? Back then, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable cooperated with me to pressure you, but she made a mistake and lost the opportunity. The reason was because you used Qi-Si Ancestor as a shield. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable held back. Fan Yuan snorted coldly, replying, "Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is truly the #1 wisdom path in the world throughout history. It is normal that my wisdom path attainment is inferior to her. But what is the point of saying that now? We need to ally now and attack Heavenly Court to have a chance of turning this situation around." Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did his best to withdraw. He only dodged Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's attacks as he pulled apart the distance between them while thinking to himself. He frowned deeply and considered the situation rapidly. It seemed that he was the biggest loser in the battle over the Heaven Path Dream Realms. Fan Yuan obtained the Heaven Path Dream Realms and lost Qi-Si Ancestor, but he obtained a lot of resources plundered from Central Continent. Although Star Constellation Immortal Venerable lost Central Continent's resources, she obtained Qi-Si Ancestor. If she could revive Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable successfully, she would be the biggest winner. By then, even if all of Central Continent were to be slaughtered by Fan Yuan, they would still be the winner. Another venerable would change the situation fundamentally. No matter how much manpower or resources Central Continent lost, it was only temporary. They were completely different concepts. Even a fool would know which choice was more important. As long as Heavenly Court's two venerables cooperated, they would easily suppress Fan Yuan, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, or Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. It would be basically impossible for Fan Yuan, Giant Sun, or Spectral Soul to refine natural Tao marks. If Heavenly Court sent out both venerables to attack them, they would need to retreat. They could not undergo the process of natural Tao mark refinement. Conversely, as long as Heavenly Court sent out a venerable to stall them, the other person could refine natural Tao marks using that time. As time passes, Heavenly Court's advantage would accumulate quicker. By the time they refine all the natural Tao marks of the 5 regions, the other venerables would be cornered. Of course, in this situation, Giant Sun, Fan Yuan, and Spectral Soul would have to work together. But could their alliance match the cooperation of Heavenly Court's venerables? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not sane now. The main cooperation would lie with Giant Sun and Fan Yuan. But Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not trust either of them. It would not work. Be it their cooperation level or fundamental beliefs, such differences would be magnified in a battle of life and death. Not only that, Heavenly Court even had a third venerable in history, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. If 2 other venerables were alive, the third venerable, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, would have a much easier time reviving. Thus, Heavenly Court has finally reached its most crucial turning point. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was clear about this fact. This was like the backlash Fan Yuan faced from the venerables when he refined rank 9 Gu earlier. If he survived it, he would experience a qualitative change and obtain the upper hand. In the future, no matter what he did, the difficulty would be much smaller. The reason why the venerables were in a deadlock was because they had all just revived and were at the same starting point, or rather, their differences were minuscule. But if another venerable from Heavenly Court revived, this balance would be broken. Even if Giant Sun and Fan Yuan worked together, they could not match Heavenly Court. If we can't stop Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, this will be the crucial moment where Heavenly Court regains its domination of the world and defeats the other venerables. Knowing this, after learning that Chi Si was captured in Heavenly Court, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's standpoint changed completely. He contacted Fan Yuan and created a plan to pretend that he was still fighting against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. It is a pity that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has a clear grasp of the human heart. I can't lure her to come outside. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable were in Central Continent, there would still be hope. After all, her advantage in Central Continent was not as large as being physically in Heavenly Court. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable hid inside and refused to come outside no matter what. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was helpless in this situation. Truly, a top schemer could achieve victory without even participating in battle. At the crucial moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not try to fight. She was unaffected by the burden of Heavenly Court's reputation and other factors, bearing the huge pressure of sacrificing and giving up Central Continent's people to make the right choice. Luck Inspection. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was indignant. He used his luck inspection method. The results were disappointing. Heavenly Court's luck was above everyone else. It was still showing signs of rising. Be it Giant Sun, Fan Yuan, or Spectral Soul, they were all suppressed by Heavenly Court's luck. Other than that, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not see any huge variables that could influence the situation. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, why are you still hesitating? Fan Yuan's voice was transmitted again. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable sighed. Fan Yuan, we've lost. Accept the fact. We will need to exert a lot of effort to enter Heavenly Court. Even if we get in, we are unable to cooperate sincerely. How can we be Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's match? We won't succeed even with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Attacking rashly will cause us to fall into Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's trap. Our strength will dwindle. In my opinion, we should preserve our strength for a future opportunity. Fan Yuan snorted coldly as he replied in displeasure. How can I accept this without even trying? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is the #1 wisdom path expert. She had such ease in plotting against us. If Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable revives, she will have an even easier time. How can we deal with a wisdom path Gu Immortal? We need to exterminate them. We cannot give a wisdom path Gu Immortal any time to make arrangements. Our current situation is the best proof of this. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable asked in response. Then in your opinion, what should we do now? Fan Yuan gritted his teeth. Plunder Central Continent and slaughter the people. I don't believe that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable will let it happen. Even if she can, after Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable revives, he will only gain a barren region. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable shook his head. Such an act was too brutal and demonic, it did not suit his nature. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had his reservations. If he did this, when Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable retaliate by slaughtering the Huangjin tribes, what would he do? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had another thought. Fan Yuan wants me to stand on the same side as him. If I participate in slaughtering the people of Central Continent, there will be no way of reconciling with Heavenly Court. My demonic past status will be permanent. Without any reconciliation, there would be no room for a truce. The pressure of two venerables would weight on his shoulders. He was not like Fan Yuan, who was cold and unconcerned with his subordinates' lives. I have Longevity Heaven as my base. Even if all three venerables of Heavenly Court revive, I can still defend myself. This is my foundation for a negotiation. But Fan Yuan is all alone, he has no such base. This is a huge problem to him, thus, he wants me to join him. If I do not participate in this, in the future, Heavenly Court will target Fan Yuan as their priority. I will have more time to cultivate. It is still not the time to go all in now. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable thought of this and rejected Fan Yuan's proposal. But Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not want to offend Fan Yuan, he explained. I can't bring myself to do such a thing like killing all the people. I'll advise you not to do this personally, there's a more suitable person. I'll lure him to you now. Coward! Fan Yuan shouted. All you care about is useless reputation. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not show any anger. He understood why Fan Yuan was feeling upset and angry after getting schemed against. He lured Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to Fan Yuan, who landed in Central Continent in response. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not like Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, he did not let Fan Yuan down. After leaving Spectral Heaven, he went into Central Continent, and started his massacre. This was within the expectations of Fan Yuan, and Giant Sunday Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's injuries were severe, but he could heal himself by slaughtering lifeforms and hunting soul beasts to increase his strength. He had done this in Spectral Heaven earlier, now, the situation was similar. Heavenly Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had been paying attention to the two venerables' actions. After seeing that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was killing all the lifeforms in Central Continent, she sighed deeply. But after seeing that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable left Central Continent to return to Northern Plains, her eyes shone brightly as joy filled her heart. The Heavenly Court Gu Immortals could not understand why. Even if Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not want to invade Heavenly Court, he would at least ransack Central Continent for some resources, right? But he left directly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was clear of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's intention. She spoke to Golden Hoop Great Immortal. Your effort back then has finally paid off. This is the best result for us. In the past, Golden Hoop Great Immortal had invited Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to tour Heavenly Court, and wanted to recruit him to become their fourth Immortal King. His plan failed and even allowed Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to leave a luck path method as a backdoor to Heavenly Court, causing them huge losses during the Fate War. But in fact, the truth was that Golden Hoop Great Immortal's action had a certain impact on Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. In his heart, Heavenly Court had once tried to recruit him, they even tried to make him their leader. In that case, there was a possibility of negotiating with them to come to a peaceful truce. Chapter 23-27. Primordial Origins Revival. After hearing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's words, many of the Gu Immortals gained some realization. Now it seems that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable is still a righteous path person in essence. He is indeed quite different from Fan Yuan, be it in terms of action or ideology. Fan Yuan is brutal and casually sacrifices his subordinates, he treats everything as his tool. But Giant Sun Immortal Venerable is different, he cares for his descendants and is someone with deep kinship. In my opinion, he has far greater foresight than Fan Yuan. If he acts like Fan Yuan, he will have no chance of appeasing Heavenly Court, he will be our mortal enemy. Thus, he has already started planning to express his goodwill towards Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. From what I see, this is all Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's plan. She did everything to defend Heavenly Court and allowed Fan Yuan to ransack Central Continent. The truth is, I was quite unhappy about it. But now, it seems that this was only part of her plan. It managed to make Giant Sun leave Central Continent of his own accord. This is an incredible outcome. Sigh, I should not have tried to evaluate Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's wisdom with my shallow view. Chi-Si Ancestor's eyes were shut, he was motionless like a statue, floating quietly in heavenly court. Above his head, Star Constellation chessboard orbited and released a pale blue light that enveloped his body. After some preparation, the entrance of Chi-Si Ancestor's immortal aperture started to open. The immortals cheered loudly. Afterwards, Rank 8 Heaven Chi Immortal Goo flew out of his immortal aperture first. After that was Earth Chi Immortal Goo, followed by various Chi Path Immortal Goo. The immortals were in a commotion. Even though Chi-Si Ancestor is strong, against Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, he is only meat on the chopping block. Self-detonating immortal goo is so easy, but right now, the pseudo-venerable Chi-Si Ancestor has been completely controlled by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He can't even do something as simple as self-detonating his immortal goo. Once Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable revives, these Chi Path Immortal Goo will allow him to recover a portion of his strength. Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has truly planned it perfectly. The immortals praised in succession. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had clearly suppressed Chi-Si Ancestor completely. She controlled his mind and used her thoughts to replace his. Thus, she was able to open the immortal aperture's entrance and suppress all of the goo worms inside. Of course, these Chi Path goo worms still belonged to Chi-Si Ancestor. They were filled with his will. It was much more difficult for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to get rid of his will than controlling Chi-Si Ancestor's mind directly. These immortal goo did not have a mind. To get rid of their lingering will of Chi-Si, the best solution would be to directly refine these Chi Path Immortal Goo. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not plan to do that. She only suppressed these immortal goo and prevented them from self-detonating. She kept them for her master, Primordial Origin, to deal with personally. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was a Chi Path Goo cultivator. It was better for him to deal with these Chi Path Immortal Goo. After all the immortal goo were retrieved, it was time for the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Huland. Once Huland appeared in front of everyone, Heavenly Court erupted with an intense wave of cheers. This was a Chi Path secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was spoils of battle comparable to rank 9 immortal goo. Chi-Si Ancestors who elevation killer move used Huland as the core. A secluded domain of heaven and earth was very hard to destroy. It was much easier to obtain than immortal goo. Since Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could even suppress Chi-Si Ancestors' immortal goo, obtaining Huland was a natural thing. With this secluded domain of heaven and earth, even if Master has no rank 9 immortal goo in his treasury, he can still display the might of Chi Path. While feeling satisfied, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not forget to inspect these immortal goo and the secluded domain of heaven and earth. Fan Yuan was vigilant, so was she. Even in Heavenly Court, she was not being careless at all. After using all her methods to inspect them over 100 times, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable confirmed that these immortal goo and the secluded domain of heaven and earth were not tampered with. Afterwards, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable placed these loot into the immortal formation and suppressed them. This was her final step of precaution. Fan Yuan was a refinement path venerable. He might have some methods that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not decipher. But with these loot being suppressed in the immortal formation, even if Fan Yuan's method activated, it would be detected by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately. She would have time to counter them. Even if Fan Yuan has any method that I have not detected, it is not a big deal. I can suppress anything with the immortal formation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was filled with confidence regarding this. Back then, she had even used He Feng Yang to undergo immortal goo transactions with Fan Yuan. Was she not afraid of Fan Yuan tampering with them? Of course she had such worries. But the concern was quite small. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was confident in noticing Fan Yuan's methods. Other venerables like Giant Sun Immortal Venerable would also have such confidence. Their confidence was not baseless. Refinement Path was too broadly cultivated in the whole world. The advantage was that Refinement Path developed immensely. Many Refinement Path goo worms could advance to rank 9. The weakness was that everyone knew how to refine goo. They had a certain understanding of Refinement Path. Heavenly Court had existed for 3 million years, while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was a Wisdom Path Venerable. How could she not know the refinement method of fake goo? Such an action was common in the mortal goo master world. If Fan Yuan made fake goo, even if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not cultivate Refinement Path, she would notice it. Of course, if Fan Yuan had sufficient time to develop, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would not dare to take a risk in this aspect. She would be incredibly cautious towards any immortal goo that Fan Yuan had contacted. After Qixi Ancestors Immortal Goo and Hu Land were taken out, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took out various resource points from Qixi's Immortal Aperture. Most of the Qi Path resource points were kept inside. The ones that were taken out had one similarity: they all had a lot of non-Qi Path down marks. After finishing this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable started to use her killer moves. She had created these Wisdom Path killer moves herself, nobody else knew of them except her. After more than 10 killer moves were used, Qixi Ancestors Immortal Aperture and mind started to break down. All sorts of Qi Path resource points and his entire body started to turn into Qi currents. A massive number of Qi currents were gathered together, forming into the vague shape of a Qi harvest fruit. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes shone with brilliance and wisdom. She used 3 killer moves consecutively, eliminating Qixi Ancestors' will, thoughts, and remaining emotions in the Qi harvest fruit. Qixi Ancestors' soul was taken out and kept in the Immortal Goo House Soul Suppression Hall. This Immortal Goo House was once used to hold Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. It was too easy to contain Qixi's soul now. The Qi harvest fruit slowly stabilized. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stopped her various Wisdom Path methods, carefully drawing Star Constellation chessboard away from the location. Even without Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's support, the Qi harvest fruit was becoming clearer and more stable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable inspected it carefully and relaxed. As she had expected, the Qi harvest fruit was in sync with Primordial Origin's methods now. She did not need to do anything else. She could not interfere anymore, or it could be an issue. After all, there were conflicting down marks. She cultivated Wisdom Path and Star Path, not Qi Path. The best situation was to allow Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's methods to activate and trigger his revival. After 3 million years, Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's methods are still effective. I am truly in admiration. There are no issues left. Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's revival is imminent. It was my fault. The newly revived Qin Dingling came over and said with an expression of guilt, "If I was not muddled and let Qixi Ancestor take Heavenly Court's Qi harvest fruit, the first Venerable to revive would have been Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable." Everyone consoled her upon hearing this. Even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked over at her. "Qin Dingling, no need to blame yourself. You are not a Wisdom Path Goo Immortal. While Fan Yuan is extremely crafty and has even deceived the world, it was not your fault that you failed to deduce Qixi Ancestor's true identity. Even I would make mistakes sometimes. The important thing is that you learn from your mistakes and grow. You must continue to look forward bravely. That is the true behavior that we should follow. We will remember Lady Immortal Venerable's teachings." The immortals responded in unison. The Qi harvest fruit soon grew to the size of a mountain. Qixi Ancestor's Qi Path Foundation was converted into the Qi harvest fruit. After it stabilized, it was even larger than the one that Fan Yuan made back then. As time passed, the Qi harvest fruit continued to grow stronger. In the past, the Heavenly Court immortals would be terrified of this scene. But now, they looked towards the Qi harvest fruit with anticipation and excitement. Primordial Origin's revival process, which had been interrupted by Fan Yuan in the past, was restarting now. Not long after, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned. She noticed that the Qi harvest fruit's growth was slowing down. Something is wrong. She quickly inspected. The entire inspection process was slow and careful. She did not want a powerful investigative method to affect Primordial Origin's revival process. The Heavenly Court Wisdom Path Dao marks that she refined were very useful in this case. She soon found the reason. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable had left many methods in Heavenly Court that were related to his revival. For example, the Primordial Qi Wall. Master's plan must have been to use the Qi harvest fruit from the Qi tides to revive himself. He arranged all sorts of Qi path methods in Heavenly Court as a form of assurance. When the Qi harvest fruit lacks nutrients, these Qi path methods would be used to supplement it. However, because of the various battles that occurred, these Qi path methods were greatly expended. Thus, its growth was slowed now. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had no way to make these Qi path methods recover to their original state. But after thinking about it, she quickly found a replacement method. After all, these Chi path methods were meant to support the Chi harvest fruit's growth. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately ordered for all of Heavenly Court's Chi path immortal materials to be taken out while she made deductions. Not long after, her expression turned pale, she was covered in perspiration, but she produced a Chi path immortal formation. The foundation of this Chi path formation were the Chi path methods from primordial origin. It was quickly completed under Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's arrangements. Afterwards, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable placed a large number of Chi path immortal materials into the immortal formation. As the Chi path immortal formation activated, it was quickly reduced into all sorts of Chi currents that were condensed together, before being instilled into the Chi harvest fruit through primordial origins arrangements. After the boost of nutrients, the Chi harvest fruit started to grow rapidly again. But this did not last long. Heavenly Court's storage of Chi path immortal materials was quickly expended. They were about to run dry again. Chapter 23-28 Explosion. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable saw the issue. The Chi path immortal materials were insufficient. Her expression turned dim. Heavenly Court's foundation had finally hit rock bottom. In fact, when she set up the star array calculation formation and nurtured the immemorial star beasts, she had already expended all of Heavenly Court's star path resources. Recently, Heavenly Court's members revived continuously. The remaining immortal graveyard was also consumed until only a small area was left. It could no longer allow any Gu immortal to revive. Heavenly Court had developed for 3 million years. It had incomparable foundation, but after several huge battles, the expenditure was severe. When Spectral Soul Demon Venerable escaped from Heavenly Court, he ransacked the immortal treasury. They had to use their secret storage and even subtly draw resources from the 10 great ancient sections. Until today, Heavenly Court was already showing signs of exhausting its foundation. Of course, the main reason why they were out of Chi path resources was because the immortal material expenditure was just too high. In primordial origin Immortal Venerable's original plan, the Chi harvest fruit would primarily grow using the Chi tides. The Chi path methods he left behind would only be a failsafe in case any unexpected mishaps occurred. The Chi tides were crucial in growing the Chi harvest fruit. But now, the Chi tides had ended and the Chi path's methods were not completely intact. They had to expend Chi path immortal materials instead. It was obvious that the more Chi path immortal materials they expended, the larger the Chi harvest fruit would become, and the stronger primordial origin Immortal Venerable would be after reviving. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made deductions again. She used her full strength in doing this. Countless thoughts collided in her mind until she felt a sharp headache, but she eventually deduced another killer move. After testing it, she modified the killer move slightly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's breathing was quite rough and her expression was pale. She opened the entrance of Heavenly Court at the next moment. Before any other Venerable reacted, she aimed her killer move at the entrance. Heavenly Court's entrance was immediately covered by a layer of profound light as it rapidly drew in heaven and earth chi from the outside world. The heaven and earth chi were vast and boundless. They entered through the entrance with unceasing momentum and flowed into the immortal formation. The heaven and earth chi were not of high quality but could compensate with quantity. With this supplement, the growth of the Chi harvest fruit was no longer an issue. The Heavenly Court immortals were shocked. They quickly discussed. Why did Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable open the entrance of Heavenly Court? This is a good thing. The stronger the Chi harvest fruit, the more powerful primordial origin Immortal Venerable's Chi path foundation will be after revival. What if Fang Yuan attacks using this chance? Ha ha ha, didn't he try to attack earlier, losing to Lady Star Constellation's divine might? Will he dare to come again? Fang Yuan did not show up indeed. Not only that, even Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not paying attention to them. He ravaged Central Continent and slaughtered countless beings, his injuries recovered by a large extent. Soul fog surged, wherever it went, verdant mountains turned gray and flowers wilted, while beast corpses were lying all over the place. As his soul hull was used, huge waves appeared on the lakes. Afterwards, corpses of aquatic animals like fish or shrimps floated to the surface. A vast number of souls were devoured by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He was like a huge black hole that devoured everything he slaughtered. His injuries were healed and his body expanded again. During this process, a wild immortal goo was created in Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body. Rank 8 Immortal Goo, kill! This caused a considerable commotion that drew the attention of Fan Yuan, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. At once, the three Venerables had strange expressions. They knew about a secret of the past. Back then, Spectral Soul wanted to create Killing Path, but in the end, he failed after devouring Black Heaven's heavenly spirit. He was forced to create Soul Path instead. But to think that he showed signs of creating Killing Path now while he was not sane. Immortal Goo Kill was clearly the core immortal goo of Killing Path. It was not formed so easily. This was a goo refinement undergone by the heavenly Tao. Most importantly, it was refined in Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body. This meant that although he was currently not sane, he was quite close to creating Killing Path. Killing Path is already showing signs of emerging. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had already returned to Northern Plains. He immediately ordered the Huangjin tribe Goo Immortals who were headed to Central Continent to not get near Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. They should not be greedy with super resource points, also avoiding Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not personally plunder Central Continent's resource points, but he did not give up. He sent his bloodline descendants. This way, even if Heavenly Court pursued the matter, he had a degree of distance, and could give excuses. Giant Sun, if you come and cooperate with me, I'll give you half of the Central Continent resource points that I plunder. Fan Yuan transmitted again. He did not give up on convincing Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable rejected with an increasingly firm attitude. On one hand, he felt that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would not expose a weakness. This outcome was already decided. There was no point in joining hands with Fan Yuan. On the other hand, he had his own reservations. Firstly, his eldest son Yutian Guang was taken away by Yutian Guang in Longevity Heaven. He needed to look for his son. Secondly, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had already used I reside in all living beings in heaven and earth twice in a short period. This move had a huge drawback. It would leave him in a weakened state for some time. He had to conceal himself and secretly get through this weakened period. If he exposed this weakness, the killer move's value and usability would fall immensely in the future. Heavenly Court. The Qi harvest fruit continued to grow larger. The vast amount of heaven and earth Qi, countless Qi path immortal materials, as well as methods like the primordial Qi wall, were all turned into Qi path Tao marks that were added into the Qi harvest fruit. At the core of the Qi harvest fruit, a human-shaped core was formed. As time passed, the core's features became clearer. It was increasingly human-like. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable saw this and immediately comprehended that primordial origin Immortal Venerable's revival method contained the profundity of human path. To think that Master's human path attainment is even higher than I thought. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled faintly as memories surfaced in her mind. In his bed, primordial origin Immortal Venerable suddenly coughed out blood. Master, how are you? Star Constellation quickly came over and used her methods to heal him. Primordial origin Immortal Venerable had just blocked a chaotic disaster and fixed the hole in the world. He was heavily injured and could barely get up. Star Constellation did her best to stabilize his injuries. She had a look of surprise. She found that primordial origin Immortal Venerable aggravated the injuries purely as a result of his own actions. Star Constellation frowned deeply. Master, you suffered such heavy injuries and can't even walk now, yet you still took a risk to create a killer move. Primordial origin Immortal Venerable had a look of joy. These injuries are not an issue, my disciple. I succeeded. I grasped onto that inspiration and created a human path killer move. Using this move, we can use the immortal aperture to extend the lifespan of Goo Immortals. Among all the existing lifespan extension methods, my newly created method is the most effective. Star Constellation looked at the content and had a gaze of surprise. Light flickered in her eyes as she understood the true value of this killer move. Primordial origin Immortal Venerable laughed loudly. With this method, we will not need to force human Goo Immortal experts to join our heavenly court. The temptation of lifespan extension is too great. From now on, as long as they contribute their immortal aperture to heavenly court, they will become members of heavenly court. They will get to use this human path killer move to extend their lifespan. Star Constellation nodded. She was joyous as well. Master, what is the name of this killer move? Cough, cough. Primordial origin Immortal Venerable coughed before saying nonchalantly. The name is not important. You can decide it for me. Just make one up. Star Constellation quickly answered. She loved to name things, she added. We need to give it an awesome name. It should draw people's attention. Let me think about it. My good disciple, go and think of the name. I am too old now. I don't have the creativity anymore. After you decide, let me know. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable rested in bed and waved his hand to Star Constellation. Star Constellation nodded and said solemnly, "Master, you must not take such risks again. Your injuries are too severe this time." Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable laughed to himself. "These injuries are nowhere near my limit. I've once suffered even greater injuries, you know it too, there has been at least 5 of such instances." Star Constellation stared angrily. "You are already 25,000 years old, you need to admit you are old. You've already done enough for humanity, since you are injured, you need to recuperate. I will leave Heavenly Court. Ha ha ha, with you around, what worries do I have?" Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable laughed as his voice became softer, he showed an expression of dejectedness. "Maybe I should really admit that I am too old." "You won't." Star Constellation shook her head, she showed an expression of knowing her master very well but being helpless against his antics. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable laughed after seeing her expression. While she was taking her leave, he even winked at her playfully. Star Constellation took care of Primordial Origin, who was recuperating while handling Heavenly Court's affairs. In her free time, she thought of the name of the Human Path Killer move to relax her mind. Star Constellation was busy for 3 days. After that, she finally had some insight about the name of the Human Path Killer move. But she did not know that she would not have a chance to tell Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable about this name anymore. When she freed herself from her busy work and went to visit Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, she saw that he was lying on the bed quietly. His eyes were shut and his expression was plain, there was only a faint smile at the corners of lips. This legendary leader of humanity, the first-generation immortal king of Heavenly Court, the person who held up the banner of humanity's retaliation and forced all the variant human forces to hide themselves, had passed away. He died calmly, peacefully, relieved. His disciple was the reason why he was relieved. The moment Star Constellation saw Primordial Origin again, she realized. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's injuries were extremely severe, he had only purposely concealed the fact. He was making considerations for the big picture. After all, although the variant humans retreated from Central Continent, they were still rampant in the other 4 regions. Even in Central Continent, many variant human forces hid in their blessed lands and grotto heavens, they could not be found. He knew his injuries could not be healed. Using the last of his strength, he painstakingly created a Human Path Killer move to aid the future development of Heavenly Court. Star Constellation stood in front of Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's bed and kept silent for a long time. Eventually, she spoke in a hoarse voice. "Master, I've already thought of the name for this Human Path Killer move. It suits this scenario quite well. I'll name it, Lying in Bed." Lying in bed was able to turn the immortal aperture that a Gu Immortal contributed to Heavenly Court into a bed that was free from calamities and tribulations. It could also extend their lifespan to a great extent. Back in that era, it was the #1 lifespan extension method besides lifespan Gu. Afterwards, Star Constellation created another Human Path Killer move on the foundation of this move, naming it, Others Sleep Soundly. Others Sleep Soundly allowed the Heavenly Court members to sleep on their respective beds and reduce their body activity and time flow to the lowest possible limit. At the same time, their will would be extracted and converted into human nature. 1. Opposite of heaven nature spectral soul is filled by, c. 2265, to help Star Constellation Immortal Venerable resist heaven's will after she assimilated with the Tao. At the final moments of his life, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable lay in bed and contributed his final moments to the future of Heavenly Court and all of humanity. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did the same. In order to protect Heavenly Court, she sacrificed herself and became one with the Tao. This pair of master and disciple were truly of the same lineage. Lying in bed and others sleep soundly became the foundation of Heavenly Court's immortal graveyard. Within the Chi Harvest fruit, the human-shaped core had already grown to the size of a normal human adult. There was a change in the Chi Harvest fruit's skin as well. Countless primordial Chi walls formed and wrapped around the core of the Chi Harvest fruit. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's revival was already reaching the final steps. The methods displayed during this process made Star Constellation Immortal Venerable quite surprised. She gasped and sighed at the intricacy of Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's Chi Path methods. As time passed, a wave of grand aura permeated the Chi Harvest fruit. The Chi Path Tao marks that were created from heaven and earth Chi, along with the Chi Path immortal materials, were added to the Chi Harvest fruit continuously. The human-shaped Chi Harvest fruit was already showing Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's form. Many Central Continent Gu immortals were currently kneeling. Heavenly Court's members had tears in their eyes. They were incredibly excited. He was the first venerable of the world. Among them, he was also the one with the longest lifespan. Without him, humanity would not have its current prosperity. He was the person who led the rise of the human race. He was the creator of Chi Path and had left behind countless methods to defend Heavenly Court, including primordial Chi Wall, lying in bed, and others. He had defeated countless variant human experts. He had suffered countless injuries. Who knows how much blood he lost in the process? He created Emperor City, which was the incomplete form of Divine Emperor City. He was the first to contribute his immortal aperture. He gave up on the clan system and recruited disciples. He was the role model of Central Continent's sex system. He worked his hardest and gave his life to Heavenly Court and all of humanity. Even the variant humans who hated him to the core had to admit that he was a grand existence. He was primordial origin immortal venerable. And today, he was going to return to this world. The Chi harvest fruit started to tremble as a grand aura leaked out, creating huge Chi waves. The entrance of Heavenly Court opened as this aura was exposed to the outside world. At once, within spectral heaven, Chi currents either fell, moved together like a storm, or even created all sorts of vortexes and whirlpools. A peculiar phenomenon was formed as the 5 regions went into an uproar. Primordial origin immortal venerable's revival was almost completed. Finally, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable let out a sigh of relief and knelt on one knee as she said, "This disciple pays respects to Master." Within Northern Plains, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable sighed. The outcome was decided. Fan Yuan, however, stared at Heavenly Court. He frowned with a vague hint of anticipation and excitement in his eyes. At the next moment, boom! Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable exploded. In Northern Plains, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable stood on the spot. He looked in the direction of Heavenly Court with uncontrollable shock on his face. Meanwhile, Fan Yuan had a faint smile. Chapter 23-29. Fan Yuan's scheme to blow up Heavenly Court. This huge explosion was too sudden, it had occurred too fiercely. At once, winds soared and clouds dispersed, heaven and earth changed colors. Heavenly Court shattered. A large number of grotto heaven fragments flew everywhere like a volcanic explosion. Only half of the immortal aperture entrance remained. There were all sorts of holes and gaps everywhere, exposed in spectral heaven. Dust and smoke rumbled. Heavenly Court could not be seen clearly now. An unknown number of Gu immortals had died. The only thing that could be confirmed was that the mountain-like Chi harvest fruit had dissipated entirely. I succeeded. In Central Continent, Fan Yuan looked in the direction of Heavenly Court and let out a breath of air. Long ago, he had already started to consider this issue. At that time, he was in a predicament with danger all around him. The sovereign immortal aperture's time flow was too fast. This forced Fan Yuan to undergo tribulations. Although he had used endless trouble multiple times to delay his tribulations, the chaotic disaster could not be skipped by this method. Once Fan Yuan underwent tribulation, he would need to place his sovereign immortal aperture in spectral heaven and open his immortal aperture's entrance for some time. This would expose a huge flaw and lure Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to attack him. Even Spectral Soul Demon Venerable might come. Other than the danger of tribulation, Fan Yuan also felt hunger. This was the sovereign immortal body's hunger. The sovereign immortal body was created using sovereign immortal fetus Gu. The flaw was that it needed to consume an immortal aperture of the same rank as the Gu immortal once in a while. Now that Fan Yuan was a venerable, he would need to annex a rank 9 immortal aperture. These two crises made Fan Yuan extremely worried. As the saying went, if one did not have big worries, they would worry about smaller things. Fan Yuan had great foresight. He could also anticipate his future problems. Rather than leaving these issues to the future, he should start resolving them now. Fan Yuan did not have a passive nature. He enjoyed taking the initiative to launch the first attack and control the situation. Fan Yuan knew one of Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's revival methods. The reason was simple. The killer move stealing heavenly secret. Back then, Fan Yuan used the immortal ascension of his Gu immortal seeds to experience natural inspiration, and used stealing heavenly secret to inspect all the secrets within Heavenly Court. He knew the profundities contained in the Chi harvest fruit were meant to revive Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. Even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was unclear of the exact details regarding the Chi harvest fruit revival method. But Fan Yuan had a clear understanding of Heavenly Court. along with his Chi Path Great Grandmaster attainment level, he made deductions and researched with Wisdom Gu's help. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made arrangements within the star array calculation formation. Her methods were precise and meticulous. The intention was to use both embroidered tower and star constellation chessboard to capture a pseudo-venerable. This arrangement was done secretly. Fan Yuan did not know of it. But he did not need to guess to know that star constellation Immortal Venerable would definitely try to revive primordial origin Immortal Venerable. If he were in her shoes, it was certain that he would prioritize in reviving the other two immortal kings of Heavenly Court. Things were difficult to do openly, but easy to do secretly. Once star constellation Immortal Venerable made a move, her every action would expose her intention. Heavenly Court had deep foundations. It was under the rule of 3 immortal kings. This was Heavenly Court's greatest strength, but to Fan Yuan, it also was their greatest weakness. Thus, Fan Yuan thought of sacrificing Qi-Si Ancestor to purposely lure star constellation Immortal Venerable into using the Qi Harvest Fruit Revival method. Even if Qi-Si Ancestor was his clone, so what? For the goal of eternal life, what could he not sacrifice? For the sake of his grand ambition, would Fan Yuan be stingy on such a sacrifice? The plan to give up Qi-Si Ancestor and use him as bait to revive primordial origin Immortal Venerable was quite likely to succeed. But he needed a chance to send Qi-Si there. He could not do it openly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the #1 person in Wisdom Path. Fan Yuan had experienced her strength countless times. She often saw through his plans when they were still at their initial stage. There was a clear example previously with Fan Clan. If he did it in a way that was too obvious, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would notice and use the plan against him, causing Fan Yuan huge losses. Thus, he waited until the opportunity presented itself. Undoubtedly, the Heaven Path Dream Realms appeared at the best timing. For Fan Yuan's case, although the Heaven Path Dream Realms could raise his Heaven Path attainment level, he was not anxious to get them. As long as nobody could make use of these Heaven Path Dream Realms, he could continue to refine rank 9 Immortal Gus secretly, to raise his strength and pull apart his distance from the other venerables. The longer this dragged on, the stronger Fan Yuan would become. But the contest over the Heaven Path Dream Realms became the best red herring to conceal his scheme to give up Qi-Si Ancestor to the enemy. Fan Yuan thought a lot about this. He made difficult choices. He could not act too willing, everything had to be logical. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's intelligence was unfathomable, she was too smart. But her wisdom was something that Fan Yuan could make use of. Thus, Fan Yuan sent Qi-Si Ancestor into the star array calculation formation and did not do anything excessive. Afterwards, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable personally helped Fan Yuan and completed the arrangements for him, capturing Qi-Si Ancestor. Throughout the process, Qi-Si Ancestor was kept in the dark by Fan Yuan. He was unaware. Not just him, Wu Shuai and Zhan Budu did not know either. It was like how Star Constellation Immortal Venerable deceived the 5 immortals from Heavenly Court regarding the plan to take Lin Jianxing's otherworldly sword path Dao marks. But Fan Yuan was even more ruthless, he even deceived himself. Giving up the Qi-Si clone was not enough to assure Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He even gave up the Qi Path Immortal Gu and Huland. So what if he had to give up these Qi Path Immortal Gu? As long as he could achieve his goal, Fan Yuan could even give up rank 9 Immortal Gu. Huland. Wasn't it just a secluded domain of heaven and earth? If it could deceive Star Constellation Immortal Venerable for some time, not to mention one secluded domain, he would even give up 3 if he had to. In Fan Yuan's eyes, the so-called Immortal Gu and secluded domain of heaven and earth, no matter how precious, were just tools for him to go after eternal life. Since they were tools, if there was value in sacrificing them, he would do it. Fan Yuan had no hesitation regarding this. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable only had a vague understanding of the Qi Harvest Fruit Revival method, but Fan Yuan knew it clearly. He was a Refinement Path Venerable, he was also proficient at revival methods. From the perspective of Refinement Path, the Qi Harvest Fruit Revival method was just using the Qi Harvest Fruit as the main material, along with primordial origins arrangements in Heavenly Court, to create a new body and soul. Was it any different from Gu refinement in essence? No. In that case, Fan Yuan could make his arrangements. He first treated Qi-Si Ancestor as a Qi Path Immortal material and processed some steps in advance. Of course, the corresponding memories were already removed from Qi-Si Ancestor. It was like how Star Constellation Immortal Venerable altered the memories of the Gu immortals who entered the derivation formation. Chi-Si ancestor's entire body was tampered with, but this was related to the peak profundities of refinement path. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not detect anything even after checking many times. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had refinement path attainment too, but Chi-Si ancestor looked normal on the surface. There would only be issues after he was used as an immortal material for the Chi Harvest Fruit Revival method. And during the process of revival, the problem would intensify. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not completely understand or control the Chi Harvest Fruit Revival process. This gave Fan Yuan many chances to take advantage of the situation. My plan succeeded. As for the gains, it will depend on future developments. Fan Yuan did not rush to attack Heavenly Court. He continued to plunder Central Continent, while contacting Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun, we are so lucky! A problem happened during Primordial Origins revival. Heavenly Court blew up instead. This is our best opportunity to strike. If we miss this and Heavenly Court recovers, we will regret not taking action for life. After seeing Heavenly Court's explosion, after a momentary shock, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable immediately thought of attacking Heavenly Court. After getting Fan Yuan's transmission, he became even more tempted. But he was hesitant now. Should I really attack Heavenly Court now? Did they really make a mistake? Is Fan Yuan behind this? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable thought of Fan Yuan's mysterious defensive method. He really could not see through this person. It was possible that Fan Yuan was behind this all along. Strange, why did I not sense this huge variable earlier when I used luck inspection on Heavenly Court? Unless Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used a method to conceal Heavenly Court, and it stopped my luck inspection from working? That would really be ironic. The last thing that made Giant Sun Immortal Venerable hesitate was Light Emperor, his eldest son, as well as the wild rank 9 Light Gu in his immortal aperture. Light Emperor was kidnapped by the two legendary immemorial beasts, Yutian Guang and Zui Hui. If Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not go to save him, he would be in danger. Of course, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable thought of his own blood sea. Since he could revive Light Emperor once, he could definitely do so again. Giant Sun is still hesitating. Did he notice anything? Fan Yuan saw that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was not taking any action. He started to ponder. Fan Yuan did not know about the secret behind Giant Sun and his son. He also did not know about the drawback of using the killer move. I reside in all living beings in heaven and earth. But he soon thought of a reason. With the explosion, Heavenly Court's losses cannot be assessed now. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's injuries are unclear as well. She has a huge territorial advantage inside Heavenly Court. She must not have gotten too injured, so she is still a threat. This may be Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's concern. In his opinion, my Chi-Si clone was captured and Heavenly Court suddenly exploded, which caused Primordial Origins revival to fail, so I am the most suspicious one. At the same time, I should be the most nervous person. I do not have my own stronghold. If Heavenly Court's two venerables join hands, I will be in an even worse predicament. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable said the situation is unclear. He is hinting to me that I should make a move first. If Heavenly Court is truly weakened, he will come and join in the fight to steal some benefits himself. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable chose to wait and observe. This made Fan Yuan's plan fall short. In fact, attacking Heavenly Court now was abrupt and contained risks. Even Fan Yuan did not know what condition Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was currently in. But since Fan Yuan had already planned this far, would he not have backup solution? He casted his gaze at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable who was far away. After this period of killing, his injuries had mostly recovered. He is the best vanguard that we can have. Fan Yuan smiled as he used his method. Totem killer moves flew out and provoked the insane Spectral Soul Demon Venerable continuously. He was successfully lured into Heavenly Court. Chapter 2330. Almost suffering amnesia from the explosion. With a soft grunt, Zhao Lianyun woke up in an area of ruins and rubble. All she saw were chi currents in front of her. The entire place was covered in white, in all directions. Her ears were buzzing, she felt dizzy and lightheaded. What? What happened to me? Zhao Lianyun breathed roughly as she inspected her body. She was originally wearing a white dress. She had light skin and white teeth, as refreshing as lilies in the morning. But now, her face was blackened like soot, her white dress was torn and tattered. She was like a refugee living in a famine, having a wretched appearance. After checking, she found that her body was intact, but she had no strength at all. Her limbs felt weak and powerless. What happened? Why am I like this? Primordial Origin's explosion occurred too suddenly and abruptly. Zhao Lianyun suffered a huge impact and almost experienced amnesia. But soon, her dizziness faded away and Zhao Lianyun slowly regained her memories. An unprecedented and terrifying explosion had occurred. Her pupils contracted. This scene was etched in her mind and would not be forgotten in her entire life. It was too terrifying. A moment ago, the many Gu immortals around her were watching the mountain-like Qi harvest fruit with immense anticipation for Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's revival. But at the next moment, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable exploded. Among all of the Gu immortals, Zhao Lianyun was standing near the periphery, but she was still affected by the explosion. This explosion was too intense, the whole of Heavenly Court was in ruins. Zhao Lianyun naturally could not escape. Why did it explode all of a sudden? As her memories cleared up, Zhao Lianyun's breathing became rougher. I can't believe it, I am practically unharmed. Did Love Gu protect me? Wait. I need to save the rest. Zhao Lianyun's heart jumped. She realized what she should be doing. She might have had Love Gu's protection, but others did not have a rank 9 immortal Gu like her. Zhao Lianyun quickly set off as she went into the vast field of Qi currents, searching for other surviving Gu immortals. Before the explosion occurred, the Gu immortals of the 10 great ancient sects were all at the periphery. They were far apart and watched the Qi harvest fruit in small groups. The people who were closer to the center were the members of Heavenly Court. White Qi rumbled like a vast fog. Zhao Lianyun tried many investigative methods but none worked. These white Qi were remnants of the Qi harvest fruit, the aftermath of the explosion. With the area being filled with Qi path Dao marks, it was not strange that a mere rank 6 Gu immortal like Zhao Lianyun was unable to use investigative methods, unless she could use Love Gu now. But Love Gu was not just a rank 9 immortal Gu, it was very special. Even a venerable could not refine it forcefully, even though it was Wisdom Path, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had not been able to use it. Thus, it continued to live in Zhao Lianyun's body. Zhao Lianyun did not refine Love Gu but received its acknowledgement instead. Thus, she could not activate it freely. Sometimes, she wanted it to attack but it would escape with her. If she wanted it to defend, it might heal instead. Furthermore, each time Love Gu was used, it would take something away from Zhao Lianyun. Sometimes, it would even take lifespan. Zhao Lianyun flew into the white Qi and looked around for people using her memories of the location. After a while, she gasped as she found Bujinzi. When the explosion occurred, he was standing beside her. They were talking. But after the explosion, they were sent flying and left their original spot. But he was still the first person she found. Bujinzi's injuries were terrifying. Half his body was blown away, only his fragile skeleton was left protecting his heart. He only had 2 internal organs left, the rest were blown to smithereens. The remaining half of Bujinzi's body had turned into a phantom state. His limbs, chest, and internal organs were linked by a translucent thread. He seemed to be in a stable condition. Zhao Lianyun wanted to save him but found that she was helpless to do anything. The injuries were just too severe. The missing half of his body was not important. Forget about Heavenly Court, even Spirit Affinity House had many ways to regrow his bones, organs, and flesh. But the issue was the large number of Qi path Dao marks that were carved on his body. The remaining half of his body emitted dense white smoke made of white Qi. His remaining organs and bones were also slowly turning into Qi. What kept him alive was the phantom state that half of his body was currently in. When the explosion occurred, Bujinzi used a phantom path method, but even with this semi-invulnerable state, he could not avoid the injuries caused by this explosion. Zhao Lianyun deduced the situation that happened and sighed deeply. Worry and frustration could be seen on her face. Bujinzi was kept alive by his half-phantom body, but this would not last long. The Qi path Dao marks were going to affect it soon, slowly turning everything into Qi. Bujinzi can't last much longer. Zhao Lianyun was helpless. She felt increasingly anxious. She tried to wake him up but Bujinzi remained unconscious. Zhao Lianyun did not even dare to move Bujinzi. She was afraid that he would die from the smallest impact. She had to temporarily abandon him and remember this spot, before going back into the white Qi fog to look for others. Is anyone here? Please help! Zhao Lianyun moved around in the vast white Qi fog. She called out continuously. The feeling of loneliness and helplessness soon assaulted her in this situation. she was still in disbelief. When she came earlier, she looked at the layers of buildings and saw how grand and majestic Heavenly Court was. She felt surprise and admiration from the depths of her heart. Heavenly Court's immense foundation was accumulated through countless years of history. She felt tiny and insignificant, while also having a sense of security in this place. When she witnessed the gradual revival of primordial origin Immortal Venerable, she felt that Heavenly Court was regaining its former glory. But then, primordial origin Immortal Venerable exploded. It was too sudden and too abrupt. What happened? Did Fang Yuan or the other Venerables attack? What are Heavenly Court's losses? Can anyone come to help me? At least respond with a word. Zhao Lianyun suddenly stopped moving. There was an intense suction force coming from in front of her. The surrounding white qi currents were sucked in. Zhao Lianyun barely stabilized her footing as she slowly got close. The suction force was becoming gradually weaker. After Zhao Lianyun reached the source, her pupils contracted as she saw an immortal aperture's entrance. The entrance was open and drawing in white qi from outside. After stabilizing, a blessed land was formed. Zhao Lianyun stood before the immortal aperture's entrance in a daze, motionless. She saw the scenery inside the entrance. There were rivers and flower trees. Under the waves of qi currents, petals fell from the trees and fell into the rivers, flowing downstream where the carps waited to eat the petals as food. This was the scene of Fairy Lu Fang's immortal aperture. It was extremely beautiful and valuable. It was quite famous in Spirit Affinity House. Fairy Lu Fang was in charge of the Secret Inheritance Peak. She was a neutral faction supreme elder in Spirit Affinity House. Zhao Lianyun remembered that the first time she went to Secret Inheritance Peak, Fairy Lu Fang did not attend to her personally, which was the rule as she was the current generation fairy. Afterwards, their relationship had always been plain. However, no matter how distant they were, seeing this immortal aperture entrance, Zhao Lianyun's eyes turned red. She felt an intense feeling of sorrow in her heart. She was dead. Fairy Lu Fang died during the explosion. Although she had rank 7 cultivation level, she did not have the defensive power of Phantom Path. She did not have Love Gu either. Not a single trace of her remained. Her immortal aperture landed in Heavenly Court. Because Heavenly Court was filled with Heaven's will and had no heavenly spirit, Lu Fang blessed land was formed by taking in heaven and earth qi from outside to stabilize itself. Zhao Lianyun barely managed to control her emotions. She continued to look around for help. Along the way, she saw many immortal aperture entrances which were currently taking in heaven and earth qi. There were too many deaths. Not mentioning the Heavenly Court members, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects sent more than 10 Gu immortals each. Not counting the captives in the star array calculation formation, there are over 100 Gu immortals from the 10 sects in Heavenly Court now. This explosion killed 80% of the Gu immortals. Zhao Lianyun calculated. She felt her heart turning cold. The 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had many Gu immortals. Before the 5 regions became one, Immortal Crane's sect alone had 12 Gu immortals, and this was one of the weakest sects among the 10. After the 5 regions became one, the earth veins moved while qi tides appeared, producing countless immortal materials. This caused many Gu immortals within the sects to become stronger. The Gu immortal seeds also had deeper foundations. During the wave of immortal ascension, many Gu immortal seeds in the 10 great ancient sects succeeded in becoming Gu immortals. Aside from them, there were also other Gu immortals recruited from outside. For example, Supreme Elder Wu Zhang from Heavenly Lotus sect recruited the Wood Virtue Elder Mu Huai from the 5 Virtues sect. After the latter became an immortal, because he was a higher up of the 5 Virtues sect that Wu Zhang created, he was qualified to enter Heavenly Lotus sect. This was the advantage of Central Continent's sect system. Earlier, to ensure Primordial Origin's revival, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gave up everything else in the process. To prevent Fan Yuan's retaliation, she brought all the elites of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects into Heavenly Court. But to think that Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable would explode upon revival, like this, many of Central Continent's Gu immortals died, the pillars of Central Continent's righteous path collapsed. Such a terrifying loss made Zhao Lianyun's arms and legs turn weak. Doomed, Central Continent is doomed. Maybe Heavenly Court can still revive them? Zhao Lianyun was hopeful. But she was not stupid. The more she thought about it, the more she sensed that there was a huge scheme behind this explosion. Central Continent was plotted against. Heavenly Court fell into a trap. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also fell for a scheme. Although Zhao Lianyun had rank 9 Love Gu, she was only rank 6. What could she do? She could only get help, she shouted loudly. Zhao Lianyun started walking slower and slower. At this moment, she felt that she was so weak. Don't be dejected, current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. Heavenly Court is still around, we are also still alive. Right at this moment, there was a lantern that brightened inside the vast white chi. The lantern was not bright, but it was stubborn. It forced its way out of the white chi and arrived before Zhao Lianyun. It was an elderly Gu immortal. His body was blood-stained from head to toe. One of his arms was gone from the explosion. His remaining arm was carrying a small fire in his palm. Zhao Lianyun recognized him. It was Immortal Crane Sex, Old Lord Kenyang. Chapter 2331. Pitiful Survivors. Old Lord Kenyang was a famous expert in Central Continent. His reputation was long established. Zhao Lianyun looked at him. Some information surfaced in her mind. After becoming the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, because she could not undergo tribulations, her cultivation level could not rise. She could only spend her time on other things, thus, she had a clear understanding of most characters in Central Continent's Gu immortal world. Zhao Lianyun knew that old Lord Kenyang had the immortal Gu flickering flame. He created an amazing immortal killer move called Life-Chasing Fire. It was renowned in Central Continent. Old Lord Kenyang rarely moved around these last years. He had been staying in seclusion. The most significant thing he did recently was to investigate the truth behind the fall of 88 True Yang building in Northern Plains with Feng Jiuge. They fought against Shadow Sect there. And recently, old Lord Kenyang won the contest against Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji was a Gu immortal from Black Heaven Temple. Although he was a relatively unknown expert, he had a unique method to counter flames. In the end, he still lost to the Fire Path cultivator old Lord Kenyang. Although the lantern in old Lord Kenyang's hand was weak, it produced a warm feeling in Zhao Lianyun's heart instantly. Many people were like this. They were often fragile and weak when they were lonely. But if a companion appeared, even if this person was useless, the company they provided would still create a sense of warmth and safety in their heart. Zhao Lianyun was such a person. She was an otherworldly demon who was not originally from this world. Her nature was already like this before she came here. That was one of the reasons why she felt so attached to Ma Hongyun after receiving his care and concern. Zhao Lianyun breathed in deeply. The look of dejectedness on her face quickly faded away as she asked old Lord Kenyang for help. She explained Bu Jinzi's condition. But old Lord Kenyang shook his head slowly. I cultivate Fire Path. My understanding of Phantom Path is very shallow. I am not skilled in healing methods. There is nothing I can do. Once he said that, old Lord Kenyang's body started to shiver at an observable level. His face turned pale as paper. At the same time, white chi appeared on his body. It was most dense around the wound on his arm that was cut off. Cough, cough. Old Lord Kenyang continued to cough. Each time, blood was coughed out. The blood fell to the ground and turned into white chi, quickly dissipating. Old Lord Kenyang gritted his teeth and activated his method. This situation lasted for over 10 breaths of time before he suppressed his wounds again. Color returned to his face, and his coughing stopped. His methods were only usable on himself, or rather, only Fire Path Gu immortals. They would not work on Bu Jinzi. In fact, they could make his condition worse. Next, old Lord Kenyang and Zhao Lianyun moved together. Along the way, they saw more immortal aperture entrances, which were open and absorbing white chi wildly. They also saw some people who were alive. There was a giant monkey lying on the ground. He was like a small mountain. The monkey was originally covered in golden hair, like there was armor on the body. But now, half the body was blackened. He was like a fallen general who had lost his armor. His muscles were originally strong and tough. He looked very powerful and brave, but now, his body was covered in mushy flesh and blood. Bones could be seen on his deeper wounds. He sprawled on the ground and could not get up. The monkey had a pair of golden eyes that were shining with pressuring brilliance, but now, his gaze was scattered and lost. He only regained some spirit after seeing Zhao Lianyun and old Lord Kenyang. What? He is Combat Immortal Sex Immortal Monkey King Shirley. He cultivates Earth Path and Transformation Path. He is currently using his signature killer move, Rock Mountain Immortal Monkey King Transformation. Zhao Lianyun was stunned, having recognized the monkey's identity instantly. Shirley was the publicly known #1 rank 7 Gu immortal in Central Continent. His battle strength was even higher than old Lord Kenyang. But he was even closer to the explosion than old Lord Kenyang. After it happened, he did not have time to activate his Rock Mountain Immortal Monkey King transformation. This was a compound killer move of two paths. It expended a lot of thoughts. Shirley did not have Wisdom Path Foundation. He needed a lot of preparation to use this move. He used other methods to survive the explosion. Afterwards, because he could not heal himself, he had to use this move to turn himself into an ancient desolate beast. Using the physique of an ancient desolate beast, its self-recovery allowed him to endure these injuries and barely survive. After seeing Old Lord Kenyang and Zhao Lianyun, Shirley blinked at them with his golden eyes as a greeting. He did not even dare to breathe heavily now. It would be a problem if his injuries were worsened. Evidently, Shirley could only protect himself now. He could not help others. Cough, cough. Old Lord Kenyang coughed again. Blood could be seen again. A moment later, he suppressed his injuries again. Zhao Lianyun and Old Lord Kenyang continued on their journey. Not long after, they met Yang Feng. He was a rank 7 Gu immortal of Ancient Soul Sect. He cultivated Transformation Path. Like Shirley, he had also turned himself into an ancient desolate beast. The originally majestic giant wolf was lying on the ground like a beaten dog. But his injuries were less severe than those of Shirley. He could still talk to Zhao Lianyun. He was not stronger than Shirley, but during the explosion, he subconsciously used the transformation killer move that he was most familiar with and turned into an ancient desolate beast. He cultivated Transformation Path solely. He was most familiar with this giant wolf transformation. It was almost like his instinct. Thus, it could be used rapidly, almost activating in an instant. My greatest injury is my spine. If I exert it even a little, my spine will break. After Yang Feng explained his situation, he joined Zhao Lianyun and Old Lord Kenyang's group. The three of them continued to search. Soon, they found Vicious Lightning Fiend. Vicious Lightning Fiend also had rank 7 cultivation level. His body was covered in lightning as he floated in the air. 3 lightning deities surrounded his body and assisted in healing him. While healing, lightning crackled around him as sparks were created, causing quite a commotion. I was fortunate. Right before the explosion occurred, I watched while having my lightning deities revolve around me to leave a good impression on Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. After the explosion, although there were more than 10 lightning deities earlier, only 4 remained. To save his life, Vicious Lightning Fiend sacrificed another lightning deity to heal himself. Now only 3 were left. This was a huge loss for him. The killer move Lightning Deity was created by Vicious Lightning Fiend using the incomplete Immortal Goo recipe of Blood Deity. When the Chi tides swept the world and the 5 regions became one, immortal materials appeared, which allowed Vicious Lightning Fiend to receive a lot of funding from Myriad Dragon Dock. He quickly accumulated many lightning deities. With more than 10 lightning deities which had rank 7 Gu immortal battle strength each, he was known as a top expert among rank 7 Gu immortals in Central Continent, only being inferior to Shirley. Zhao Lianyun recalled as she greeted Vicious Lightning Fiend. Vicious Lightning Fiend's bad temper was famous, but now, he was very polite to Zhao Lianyun. Seeing that her injuries were the lightest, he acknowledged her strength. This explosion killed most of Central Continent's Gu immortals. The remaining ones were either lucky or sufficiently strong. But there was an awkward thing. Gu immortals with greater battle strength often did not excel in healing. They were adept at healing themselves but not others. Thus, even though Vicious Lightning Fiend joined this group, they still had no way to help Bujinzi or Shirley. As time passed, the white chi fog that obscured everyone's vision became less dense. These white chi were chi path immortal materials, but nobody had the mood to collect them. The blessed lands or even grotto heavens left behind by the Central Continent Gu immortals who died were absorbing a large amount of white chi. At the same time, white chi also flowed out of Heavenly Court through the gaps that formed. In any case, the vision of the immortals was returning. Wait! Yang Feng, who had turned into a giant wolf and needed to rest every few steps, suddenly spoke. Everyone was used to it. Along the way, he had been asking for them to stop once in a while to lie down and recover his strength. His waist injury was too severe, the wound was huge as well, one could see his kidney from the exposed wound. White chi was flowing out of his kidney. Yang Feng, is your waist hurting again? Zhao Lianyun cast a concerned gaze at him. Yang Feng nodded. Of course my waist hurts, but more importantly, there are people coming from behind us. Indeed, there are 3 of them. Old Lord Kenyang's gaze flickered as he noticed. Cough, cough. After saying that, he started coughing blood again. Our allies? Vicious Lightning Fiend asked while mobilizing his thoughts. The 3 lightning deities quickly spread out towards the sky behind them. Zhao Lianyun and the rest stopped moving. They started at the stirring white qi. The three lightning deities waited solemnly, but suddenly, one spun around on the spot, one flew up into the sky, while the final one twisted its body around like it was having a spasm from a lightning shock. Chapter 2332. Heavenly Court's Resolve. Zhao Lianyun and the others quickly cast a look of surprise at Vicious Lightning Fiend. Vicious Lightning Fiend's face turned red. This was a rarely seen expression, he explained. The lightning deities are damaged from the explosion, due to the qi path Dao marks carved on them. They are hard to control. If my concentration falls, they will go berserk. Everyone gasped in realization. They were slightly anxious earlier, as they thought the lightning deities were being attacked by a mysterious method. A few breaths of time later, old Lord Kenyang relaxed and said, "They are our comrades." Soon, 2 rank 8 Gu immortals appeared before the group. They were rank 8 supreme elders from Heaven's Envy Manor and Spirit Butterfly Valley. The immortals saw them and became joyous. These were rank 8 Gu immortals after all. The supreme elders had countless methods in their possession. They managed to stabilize Yang Feng and old Lord Kenyang's injuries, but the effect was not great. While the group of immortals discussed how they would continue saving others, white qi surged and moved like it was pushed aside by a huge blood-red beast. Soon after, the vague figure of blood appeared from within the white qi. It was the rank 8 immortal Gu House, Demon Judgment Board. Guyu Fangjing was controlling it from within. After seeing the immortals, he stopped. Rays of blood-red light shot out of Demon Judgment Board and landed on everyone. They did not resist and let Guyu Fangjing heal them. Their injuries healed to an extent, but heavy injuries could not become small injuries. Although Demon Judgment Board was a rank 8 immortal Gu House, it specialized in investigation. Its combat prowess and healing ability were far weaker. Guyu Fangjing thought about it and said to the 10 children of human path inside the immortal Gu House, "The situation is dire, friends. May I ask you to go around to help heal the rest?" "Lord Fangjing, please don't say that. The 10 great ancient sects are all subsidiaries of Heavenly Court. We are all of the same faction. We will do our best to help the rest." The 10 children of human path quickly responded. They were lucky to have avoided the explosion as they had entered Divine Emperor City earlier. Divine Emperor City was damaged by Xinshang and Lu Weiyin earlier. Afterwards, it flew into Heavenly Court along with Fei He Mountain and others. There was no helping it. If it remained in Central Continent, Fan Yuan's main body would destroy it. Genesis Lotus will control Divine Emperor City. He was confident in blocking Xinshang and Lu Weiyin, but against Fan Yuan's main body, the outcome would be different. Divine Emperor City was the sacred land of human path. It had a large number of mortals and Gu masters. The painting worlds were the best places to develop human path. During this period of time, there were many new results. The 10 children of human path were all rank 6 human path Gu immortals now. They were ordered by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to enter the painting worlds of Divine Emperor City and cultivate. Guyu Fangjing was also deployed by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to enter Divine Emperor City. He was not there to comprehend human path. He interacted with Genesis Lotus Will to learn painting path instead. Earlier, Fangjing had entered the derivation formation and comprehended the essence of painting path. He could use the style of painting path to unleash various blood path killer moves through Demon Judgment Board, causing his strength to rise greatly. This caused Guyu Fangjing's interest in painting path to increase greatly, because Star Constellation Immortal Venerable noticed his talent and prospect in painting path. She did not stint on nurturing him. Although Guyu Fangjing was from southern border, due to Fan Yuan, he was nurtured by various leaders of Heavenly Court like Qin Ding Ling, and even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Thus, his cultivation level had been rising explosively the entire time. The 10 children of human path felt admiration and closeness to Fangjing. Fangjing's strength was greater than them. He was also the current generation Demon Judgment Board Lord. Although he only had rank 7 cultivation level, he was already a member of Heavenly Court and had won many battles. With his status and identity, the 10 children of human path who wanted to join Heavenly Court admired him. As for closeness, Fangjing's age meant that he and the 10 children of human path were of the same generation. Thus, after Fangjing made the arrangements, the 10 children of human path accepted the task and flew out of Demon Judgment Board to help Zhao Lianyun and the rest. It was really fortunate that you juniors with only rank 6 cultivation level stayed in Divine Emperor City and managed to survive. Oh? So this is a human path method. It is truly profound beyond words. No wonder Heavenly Court is putting all its effort into developing Human Path. It truly has unlimited potential. Old Lord Kenyang and the rest knew who the 10 children of Human Path were. Initially, they still put up airs and acted like seniors, but soon, their expressions and attitude changed as they started to praise in amazement. Human Path was very unique. The healing methods of the 10 children of Human Path were Human Path methods, but they were still effective on Zhao Lianyun and the others. Their injuries were originally quite severe and had only been suppressed. Even with the help of 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals and Demon Judgment Board's healing, they did not recover by a large extent. But now, with the Human Path killer moves, their conditions improved rapidly with immediate effect. Gu Yu Fangjing nodded as he saw that the Immortals were recovering with the help of the 10 children of Human Path. He quickly went to the inner area using Demon Judgment Board. Along the way, he saw many immortal aperture entrances. Fang Zheng's expression was solemn as his heart sank. He felt worried. Most of the Gu Immortals in Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects are dead, but the immortal graveyard is almost completely expended. How are we going to revive them? Recalling the situation, the Qi harvest fruit exploded too suddenly. There must be a huge scheme behind it. I wonder what happened to the Heavenly Court seniors. The most important person is still Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Her current condition will determine the future of Heavenly Court and the whole of humanity. Gu Yu Fangjing had undergone many ordeals. His foresight was sharpened and he had a clear understanding of the situation. The inner area had much denser white qi than the outside. Gu Yu Fangjing was very anxious. Under his control, Demon Judgment Board moved even faster by 30% now. Soon, he saw the Immortals of Heavenly Court. Fang Yang's eyebrows first eased before frowning again. He found that many of Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals were around, but some were missing. It was unknown if they had died. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals were strong after all. 10 people had already gathered here. They were standing around Qin Dingling. Fangjing quickly left Demon Judgment Board and greeted the Immortals. Qin Dingling nodded at him before looking around and starting to hand out instructions. She had a haggard expression. There was still bloodstains on her lips, but when she spoke now, there was a hint of authority. The white qi fog obscured everyone's vision and investigative methods. With Star Constellation Immortal Venerable missing now, Qin Dingling had no choice but to take the role of leader. After the Immortals discussed this, she split them into 3 groups. One group was led by Ruandan. They searched for surviving Gu Immortals while collecting information to collate data of Heavenly Court's losses. One group was led by Duke Mei. They ventured into the center of the White Qi Zone to search for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The final group was led by her. There were Che Wei, Wan Zihong, Red Heart Traveler, 9 Spiritual Fairy, and other Heavenly Court Gu Immortals with outstanding battle strength. Because Fangjing had Demon Judgment Board, he was in this group as well. Their group would leave Heavenly Court and guard the vicinity to defend against any possible attacking foes. Master. Gu Yu Fangjing brought Red Heart Traveler into Demon Judgment Board and said respectfully, "Let me heal your injuries." Red Heart Traveler nodded and sat down, floating in the air. Gu Yu Fangjing utilized Demon Judgment Board to fly out of Heavenly Court while using its methods to heal Red Heart Traveler. Red Heart Traveler was originally pale as paper, but with the help of Gu Yu Fangjing, he quickly recovered. His aura stabilized. He was a Blood Path Gu Immortal, the former Demon Judgment Board Lord. Gu Yu Fangjing also cultivated Blood Path. Their down marks did not conflict, so the healing effect was outstanding. While Red Heart Traveler was healing, Gu Yu Fangjing informed him of everything that he saw. Red Heart Traveler nodded with a solemn expression. Heavenly Court suffered huge losses. There are gaps everywhere now. Even during the Fate War, there had not been such a severe damage. Gu Yu Fangjing asked the question that he wanted to know about. Master, was this explosion an accident or the scheme of someone? Red Heart Traveler shook his head. I can't say for sure. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's revival methods have already existed for over 3 million years. It may not have an issue, but Heavenly Court went through countless battles. These methods are no longer complete. Furthermore, the 5 regions unified and the world went through huge changes. But if someone did this, then Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable are the most suspicious. Between them, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable is the most likely culprit. Saying so, Red Heart Traveler looked at Gu Yu Fangjing. Fangjing gritted his teeth but did not speak. Heaven Refining Demon Venerable was his brother. Regardless of whether this is a scheme or not, we are going to have an intense battle now. Fangjing, you need to prepare yourself. Red Heart Traveler did not continue the topic, he started to inform Fang Jing with concern. Fang Jing nodded as his expression turned stern. Now that Heavenly Court had such huge damage, it was likely that Heaven Refining Demon Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable would attack. They would not let this chance slip by. One could say that Heavenly Court was in immense danger now. Red Heart Traveler told him to prepare himself. Fang Jing knew that it meant the preparation to sacrifice his life. Regarding this, Fang Jing was resolved. Not only him, the other Heavenly Court Gu Immortals also had the same resolve. Suddenly, Demon Judgment Board shook as red lights shone. It was an alert. Red Heart and Fang Gang's expressions changed. Demon Judgment Board excelled in investigation. It was the first to obtain the new information. A series of totems flew around and provoked a huge mountain-like monster to approach Heavenly Court. The enemy appeared! Fang Jing shouted. It's Spectral Soul Demon Venerable! Soon, the other Gu Immortals also noticed this. Qin Ding Ling and others gathered. Damn it, Fang Yuan did this! This shameless and unscrupulous person! Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was completely insane, but the totem killer moves were Fang Yuan's signature method. The situation was very clear. The Heavenly Court Immortals looked with bloodshot eyes. They were extremely furious. Qin Ding Ling contacted Duke Mei, but as the white qi was too thick, communication was tough. The center of the huge explosion was filled with qi path Dao marks. Duke Mei and the rest moved with difficulty, but they did not find any trace of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Qin Ding Ling had a cold expression, but her stable tone had a sense of patriotism. Although Spectral Heaven is huge, Heavenly Court is right behind us. We cannot retreat. Everyone, we must use all our effort to destroy the totems and lure Spectral Soul Demon Venerable away. Before she finished her words, she charged forward without any regard for her life. There was no shouting or screaming. Wan Zihong, Che Wei, and Demon Judgment Board followed after her. Bam bam bam. A huge battle soon erupted. It got intense immediately. The Heavenly Court Gu Immortals gave it their all. They were injured to begin with. This battle caused their injuries to become more severe as blood spewed everywhere. The totems were destroyed by them. The results were outstanding. However, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable sensed the aura of Heavenly Court and roared loudly as he took the initiative to attack Heavenly Court. Qin Ding Ling and the rest resisted with all their might, but they were completely helpless against the advancement of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. At once, the Heavenly Court Immortals fell into despair. Author's note: for the following battle, there will be many characters involved. It will be more exciting after including them. The interaction of these characters will make the Gu world more vibrant and lively. Fang Yuan's following actions will also create huge fatal danger for them. They will experience great unforgettable changes in their lives. Chapter 2333. Three Venerables attack Heavenly Court. One step more, just one small step! Duke Mei shouted in his heart. He was surrounded by surging white qi. The qi path Dao marks were so dense that the Heavenly Court expert Duke Mei could barely move a single step. He had to use all his effort to move forward by a small step. The immortal essence expenditure was huge. Duke Mei not only had to resist the pressure of the white qi, he also had to block the corrosion of the qi path Dao marks. Senior Duke Mei, I'll take over! A Heavenly Court Gu Immortal shouted from behind. Duke Mei gritted his teeth, but he still made a small advancement of a tiny step before stopping and fixing his position desperately. The Heavenly Court Gu Immortal behind quickly used a killer move to get around Duke Mei and become the new vanguard of the group. By the time this group reached the original location of the Qi Harvest Fruit, they found Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Her clothes were messy and her hair was disheveled. There was blood flowing out of her lips and eyes. She seemed to be in a daze. Duke Mei and the rest were shocked. They had never seen such an expression on Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's face. Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable! Duke Mei shouted and used an immortal method to transmit to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable shook as she showed a reaction. At the next moment, starlight burst out and suppressed the surrounding white qi with ease. Duke Mei and the rest immediately felt the pressure lifting off their bodies. It was as if a mountain had been lifted away from their backs. Starlight continued to sweep through the white qi. After a few breaths of time, the white qi rampaging in Heavenly Court were all suppressed by the starlight. This is the might of a venerable! Duke Mei and the rest saw this as they felt internally shaken. When the explosion occurred, I remember seeing a rapidly rising star veil that protected us. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable must have taken action to block most of the force of this explosion. Several immortals recalled. Next, they stared with wide eyes as they saw the human-shaped Chi Harvest fruit core. Although the Chi Harvest fruit exploded, the core was still around. However, despite the Chi Harvest fruit core having a human shape, it was no longer as lively as before. It was blurry and unstable, with Chi Path Dao marks leaking out at all times. The white Chi that covered Heavenly Court were produced by the leaking Chi Path Dao marks of the Chi Harvest fruit core. Right now, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable displayed the power of a venerable and forcefully pushed these Chi Path Dao marks back into the Chi Harvest fruit. Because of this, the Chi Harvest fruit core stabilized. Its appearance became clearer again. We still have a chance. Yes, we can still revive Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. After noticing this, Duke May and the rest were excited. In just a short period, starlight gathered and turned into a soft stardust cloth. It wrapped around the human-shaped Chi Harvest fruit core like a bandage. After a few breaths of time, there was over 100 layers of bandage. The core could no longer be seen. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable let out a breath of air as she stopped the killer move. Drip drop. At this time, blood flowed out of her nose. The bleeding did not stop. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's face turned increasingly pale. When the Chi Harvest fruit exploded, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable activated several killer moves. The advantage of Wisdom Path was an abundance of thoughts to allow the user to use more complex killer moves. Just by looking at this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was truly the #1 person in Wisdom Path. Her status could not be threatened by anyone. On one hand, she protected herself and the other Gu Immortals to ensure their safety. On the other hand, she directly suppressed the Chi Harvest fruit core. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had blocked most of the force of the explosion, otherwise, Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals would have all perished. And most importantly, she retained some hope. Without her, the Chi Harvest fruit core would have exploded. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's revival would have failed completely. Immortal Killer Move, Lux Slicing Golden Blade. Qin Dingling chased after Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. She shot out a small golden blade. The golden blade was only the size of a thumb. It flew into the air and grew larger as it moved, quickly reaching the size of a horse carriage. Swish, swish, swish. The golden blade swung down, in an attempt to slice off Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's luck. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable ignored the attack. He only focused on entering Heavenly Court. The horse carriage-sized golden blade danced above his head. It was simply like an ant compared to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's colossal black mountain-like body. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's massive luck was reduced by the Lux-slicing golden blade. Of course, the effect was insignificant compared to the sheer size of his luck. Qin Dingling felt a sense of helplessness. Che Wei, Red Heart Traveler, and Gu Yufangzheng all had the same feeling. Despite Demon Judgment Board shooting out beams of blood-red light continuously, it only managed to fracture a few of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's arms. In just a few breaths of time, they recovered completely. The difference between rank 9 and 8 was too massive. Even with the full strength of Qin Dingling and the others, they could not affect Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. After the huge massacre, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had already recovered by a large extent. During normal times, if Qin Dingling and the rest provoked Spectral Soul Demon Venerable like this, he would definitely attack them. But now, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's only goal was Heavenly Court. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was filled with Heaven's will. He had once devoured Black Heaven's heavenly spirit, so after the two heavens fused, he became the ruler of Spectral Heaven. Before that, he had destroyed the Heavenly Chasm, Heavenly Pillars, and the various White Heaven Grotto Heavens, like Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. He even went as far as to destroy the sun. It was all to unify the two heavens. Heavenly Court was a Grotto Heaven situated in immemorial White Heaven. It had also annexed countless 9 heavens fragments in the past. It was the greatest tumor in the immemorial 9 heavens in the first place. The existence of Heavenly Court itself was the greatest provocation to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He would not allow its existence. Rumble. With a loud rumble, the mountain-like Spectral Soul Demon Venerable created a huge gap and broke into Heavenly Court by force. The whole of Heavenly Court was shaking. The Central Continent Gu Immortals who were still in Heavenly Court looked up and saw Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's colossal body. They all gasped in shock. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was flying above them now. He cast a huge shadow on everyone. Thousands or even tens of thousands of arms formed a terrifying forest of limbs. They were raised up or lowered, some were tucked in while others were straight. It showed the stance of grasping the sun and moon. It had the potential to catch stars and whip up storms. Qin Dingling and the rest chased him from behind like tiny mosquitoes. Even the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Demon Judgment Board was merely a mouse in front of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Roar! One of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's 3 heads started to roar. Immortal Killer Move, Soul Howl! He used the Soul Path Killer Move. Boundless sound waves started to spread. Wherever the sound waves reached, a tornado blew the tiles of Heavenly Court away. Zhao Lianyun and others felt like a disaster was approaching. Many of them quickly took out their Immortal Gu houses. At once, there was a display of Immortal Gu houses. Scattered Stars Camp, Thin Willow Camp, Wind Sweeping Building, Cloud Passing Building, Sun and Moon Temple, Spirit Affinity House, Myriad Dragon Dock, Heaven's Ending Manor, Ancient Soul Sect, Heavenly Pool, Illusion Garden, Canary Pavilion, Yiyang Palace, Immortal Crane Sect. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects all had their own Immortal Gu houses to defend them. Their respective names were derived from their strongest Immortal Gu houses. 1. Sect in these names also is read as Gate, which refers to the Gu houses being buildings with large gates. Among them, Heavenly Lotus Sect was the most unique one, because it was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It had a total of 5 Immortal Gu houses, the highest among the 10 ancient sects. When the Immortal Gu houses were not in use normally, the respective sects' first Supreme Elders would keep them inside their immortal apertures. If the first Supreme Elders were unavailable, other authoritative experts would undertake the responsibility. These people had all basically survived. Immortal Gu houses of all shapes and sizes shook intensely from the huge impact of the Soul Howl sound waves. They were like ships in a storm, about to capsize at any moment. Within some of the Immortal Gu houses, low growling noises could be heard from the Gu Immortals. These Immortal Gu houses had weak defenses against Soul Path. Boom boom boom. With a series of explosions, several Gu Immortals' souls exploded from the force of the sound waves, dying on the spot. These Central Continent Gu Immortals were not in their peak condition, they were all injured. Some of the ones with severe injuries survived the earlier explosion but could not endure the Soul Howl. They lost their lives. Qin Dingling and the rest were wavering in the air, being on the brink of life and death. They had suffered huge injuries to begin with. They had even taken a risk earlier to quickly destroy Fan Yuan's totem killer moves. It was already a miracle that they were still alive now. At the moment of crisis, starlight shone brightly like the boundless sea, pressing towards Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. The Soul Howl stopped at once. It was like someone was strangling Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, don't be too brazen. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a cold expression as she flew towards Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable opened his mouth as black smoke gathered. He spat out a grand soul river. There were countless vengeful souls in the soul river. They flowed towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. At the same time, his countless arms grabbed towards her. Many monstrous claws gathered to firm sharp spear tips that pierced the air. The attack was fast and brutal, shocking deities and devils. The starlight only suppressed Spectral Soul Demon Venerable for a few breaths of time before breaking apart. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not dodge. She snorted coldly as star fog appeared, permeating the black smoke that quickly dissipated, while the fog continued to break apart the Soul River. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's claws extended into the star fog but failed to catch anything. Even though he grabbed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, the latter shattered like a star illusion. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not give up. He continued to rampage in the star fog and growled continuously, echoing in the whole of Heavenly Court. Qin Dingling and the rest quickly landed on the ground. They hid themselves in the Immortal Gu houses and used their time to heal. Zhao Lianyun and the other Central Continent Gu Immortals watched with palpitating hearts. The battle of 2 venerables was too ferocious. The aftermath of any single move could topple Immortal Gu houses and cause many Gu Immortals inside to die. Thankfully, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had been suppressing Spectral Soul Demon Venerable during the entire fight. She held firm control over the situation. This is the might of a Tao Lord. Heavenly Court is still around. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has a huge amplification when she fights in here, thus, she can easily suppress Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Of course, the crucial factor is that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable has lost his sanity. Unless the rank 9 Fire Gu in his body activates, he will not break out of this predicament. Fan Yuan watched from afar and contacted Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun, what are you hesitating for? Primordial Origin's revival had a hitch, but hope remains. Right now, we must join hands and work with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to destroy Heavenly Court. It is our best chance. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable hesitated. We should observe further. Fan Yuan snorted coldly. If you still want to stall for time, you must have allied with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable secretly. In that case, I won't be able to stop Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's revival. I will fight my way into Northern Plains and slaughter all the Huangjin tribes. You dare? Why won't I? You have longevity heaven while Star Constellation has Heavenly Court. If you want to drive me to desperation, will I just give up and die? I will not let either of you off. Fan Yuan gritted his teeth, showing a look of insanity and desperation. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. Fine, I'll ally with you. We must destroy the Qi Harvest Fruit Core. Fan Yuan let out a breath of air, praising. This is a wise choice. Please act quickly. I'll wait for you to enter the battlefield. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable gritted his teeth and set off from Northern Plains. Fan Yuan was calm and composed. He slowly rose into spectral heaven from Central Continent. Oh no, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable are approaching Heavenly Court. Within Heaven Overseeing Tower, a Gu Immortal spoke with a trembling voice, transmitting the information. At once, Qin Dingling, Gu Yu Fangjing, Che Wei, Zhao Lian Yun, Old Lord Qinyang, and the rest had changes in their expressions. Although they had expected this, when it truly happened, they could not help but be flustered and feel fear. 3 venerables are attacking Heavenly Court at once. Can we stop them? The immortals had such a question in their mind. Chapter 2334. Fan Yuan and Giant Sun fight Star Constellation. Intense wind blew as Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's hair fluttered behind her. She frowned slightly as the image of Heavenly Court was reflected in her dark pupils. In her memory, Heavenly Court had never been in such a distressed state. The star fog got denser as Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who was trapped inside, growled and roared. He was increasingly furious and insane, but he could not escape from the star fog. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was bullying Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's lack of sanity. If he was conscious, he would not do such a thing. She was currently inside Heavenly Court. With the amplification of the Wisdom Path Tao marks, she was completely above Spectral Soul Demon Venerable in power. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable fought without any intention to retreat, it was likely for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to use the territorial advantage to kill him. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable showed no joy on her face. Ever since the Qi explosion, she knew that Heavenly Court's greatest danger was not the insane Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, but Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. Between the two, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable was the most threatening. Although Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had no evidence regarding the explosion of the Qi Harvest Fruit, she was clear that Fan Yuan was the most suspicious one. He would not let this chance slip by. Neither would Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. If Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable revived, the balance of the 3 venerables would be overturned. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable would not want this to happen. Earlier, he withdrew because there was no hope. But now, the situation changed after the explosion. Heavenly Court was covered in holes. It was basically defenseless. The only concern that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable herself. But in order to protect the Qi Harvest Fruit Core, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable endured most of the force of the explosion. She was currently injured. Furthermore, she could not defeat Spectral Soul Demon Venerable in a short period of time. This gave Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable sufficient time to probe her current condition. As expected, once Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used her star fog to trap Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable arrived. In the battle regarding the Dream Realms and Spectral Heaven earlier, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had allied with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, but now, she was all alone against the Assault 3 Venerables. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable floated in the sky quietly. She watched as Fan Yuan and Giant Sun arrived. Her gaze swept past Giant Sun and fixed on Fan Yuan. She said, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable, you are worthily a Refinement Path Venerable. You tampered with the Qi Harvest Fruit to cause the explosion. But I have one question. How are you so clear of my master's revival arrangements in Heavenly Court? Fan Yuan was first stunned before laughing. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, you are overestimating me. Remember, the current world is no longer like ancient times. The 5 regions have become one, while the 2 heavens became spectral heaven. Isn't it normal for revival methods made 3 million years ago by primordial origin Immortal Venerable to fail? You can think whatever you want, that is none of my concern. But I won't give you any time to stall further. Take this. Fan Yuan knew that he was the culprit, but he had to make Giant Sun Immortal Venerable stand on his side, so he was not going to let Star Constellation Immortal Venerable talk anymore. Once he stepped into Heavenly Court, Fan Yuan unleashed a powerful offensive method. Immortal Killer Move, Shocking Departure of Year Dream Wave and Dang Hun Sound. Meng Qiuzhen was already placed into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Now that he regained Dream Armor Immortal Goo, this move could be used once again. At the next moment, waves of pink fog emerged from Fan Yuan's mouth and ears, gathering above Fan Yuan's head and turning into a small image of Dang Hun Mountain. The small Dang Hun Mountain shook intensely. Ding! 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 Sounds of clear crystals colliding resounded in the battlefield, and soon, waves of pink sound waves spread throughout the area. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who was trapped in the star fog, also suffered the attack of the pink sound waves. However, the star fog managed to stabilize after weakening by 30%. It rumbled intensely, seemingly adapting and enduring the assault of the powerful pink sound waves. Seeing this, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable helped out from the side. Immortal Killer Move, Soft Gold Crashing Pillar. Golden light flowed and turned into tens of crashing pillars that slammed into the star fog. The strong impact of the soft, gold crashing pillars made the luck of the star fog shake intensely. Everything in heaven and earth contained luck, even grass and rocks were no exception. This was the profundity of heaven and earth luck. The luck of the star fog was attacked, it influenced the star fog itself. This penetrative force started to disrupt the operations of the star fog. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had once used this move on Fan Yuan. At that time, it was not completed yet, but it still gave Fan Yuan significant trouble. Now, the move was already in a completed state. However, under Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's control, although the star fog shook for a while, it still survived the waves of attacks. This scene made Fan Yuan's and Giant Sun's hearts sink. In any other location, these 2 moves would have succeeded. But in Heavenly Court, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had the amplification of Heavenly Court's vast number of Wisdom Path Tao marks. Her strength rose to a terrifying level. The star fog was not her strongest killer move, but using it, she resisted Fan Yuan's compound killer move and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's new method. With me here, Heavenly Court will not lose, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable said plainly, but her tone was filled with confidence and resolve. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable suppressed the 2 demon venerables, Giant Sun and Fan Yuan, on her own. That's right, all of Heavenly Court's Wisdom Path Tao marks have been refined by Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Humph, no matter how much damage Heavenly Court has taken, these demonic path scoundrels cannot take us down. After Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable died, she left behind 3 measures to block the attack of 3 demon venerables for Heavenly Court. Now that she is alive and is personally stopping them, she can definitely defend Heavenly Court. These demon venerables will not succeed. The Gu immortals of the 10 great ancient sects were excited. The Heavenly Court members also showed expressions of joy. Everyone knew about the details of the battle over spectral heaven's dream realms. The immortals saw that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's strength had risen. They were joyous and felt more confident now. But at the next moment, the immortals heard Fan Yuan's cold voice. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Heavenly Court is your strongest territory, but it is also your weakness. Take this. Immortal Killer Move, Arrival of Dragon Snake with Dust Fog and Explosive Soul Wind. Soul fog spread out as dragons and snakes roared. At the same time, the small Dang Hun Mountain above Fan Yuan's head shot out countless pink sound waves again. Fan Yuan used 2 moves at once, but he did not target Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Instead, he aimed at the Chi Harvest Fruit Core. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expression changed. She quickly used methods to block them. Fan Yuan's 2 moves worked together but were stopped by her midway. However, he laughed. He held the initiative now. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable moved like lightning. He quickly went to one side and aimed at the Chi Harvest Fruit Core as he attacked. After the earlier test, they realized that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was too powerful here. Giant Sun and Fan Yuan could not defeat her even if they worked together. But it did not matter. Giant Son Immortal Venerable was most worried about Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's revival. As long as he destroyed the Chi Harvest Fruit core and successfully retreated, his goal would be achieved. He would win this fight. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable fell into a passive spot indeed. She had to concentrate on defending the Chi Harvest Fruit core. Although she was strongest while in Heavenly Court, she could only defend now. After seeing this, the Central Continent Goo Immortals gritted their teeth and scolded continuously. They are so shameless! To think that the Grand Giant Sun would act like this! Sigh, I really want to help Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, but I am just too weak. The Battle of Venerables caused huge aftermath effects. The various immortal Goo houses retreated time and again. Gu Yu Fangjing was situated in Demon Judgment Board. He frowned deeply as he locked his gaze on Fang Yuan. Zhao Lian Yun was doing the same. The Ma Hong Yun that she loved had died in Fang Yuan's arms. Fang Yuan was currently in possession of Ma Hong Yun's soul, so even with Fate Gu destroyed, Zhao Lian Yun could not revive him. She had to get back Ma Hong Yun from Fang Yuan. Maybe I can use the power of Love Gu to steal his soul from Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. After all, Love Gu is a rank 9 immortal Gu. It has countless effects and is capable of doing almost anything. Zhao Lianyun thought of this and felt increasingly moved. Now is not the time. I need to wait patiently until Fan Yuan is at his weakest. When he cannot afford to distract himself, I will make a move. Qin Dingling was waiting to strike. She had the killer move Luck Gamble. It was created to counter Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. She could not do anything against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, but she could deal with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. She was waiting for a chance. Fan Yuan, what other methods do you still have? Hurry up and use them. After attacking for a long time with no results, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable started to get anxious. He shouted towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan looked down at the heavenly court below him. He saw many immortal Gu houses and also huge areas of ruins. He laughed ruthlessly as he said, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, I am going to kill all of Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals now. Come stop me if you can.